There we go. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on right here? Okay, well that's just great. That's excellent. That's excellent. Just nice. Nice. Scarf. Go around me. Move this up first. Check myself out. Not like totally, but at least enough to get that like so. Boom. Tuck underneath that. Zip up. There we go. That could go off. No. No. This could come back up.
Fucking crack addict.
Dog is a crack addict. Alright, there we go.
How did I find everything in your drawers besides a tape measure? Like something you wouldn't even expect to be in your drawer is in your drawer.
I don't know, man. I do not know. Could be a possibility, but then I was also checking up on that, see if he's even alive. So I guess I'll do that with
For insurance purposes, you should probably see if he's alive. You know what I seen somewhere in here? Fucking tape measure. One time, I actually need to measure something. I can't eyeball it this time. What? Is he alive?
Well, that yes, and I don't know.
What, he had no wisdom?
Well, he's knocked out, passed out asleep, or something, but yes.
Passed out drunk, probably.
Well, he's been asleep for most of the day, so I'm assuming he honestly might have like a cold or some shit, because whenever he does, he literally just sleeps all day and barely comes out.
Well, at least he's alive.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm saying good that he's alive, but...
Well, because it's best that people obviously don't, die. That's obviously a good thing.
Then again, if he was dead, we'd smell it. Something would smell off.
You wouldn't notice that for a few days.
Did it really take a couple days?
Well, rigor mortis, I mean, the body would go rigor, once he died, if that would be the case. But an actual smell, like decomposition, I mean, it'd start once you're dead, like, it would start right then and there, but, like, it takes a while for the actual smell and all the build-up and everything to really start.
So when Robert died, did you guys notice right away, or?
He was in a hospital when that happened.
Oh, hospital. Was I thinking it was here? Lord, why? The one time I want to measure something, and the one tape measure in this fucking garage I can't use.
Why not?
Because it's too... I'll show you why. You can't even read the fucking numbers on this thing.
Is this that faded?
Oh yeah, look at this shit.
Oh, that's just a tiny one.
Look.
Whoa, what the hell? Yeah, it's all faded and shit. Yeah, what happened to it? It just got worn out. Damn. Wow. Tape measure that basically is just like straight up like strips of just like metal that like where the paint worn off. It's like, yeah, you can't use that for a tape measure.
Shop inspector. Where do you see a tape measure, shop inspector?
Like, that dog's gonna know.
Hey, man, you'd be surprised.
And Avatar was mad because there was an understanding about how technology and science are bad and primitivism is good. Dude, I guarantee you that is not what the message was or what the statement was. Like, no,
Jesus fucking Christ.
I already, like, I haven't seen the movie, but I already know I have contention with you about this. Because I know where your stance is on a lot of things.
What movie?
Avatar. And my friend Venom, he has a stance of like, hey, if aliens are basically like, like lesser than us, then it's okay for us to literally enslave them and shit, and like...
Dude, I want to see that new Avatar movie so bad.
I sure shit am. Okay, whoa, what's going on there? That's huge, whoa. Well,
Oh, wait, if he's streaming, I wonder if I got a notification.
That would be if you're, like, subscribed to me.
I am.
Got the bell on? The bell, like, if you have it where it's always notify me, then you will get it for sure. Because YouTube's, like, just because you subscribe to a channel, they won't always automatically let you know. And it's kind of stupid. Even though when I subscribe to somebody, the whole point is for me to be notified when they upload stuff.
Titty clamps, titty clamps, titty clamps. Why does your dad have so many goddamn clamps? You fucking getting kinky with this shit? Jeez.
No, those are used to, like, in construction where you hold two pieces of, like, wood or, like, beams and stuff together. Like, that's the way...
I know what they do, but why the fuck do you need so goddamn many? It's the better fucking question here.
Because... I don't fucking know. Why don't you go fucking ask the, like, mummy that's in the, like, other side of the house?
I'm good. I'm not reawakening the beast.
If you're about to open up, I'd be like, please don't. That's not good, T.
I wasn't. I was moving it out.
Yeah.
No!
So they won't go after anti-aging alien whales because they're scared, sacred to primitive natives. I mean, hypothetically, if you could take, like, a little sample of it and use it, to research that, then that's not the same as, like, exploiting an entire group of people. Like, I mean, and if anything, like, maybe a thing called diplomacy would probably be an idea. It's like, hey, we would like to, have some of this, and we don't understand that it's sacred, so we want to, offer something, that, could at least be something equivocal and, like, like, have a trade or something for you, or something like that. Like, I mean, something to give in return. Because by this point in the movie, they have at least a way to talk with the humans and shit because of the first movie, right? So they have a way to communicate, they have ways to, discuss and shit. But guess what? The humans are hyper-capitalists and fucking, essentially for-profiteers. Yeah, Earth is dying, but there's plenty of other fucking planets they can go to. They just want to choose this particular one because it has anti-aging shit in it. And also, that wasn't the first time, and that wasn't the first excuse as to why they went there in the first place. It was another mineral. It was a rare mineral that was worth, like, trillions and trillions of dollars, and that was the first reason. Now it's some anti-aging stuff. It's like, if anything, it sounds like they're just making excuses to try to fucking exploit and colonize and subjugate and enslave the entire people in that entire planet. Where they're in little symbiosis with the planet. Like, they're like, they can, like, literally connect to, creatures and plants. Like, they basically can literally fuck the planet, okay? Like, I mean, like, these, it's like they are in total symbiosis. So it's just like, I mean, sure, there is definitely a statement of primitivism, but...
Hey, sir, there will be no fucking of any planets while in my watch.
I thought you would want to, like, literally fuck the planet. It's like, yeah, fuck this planet. Gonna fuck the planet, literally. Stick my dick in the volcano and fuck it.
Only if every time I thrust, the people on said planet scream for their lives.
Well, I mean, if you're like the Na'vi, where you can connect your, like, essence to the planet, and other people can and can feel that on, like, a like, you know, on a higher level, like extra, like ethereal level, then I mean, in a way, they probably could. Overall, I'd say the movie is good, but I didn't like the anti-technology propagandist messaging. Again, I don't think that's the main messaging. Like, if, you know, because the first Avatar, that wasn't the main messaging. I mean, it was actually a very kind of pro-environmentalist, anti-capitalist messaging, and I'm assuming this movie is probably the same thing. I mean, if anything, it's probably trying to highlight, you know, the climate change within our own planet, you know, by having a total other society in contrast that's in symbiosis with their planet and their climate and their environment. Like, it's not really the primitivism that's, you know, being advocated there. I would say it's more of like an environmental advocacy that's in, you know, at play there. Developed a way to eject dead people's memories into other people. What the fuck? Dude, oh, that's scary. Oh, dude, I don't know about that. God, that's terrifying, actually.
I don't want to know.
Like, in the new movie, apparently, like, one thing they can do is they have developed a technology humans have to where they can inject the memories of the dead in you.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, dude, that's terrifying, bro. Don't spoil too much. I mean, some of these little, like, lore and, you know, universe, you know, details I'm kind of okay with, but don't give me too many details. I actually do want to see this movie.
It's not even out yet, I don't think.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it just came out. I think Friday or Thursday or something like that. It came out earlier this week, I believe. Yeah, Venom saw it in a drive-in theater too.
Fuck you, Venom.
Yeah, I knew
Fuck you.
I knew you would say that. I won't spoil much here, but I'll spoil in detail on Discord. Don't spoil it. No, I'm serious. Don't spoil a lot for me. I actually want to, you know, watch the movie and kind
Fuck you.
I kind of want to be surprised a little bit. Don't actually spoil a lot for me.
So it's actually out? Damn, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was supposed to come out sometime next year.
No, it was supposed to come out before Christmas.
Oh, god damn it. Now I have 2 movies I want to go see. Come on, a motherfucking tape measure. For a man who did construction, he still doesn't have a lot of tape measures. God damn it.
3.5 hour movie. Fuck yeah.
God damn, what is this, a fucking Infinity Wars again? I barely made it through that fucking movie.
Dude, I mean, honestly, like, the first Infinity War, dude, honestly, that movie was really well paced, honestly. I honestly don't think there was, like, a second in that movie that was, was just unnecessary.
What, Infinity War?
Well, Endgame. Well, the one where, you know, Thanos wins. Which I think is Infinity War, and then there's Endgame, which is one where Thanos is defeated.
Yeah.
Which I still haven't seen that one in full, but honestly, I'm kind of done with Marvel movies at this point, so I don't really have that much of an interest in it. I mean, I might watch that one at the very least, just to kind of, you know, see how that, you know, part of everything kind of wrapped up a little bit. I might watch Guardians of the Galaxy and, like, Doctor Strange and shit, but, beyond that, I'm kind of done with it.
He's like, I'm done.
I mean, honestly, the whole superhero shit has just, like, been so oversaturated and overdone. That's why I'm excited for Cocaine Bear, dude. I want to see Cocaine Bear.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So,
oh, do you know of it?
I didn't know it was an act. I thought you guys were just fucking around when you said Cocaine
It's
Bear.
a real movie, dude.
Then I saw the fucking trailer for it when I went to see, what movie did I go see? I don't remember what movie I went and seen. Some fucking horror movie with fucking Cat. And I saw the trailer for Cocaine Bear.
Yeah, dude.
And I was like, damn!
I told you it's real. Dude, I am legit excited to see Cocaine Bear. And most people that have seen that trailer are pretty much on the same wavelength. Like, a lot of people...
I can't believe it's based on a true story.
Loosely. Like, it is true. Like, there is a real story about a bear that did legit get into a bunch of cocaine. But it didn't, like, slaughter a whole bunch of people. But it, you know, I think, you know, there were, you know, somebody that did die in that, in the story, in the actual story. But it's not like the, you know, how the movie is going to be. Like, it's loosely based on true events. But, I mean, because think about it. It's like we've seen movies about bears. We've seen movies about cocaine. But have you seen movies about cocaine bears? No, I think not. So...
Here I thought.
Boom! New concept. I'm actually happy for Cocaine Bear. Or Violent Night, where it's like a Santa Claus like action movie or some shit.
That's the dude who plays in fucking Stranger Things. I really want to see that movie.
Yeah, I want to too, because it's also kind of a fresh concept. I mean, it's kind of, from what I heard, it's kind of like a Die Hard-esque kind of, like the trope and, that they're, taking from is kind of this, been done before, but it's with a fresh concept. It's something new. So it's like, I mean, that's what I like about, movies like that, when there is a fresh concept. Even if they were taking like a, similar arc, process, if they at least have something new and fresh with it, like, at least do that. And Cocaine Bear is just like a totally new, fresh thing entirely, and I definitely want Cocaine Bear.
Suck it, motherfucker!
So we don't really leave valuable resources on the table because some pesky primitives were on site. Oh, fuck you with the pesky primitive bullshit. Yeah, I'm a bleeding heart because I care about life and empathy and other animals and other people and other beings and shit, bro. What about the economy? Ignore Economos demands blood. Well, I'll give Economos blood, but not the blood it wants. Oh, speaking of which, like, funny enough, like, me, Rip City, Carl, and Rose were actually in here last night. Somehow delved into a topic on guns and shit, and oh my god, dude. Oh man,
How did you learn not to have conversations about guns?
It literally just naturally progressed into that conversation, okay? Like, I mean, it wasn't well, it kind of was, but not really inherently my fault. I mean, but it's just like, it was basically like a tool.
Especially with Stefan, because he's like super anti-gun.
I mean, to the point where he's tribalistic with it, because he literally thinks that, like, because, like, a part of the conversation was like, oh, queer people and these drag events and, and trans people should probably have, like, forms of self-defense and should have armed security. And it's like, oh, and he basically thinks, oh, that immediately leads to shootouts, and it's just going to be like some crazy Wild West thing and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no. There's been plenty of accounts at plenty of times where leftists and right-wingers armed have met face-to-face and really nothing happens besides some verbal altercations, and then people go about their fucking day and then piss off. So it's just like, obviously that's not true. Like, there's been plenty of times, even recently, where that's happened and nothing's come from it. No violence happens. But, it's just like, wherever there isn't anything going on, or if there isn't anybody, well, seems like they tend to get a lot more emboldened and use violence. Queer offenders should have their own armed security force to at least deal with chuds dumb enough to try something. Yeah. And it's just like, I mean, it's basically a facts don't care about your feelings thing, honestly. It's just like, and, honestly, I know Rip would kind of laugh at that a little bit, because, like, well, the facts about gun violence stuff, it's like, look who perpetrates it. The fucking far right and shit. And sorry, but, like, trying to, like, regulate and legislate, them away from guns and shit is not going to work. These motherfuckers, do a lot of criminal gun smuggling and all sorts of other shit. Like, they don't give a fuck. That's not how you solve that problem, unfortunately. Sorry to say. You might be able to mitigate some of it, but these motherfuckers don't give a fuck about the law. Like I said, when it comes to push to shove, they'll fucking start, scrapping off, the fucking serial numbers on their guns and shit. Because they're that gun-ho about making sure their government, don't got their fucking gun info and all this shit. Like, it's like, that's why, I have the whole premise of know your enemy and know yourself. Because it's like, and I know, my enemy and shit, and they're, and they're fucking, like, absolutely kind of bloody gun-ho psychopathic motherfuckers that want to see groups of people utterly eradicated. Like, I mean, you can't reason with that. You can't just, like, legislate or, like, just do some basic direct action with that. You need community defense against that shit. Sorry. That's just a reality. Facts don't care about the fifis. Because us queer folk and, drag queens and shit, cross-dressers and trans people, especially are the most heightened risk right now. And, it's just like, when the push comes to shove and when, it gets that serious and shit, yeah, there's a lot of people that tend to also acquire guns for self-defense and community defense. It's just like, I mean, would you tell that to the fucking, like, Jews that are in, like, a Warsaw ghetto or some shit, because, oh, you don't want, it's like, if you get guns, all you're gonna have is some dumb shootout where you're gonna die. It's like, come on, bro. It's like you're gonna say that to the fucking workers on strike, you know, when they're getting literally beaten and shot at by fucking scabs. It's like, fuck off. It's like, give me a break, man. Officer basic gun regulars keep legit crazy people who aren't coherent enough to use black market from. Yeah. Oh, 100%. I mean, it's not like I'm against gun regulation either, like, because I am. Like, I didn't even caveat that in the conversation earlier, but, like, I don't think any of them were listening to it. It's like, I think they just let that part go, whoop, because they were too busy focusing on my, like, hey, community defense and queer people and, you know, some leftists should probably, you know, be armed up and stuff and organize, you know, a little more and shit. And that is like, you know, that part's where everyone's just like, it's like hyper fixated on. It's like, come on. And also, it's like, I mean, it's kind of a little condescending, you know, to tell a queer community who's at the most fucking risk of getting, like, killed and shit to be like, hey, you know, like, yeah, I'm gonna gatekeep how you should or shouldn't defend yourself. It's like nah. It's like, no. It's like, no one gets to tell me how I do or don't defend myself. I mean, when it comes to these types of situations. It's like, no. I just play a game based on a Polish war, solid price, and really dark, depressed stuff. You can't win. Germans just use armor to defeat you, and you don't have a good counter besides grenades and rockets. Well, I guess, you know, well, that's kind of thing. I mean, it's like, you know, people could say it's like, oh, it's just not a winning fight. It's like, you know, it's like, do you think, you know, especially back in World War II, those, like, Polish partisans, like, do you think they thought they were winning a fight? Do you think their battle was a winning fight? Of course it wasn't. They did it anyway, though. Because, like, you know, in their mind, it's like, I'd rather, you know, not die in chains and, you know, fucking, like, in a camp and shit. I'd rather at least die fucking fighting. You know, die standing, basically. You know, because that's essentially, it's like how they felt. Because that's essentially, at least in that circumstance, in those times, was an ultimatum.
How do I not have a tape measure in my fucking toolbox?
Sounds like you need to go buy a couple tape measures.
Sounds like you need to shut the fuck up.
Sounds like you need to probably fucking make me.
I don't make trash, I take it out.
Wow. Wow.
It's time to take out the trash.
I see how I feel. I see how this is.
It didn't worth my time. You were, though. Come on, shop dog.
Saw an order at arms stopping the German soil Polish because they would have been their enemy next to survive. Yeah, there was also a lot of anti-communist rhetoric in Poland as well. Because before that, there was like the Polish-Soviet War and shit. So yeah, there wasn't exactly very friendly terms with that. Well, honestly, Stalin could have changed that though if he actually did go in there and help, you know, liberate them and treat them with open arms, because that actually would have, you know, probably have helped mend some of those relations a little bit. I guess it didn't really matter anyway because, you know, there's the Polish People's Republic, you know, and the Warsaw Pact. So I guess it didn't really matter that much. Well, I mean, I think, you know, especially when it comes to saving lives, you know, and minimalizing casualties on the Eastern Front, but... of course, you know, that's... war's hell. Man, he's gun-ho about finding a goddamn tape measure. That's a drill. Little.
Duh! No fucking shit, Sherlock.
Well, you're looking at it very curiously, like, oh, I wonder what this is. Where in the hell did that?
Duly noted these are fucking...
Alright, where did that... Not gonna go, what the hell?
Fuck?
Oh.
Okay.
Are you finding things?
I'm finding things that I don't know what they are. I know these are drill bits, but I don't know why they have... I guess that's a guide for the drill bit, I guess?
Like a little snake neck thing, you know, to kind of help.
Propane bottle that's probably empty.
Must you narrate every single little thing that is up there? Actually, I shouldn't say that because he's actually going to probably do that. All of it. Careful.
Eat a dick.
Only on Tuesdays.
Bitch. Please.
Company Heroes 2 has a mission where you lead Polish partisans to sabotage German train station, then get executed by Red Army handlers. Well, what the fuck? That's bullshit.
Wow, shit.
I mean, this is like... You do a good job, but it's like, alright, comrade. Go look at the pretty flowers over there. Blah. Just like, what the fuck? I can see you in the background. How you doing over there?
Eat a dick.
Only on the Lord's holy day on Sunday. Wow, no comment on that one?
No, I'm busy.
Well, fuck you too then, bitch. Oh, hi, little son.
Oh, that's my crotch. Oh, that's my dick.
Are you okay?
Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, God. I stretched my dick too. Oh, these pants weren't made to go that far. Well, I hit.
You're...
Bunga.
Should I have gotten alcohol for tonight?
Yes.
I probably should have, because I...
All I want is a tape measure.
But I mean, they only helped you to weaken the Germans. Wow. Man, you gotta love, you know, like, wartime shit where it's like, you know, no one won't notice these war crimes because, hey, we'll just say it's the other side.
Ah!
That's what it.
Found one.
Oh, you found a tape measure.
Found a fucking...
Watch it be, like, worn out, too, just as much.
Shut your fucking whore mouth.
Well, only one way to find out.
Shut your whore fucking mouth. You dirty little slut bag. Took me forever to find this.
Well, hey, make sure. Let's see.
Oh, it's like brand new.
Oh, well, hey, there you go.
It wasn't my one.
Oh my god.
Of course it's fucking buried.
Oh my fucking god. All that just for fucking goddamn tape measure, Jesus Christ. But didn't the Red Army also know that, like, a lot of partisans also tend to be, like, leftists and socialists and shit as well? I mean, it's like, that was, like, if anything, like, a lot of partisan groups and shit tend to be, like, you know, usually, I mean, at least in World War II, a lot of different partisan groups and shit tend to be, like, at least, you know, some part led by, like, different trade unionists and, you know, anarchists and shit like that. Obviously, not everybody a part of those groups was, but, you know, because it was a united front thing, you know, like, anybody, obviously, who wants to kill a Nazi, you know, join up type of thing, you know what I mean? So, obviously, like, anybody would join them and shit, but a lot of them tend to be, you know, at least in some part, led by, like, a lot of different leftists and shit at the time. So, it's like, I mean, kind of amusing that everyone's like, you're a liability because you're, like, a united popular front thing instead of, like, strictly communist partisans. Boo. It's like, okay. I mean, it's like like, if anything, it's like you made allies at that point, right? So it's like you can use that as an opportunity to, like, you know, organize and all that shit. There are royalist partisans and commie partisans, yeah. And the thing is, they also kind of worked together a little bit when it came to killing Nazis, you know, so that's kind of what I mean. I mean, they at least had, like, a little bit of an allyship, even if it was a temporary one. And if anything, it's probably royalists, and I suppose communists too, that kind of switched ideas a little bit because of that. Like royalists that eventually became a little bit more leftist, or communists that probably got royalist. Which that would be kind of ironic. It's like full on, like, yeah, I'm a, you know, like, communist, destroy, you know, like, yeah, like, as much hierarchy of state, and then it's like, nah, now we need to have, like, the maximization of hierarchy in state. Nah, we should have, like, a king and a royal society and all that, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not unheard of. Mussolini was like that, so, I mean, he was a socialist, and then basically became a founder of fascism, and wanted to basically become like a neo-Roman emperor. So I mean, I think Tito's flavor comment is better than most. Yeah. I mean, Tito obviously has some flaws and shit, but I think, he was able to, like, hold it up better than most. And actually was able to at least have... I mean, he basically also went against the Soviet Union to an extent as well. I mean, where it's basically like... I mean, where essentially it's just like, no, we're not going to really, like, get your aid and stuff, because Stalin, at least at the time, was a lot more adamant about kind of having a direct control, like with the rest of the Warsaw Pact at the time. So there was a split. So Yugoslavia essentially became its own, like, independent, communist state, for a while.
Bro, you and me are gonna have it out, bro. We're gonna have it out. We're gonna have it out. We're gonna have it out, fucking. Shop inspector.
Yugoslavia had higher GDP than any of the Warsaw Pact, besides Russia itself.
You and me, shop inspector, we're gonna get in a fist fight.
What did he do?
See my cake?
Oh.
Really good cake, actually.
It is.
Best cake I've had in a while.
You're welcome.
Boogity!
Are you off?
No.
He's not off. He's just, like, here for a second. What the hell? He looks like he needs to be in, like, the Siberian forest or some shit with his thick-ass hat. I mean, I could, too, a little bit myself with this hat. It's too bad it fell apart after he died. Well, it's because there was a power vacuum. And I don't know if Tito and, like, his administration at the time had, like, contingency plans, but evidently if they did, they didn't work. So, it's like they're... I mean, if anything, like, I don't know too much about the history of that, especially, like, kind of specific part of the, the Yugoslavia and stuff, but, the Yugoslavia, but, I know at least, a lot of it was just obviously a power vacuum grew from that. And thus different, groups and, organizations and, political, parties and shit kind of rose up and tried to use that as an opportunity to, try and maximize power and kind of gain control. And that kind of ended up to, well, eventually the Balkanization. And obviously there's a lot of fucking details to it. Like I said, I don't know too much about it, but... I know it led to a couple of wars and genocides and stuff that were really bad.
Genocide!
Yeah. Not good stuff. Bad stuff.
Sometimes genocide is good.
What?
Huh? What?
That's what I thought.
You wanna know what I just said, bitch? I said genocide sometimes good.
No, it's not.
Especially when you got Nazi prickheads.
Well, I'll plead the fifth on that one.
Honestly, America's a bunch of pussy-ass motherfuckers and liars because they didn't kill all the fucking Nazis.
Of course not. They brought some of them back home to work for the Gov.
Yeah, what you think is bullshit.
And also, there was already a bunch of Nazis that were harbored in America because there was pictures, the Madison Square Garden in the 30s of a bunch of Americana Nazi ideology and shit. I was putting that right there, so...
Yes! I will never question again where the fucking tape measure is.
Oh, fair enough.
So we'll always be on the hook.
That was not exactly a great idea,
Jerky!
You're a fucking...
I mean, I wasn't I was about ready to smoke a bowl, and you just chucked jerky at me and shit, like...
You'd be lucky he chucked jerky at you.
I mean, I'm happy for the jerky he chucked at me, but, like, I mean...
I would love for somebody to throw jerky at me.
I won't be home tonight. I'll be home tomorrow night.
Okay. You would expect to fall apart like Clue saw bad, but I guess since it's not 20 plus closures mixed together, that makes it easier to hold it. Yeah, I mean, it's just basically, predominantly, one people outside of maybe like one or two minority groups that might live there. Which I'm sure there are, you know, but yeah, like, I mean, also smaller population. It's just, I mean, there's a lot of different factors that play a major role to it.
Honestly, I can't say my full opinion on what should happen to those punks.
Oh, don't worry, I can't either.
Even the guillotine's too good for those fucking assholes. I believe they... Firing squad. Actually, no, even the firing squad's too good. We need something slow and painful. Oh!
Hung, drawn, quartered?
No, the iron pot.
You mean like the Iron Bowl?
Yeah, the iron pot. I knew it was something iron.
I mean, you could also have an Iron Maiden. You know what the actual Iron Maiden is, right?
I think so?
It's basically an iron coffin, so to speak, but there's literal, like, spikes all around it. And...
Oh, yeah. I've seen photos of those. God damn, that'd be a bad way to die.
And the crazy thing is, they're mostly used as torture devices, not execution devices. Because those spikes would actually be designed to hit, like, close, but not at vital areas. And if it did hit in your vital areas, it wouldn't go in too deep, so...
See, I still don't get how people... There's, like, a famous, like,
honestly, medieval shit was crazy.
So, no, there was a biker back in, like, the early... like, back the early 2000s. And I don't know how the fuck he did this. He got bare-chested, laid on a bed of nails, and had his wife and his dog stand on top of him.
Well, actually, there is technically a way, if you have, like, a bunch of them like that, like, all basically lined up really closely in a row like that, and were to at least, like, lay and evenly distribute all your weight out, and have people, you know, like that step on you, it would be more evenly distributed, so it wouldn't be so much pressure to actually, like, you know, go through you. If it was, like, 1, or, like, 5 or 6, it would, but because there's, like, hundreds of them, you know, all, like, kind of evenly displayed as, like, tiny little, like, points, instead of, like, a few, like, you know, pokes and shit. Like, I mean, it acts more kind of like a weird, like, grate, more so than, like, you know, nails.
I always thought that was cool. I'm like, god damn it,
there's a science to it. I mean, it's kind of hard to explain, but there's a reason for it.
I'm like...
It's mostly a weight distribution thing, basically.
All I know... has more balls than I, because I would.
I mean, I want to do it myself. I mean, I want to, you know, because there's always, you know, with enough pressure, yeah, they will go free with enough force and weight, but, I mean, it's like, I mean, it will take a lot more force and weight to do it, though.
You ain't catching me on the bed of nails, that's for goddamn sure. Torture rack? Maybe. Because that seems like fun.
What, the stretch thing?
Yeah.
I mean, in a weird way, initially it probably would feel good, like, for the first little bit, but then you start getting stretched more, and then more, and then more, and then more, to the point it's, like, excruciating pain shit.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Okay, I forget who I'm talking to, never mind.
I'm sadistically fucked in the head, so nothing really turns me off. Actually, that's a lie. Needles,
yeah, that's a fucking lie, alright?
Needles and electrocution turn me off.
Do you like horror movies? I want to watch Smile, which is a movie about this doctor who witnesses suicide and being stalked by a demon that forces in front of someone, then forces them to do the same thing in an endless cycle.
Oh, fucking no.
I think I've heard of that movie before. I haven't seen it, but I think I've heard of that movie. But damn, brutal. I mean, like, is there a way to, like, does the movie, you know, like, end up somehow breaking that cycle, or is it just, you know, the endless suffering of trying to, like, deal with that cycle?
Break.
Ah! Okay, there we go. Ugh. really want to start on in front of someone else, the demon will go after the witness and leave you alone. So there's, I guess, so you have to just like just whack somebody. Wow. I mean, like, I guess that's a way to break the cycle, but I mean, then you have the conscience, but you have to be brutal. Oh, so you can't just shoot somebody. You have to, like, stab them, like, 23 times in the face, like Varg for Kurnus or something. Just, like, go Varg for Kurnus status and just be like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way to, like, 20-something. I think specifically he stabbed that guy, Euronymous, like 23 times in the face, specifically. And also, he's a crazy white nationalist, so that's always awesome. By the way, no, it's not awesome. I mean, a little bit. I like some bursts of dope. It's a trauma demon. It feeds on mental health, physical pain. Sounds like a really great demon. Sounds like a cool guy. Sounds awesome. Sounds like a good friend to have around, you know?
Why are all the good handlebars?
Come here. Oh, hello. Got some meats. Hey. Paw. Good boy. There you go. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, start to sweet bye-bye. Oh, you just been a good boy. Oh, yes, look at you. You're just a good boy. We only watched The Legend of the White Dragon, last movie made by Jason David Frank, the Green Ranger from the Power Rangers movie, he died a couple weeks ago. Yeah, honestly, like, I want to see if he's done other work besides, like, the Power Ranger stuff and shit. Kind of see some of his work. It's supposed to come out next year. Cool. Well, I'll keep an eye out for that myself and check that out, too. What's up, man? What's up, man? What's up, man? Rise. Who's a champion game? Who can save a life? Who's to blame? Who's to blame, Zukoff? Huh, Goofy? What's wrong? Why must you? Why? What's up with you? Why must you? Why must you say it?
You can just take part of the fucking... That's what I'll do next time I go get a fucking pair of handlebars. I'll take the fucking piece off that fucking goes on the top to make sure they fucking fit.
Yeah.
Shut up, Sneaky. I need $50 more, god damn it. For my stupid fuck up, I wasted $60.
Oh, you could sell it. Sell the handlebars, at least get some back. Hey, baby, sit. Paw.
You know what I hate?
Up. Bubbles, yeah. No, little nose boop. Aw, little nose boop. Hey. I made Skynet, Stellaris, and cleaned the galaxy of biological life. You are a... Wow. You're just a I made a stupid script and I paid $65 for a subpar game to Callisto Protocol. That's why I don't buy games when they first come out. Quit doing that, bro. Like, buy games, like, later, so when they're on sale, they're way more cheaper, and they get updated a little bit.
Bro, yeah, you basically get fucking ripped off if you buy a fucking
I mean,
game
honestly,
right
you know, like, how game developers are these days? They basically release the beta version of the game and basically let actual players, you know, test it out, and then they work out the, you know, shit, and then by...
I actually used to know a legit fucking, a guy I used to work with. He quit his job at fucking, the warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
I went back to,
Game developing?
Yeah, game developing. They wanted him, like, they were like, hey, we'll pay you such and such amount to come back to the company.
Wow.
And he was like, fuck yeah.
Cool.
It's like, hard work or get to play video games all day. He's like, fuck that. I'll fucking play video games all day.
Yeah, be like a video game tester and shit to fuck out.
He could never tell me what he worked on.
Well, I mean, from my understanding, I think you're technically not supposed to because they're not released yet. I mean, so it's just like...
Oh, yeah, he worked on games that have already been released, but he couldn't say anything.
Yeah, that's kind of a hard contract where you can't really talk about specifics, which I think is a little dumb, but... It's worth it, though. That is a game that gives me hope. Early release, and the game is good in open beta. Terra Vetka. I mean, still, I mean, I'm just one of those dudes that, you know, I've been burned too many times buying games right off the bat, or being in early access and being... and, you know, basically being kind of like scams, essentially. So, it's like, I wait a while. Hi. Hi. Woo. Good boy. Good catch.
Oh shit, I need to go. Go catch that bush.
Good boy. Look at me, Ignore. I have a job and make money. Fuck you, dude. I barely, like, I'm going paycheck to paycheck, bro. Alright? Like, oh, I don't make money. Yeah, I have a job that, like, you know, fucking, like, exploit the shit and, you know, like, has to deal with, like, bills and, like, all this. Dude, there's all sorts of shit where I don't exactly get that much fucking money at the end of the day.
Fuck you looking your chops for,
No,
bitch.
I spiritually get money weekly. Okay, and that's not exactly much of a privilege, you know, of like having a job, honestly.
What?
Like having a job, make money, you know, like weekly on and shit. It's like it's not exactly as much of a privilege as you think.
I've gotten used to bi-weekly, but I kind of miss getting paid every week.
I mean, that part obviously is nice, but I'm talking about, like, the job part specifically. Where it's like it actually doesn't, you know, like, akin to the actual value of what, you know, you're worth and shit, and actually, you know, give you more of, like, you know, leg up instead of just basically keeping you in the bare minimal. And essentially just basically make it just enough to make by. Monthly baby blows. I mean, it's like if I were to make money monthly, I'd get a shitload, you know, like every month, and I can make it work just the same as I do now. I would just split my money up, you know, for each week, basically. And honestly, it would have a lot more saved up. So, I mean, you know, if anything, it would probably be better for me in a lot of different ways. But, you know, it would just kind of have to depend on, like, how much those checks every month would be. I mean, I guess I could do it. I could just wait until get my paychecks, I guess in this case, to get all 4 of them, you know, by the end of the month. I could do it that way.
Oh, fuck no.
Try this out and get back to me. What is this, like, little, like, hostility here? Like, what's it, like... What's up with this? What's with this hostility thing? Like, I'm just saying, just like wait later and shit. Like, I mean, cause you know, it's like that's all I'm saying. It's just like just wait. That's it. But it's like, oh no, ignore. Look at you making wait. It's like, where the fuck did this come from? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, this kind of came out of nowhere, bud. Like, what the hell?
Then again, I want to fucking talk. I blow my money as fast as I fucking get it.
Monthly paid people stand up. Oh my lord, you like.
Monthly paid people can go kiss my ass.
Oh, no, well, not him though. Like, I mean, like he barely like he's got the SSDI monthly. Like, I mean, that's not like, you know, an actual salary job thing that he's talking about.
Yes, when he was like, one of my exes was like, you know, you could quit your job and go to get SSI. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that.
I mean, in Oregon, it'd probably be a little better because you can still technically do part-time. I think you can still have SSDI if you at least work under 20 hours, from what I understand. Because I know a couple people at work that also have some SSDI, but they work a certain amount of hours and still have it.
It's more of a fucking pain in the ass than it's fucking worth, honestly.
I don't know. I mean, I think it should be more streamlined and less a pain in the ass, I agree, but I mean, I honestly don't know how much of a pain in the ass it is.
I had to pay, I was working and getting SSI, but I wasn't getting the SSI. My parents were.
Well,
I had to pay back all that fucking money.
Okay, see, that's some bullshit. That doesn't sound like, you know, a problem necessarily with, you know, like you or anything. That sounded like, you know, you kind of got a little fucked on that one by, you know, by your parents on that one a little bit. I make more money on SSDI than I could on minimum wage. Well, yeah, I mean, in Alabama, yeah. Like, I mean, like I said, I'm not, like, you know, besmirching it or anything. You know, honestly, would wish that you made more, and that minimum wage was also worth more. You know, like...
What is the minimum wage in Alabama?
$7.20. It's literally the federal minimum wage, which is like $7.25 or some shit.
Oh, there's one worse than that. There's like...
No, it's about that.
No, I said there's worse out there than that.
I mean, the federal minimum wage is $7.25. Like, it couldn't go lower than that.
Yeah, I've looked it up before. I think there's states that have like really ass low minimum wage. I don't remember. Wait a minute, I've looked this up before.
It's $7.25. Waitress minimum wage is $2.13 because they can get away with that by saying, "Oh, you also get compensated with the rest of that in tips." Which that should be illegal. Like, honestly, it's like you should still be paid the exact minimum wage and what you make in tips.
Okay. So, there's two states that are lower than that. What you said. Georgia and Wyoming, the minimum wage is $5.15.
What's the federal minimum? Because $5.15... That just sounds like it shouldn't be right. I mean, I guess in a way, it might make sense because Wyoming is very sparsely populated and doesn't really have a lot of shit out there, so...
Well, it just says, federal minimum wage of $7.25.
So how, like, so...
But in those two states, it's $5.15 somehow.
Well, the federal law will override the state law, so those states would still have it as $7.25. Unless there's, like, unless, like, the federal, you know, wage would, or the federal minimum would just be for, like, federal public sector jobs. And then the state is basically for everything else. Like, that won't even make fucking sense, but...
Oh, damn. Fucking... Dude, we need to move to D.C. Fuck yeah.
What?
What state has the highest and lowest minimum wage? D.C. is at $16.10.
You wanna know why?
Because it's fucking populated a lot.
And it's the capital, and it's a very high, like, rent and housing income type of thing. Like, you'd have to make a lot of money to live there. It's not exactly.
Oh shit! So it goes.
It's not exactly a working class town, so to speak.
16.10 per hour, and then regular, just Washington at 4.90, 14.9. Damn, I almost make that. I'm fucking close right there. 14.49. I don't know why I couldn't fucking say that. Damn, Massachusetts is in like third for 14.25 an hour. How are we not on there?
No, like Oregon's is about.
I think, isn't Oregon like 14?
Something like that. It's about like the 14. Well, I think in rural like counties and areas, I think it's a little lower at like 13 something, like 12.75, I think, and then like in suburban areas.
What's the minimum wage in Oregon?
It's. What's the show?
The fuck is confused?
Oh god. He's getting confused.
Alright, I'm gonna let you look at this one, because I don't understand that. So I'm pretty sure it's higher than that.
Oh, well, it's, oh, that's like the minimum wage schedule of, like, every year. So, the current year is 2022, so...
Oh,
for standard, it is, $13.50. Portland Metro is $14.75. Non-urban counties are $12.50. Which is $1 less than the standard.
Oh shit! So we're both making above.
Yeah, and also in July 2023, it says adjusted annually based on the increase, if any, to the U.S. City Average Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers. And then it's a $1.25 or standard minimum for Portland Metro, and then non-urban counties is a $1 less minimum, basically. So, yeah.
Duly noted. Stay the fuck out of Georgia and Wyoming.
Nope.
Noted.
Yeah.
I wonder if their cost of living is cheaper because their minimum wage is fucking lower.
Well, for Wyoming, yes, because it's very sparsely populated, a lot of land, and pretty cheap. So yeah. Like, if you were to live in, like, the capital in Wyoming, or, like, one of the more bigger towns, I mean, it might be a little bit more higher, but all in all, like, I mean, it's about pretty decent cost of living and pretty cheap just because there's, like, barely anyone that fucking lives out there. I mean, like, you could probably, you know, actually have a pretty decent, like, little spot, like, on a small town near Yellowstone and get a job, you know, as a park ranger for Yellowstone and shit. And honestly, with that, you'd be making, federal public service money and shit, and you'd be making a lot of fucking bank and living pretty cheap.
Okay. What is the minimum wage in Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Wisconsin?
Oh! Oh!
$7.25?
Oh!
I heard that. It's federal minimum wage. Check out that link. It's the marijuana medical weed page. I think we went on this on stream once before. I think you showed me this once.
Oh god, that's ass. That is fucking garbage. Damn, why is it all the states I like have shit minimum wage?
Because the power wheel and the influence of, like, you know, the average, like, outcome of the economy is, like, heavily handed to the capital owners, and they want to exploit, you know, us for as, you know, much profit as possible and as little pay for us, and yeah.
Now that their minimum wage is shit, I will not move to Wisconsin. Fuck that. I was thinking about it for a while. They have a statue of Fonzie. That's why I want to move.
You want to move in there just for a statue of Fonzie?
Yes.
Wisconsin's more cows than people.
Hell yeah. Fuck people.
I mean...
People are crap.
I mean, you could play music and, you know, and soothe cows. Like, cows like listening to music.
I broke my toolbox.
Oh no. I mean, honestly, like, straight up, there's, like, different videos on YouTube where, you know, people are playing different instruments.
Harley wants to take his pickup down there late at night. Tarp. Stolen statue? I don't know what you're talking about, officer. I had this custom made.
Yeah, like a cop's gonna believe you.
I have no clue.
You need to dress up like a nice, fine-looking businessman-looking son of a bitch for that to work. And you best be getting like a Ford F-250 that you also like took from like a car lot or something. It's like, yeah, I just bought this, and I also went to go pick up my custom-made, you know, Fonzie statue. What the fuck you want, officer?
Sir, we have some reports of a stolen statue. I have no clue how.
It's like, I don't know about that. I just picked up my statue from the local fucking, you know, workshop. I don't know what you're talking about.
How much does a custom Fonzie statue would cost?
A lot. Probably. I'll tell you what you wanted to see. We've seen it before. Like, yeah, I know. Like, I'm aware about Alabama's medical law because we went over that before once.
Oh,
about like,
medical law.
Yeah, like, yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't have any smokables, no edibles. It's basically just like oil tinctures and.
I hear your Alabama weed sucks ass.
Yeah, I mean, well, if they have it like grown by a dealer, but but his local dude kind of got busted, so now it's like a power vacuum of who's gonna set up shop and make weed and sell it to people.
I know a dude who works at a gas station. He's from Alabama, and I gave him one of my joints one day, and he came back the next day, and he's like, "Bro, that's the best fucking weed I've ever had in my whole entire life." It's like, where did you get that shit at?
It's called dispensary.
Yeah, that's why I told him. I was like, I got it from Nectar down the street. And he's like, in the most innocent way, he's like, you can just walk in a store and buy weed. And I was like, yeah.
He doesn't know that? He hasn't, like, looked around and seen the dispensaries?
Well, he's been in, like, a drug treatment program, so. Can't just fucking have weed.
So this is like a new thing to him.
Yeah. Oh, it's a new thing. It's fucking brilliant, bro. I was like. His dad, quote unquote's like, yeah, there ain't no weed out there that can fuck me up. And I was like, bro, what you need to do is send your dad home some fucking dabs. Cause dabs, I don't give a fuck who you are, how long you've been smoking. Fucking dabs will fuck you up.
Especially like that 90% shit, if you get like a good fat dab of that and just. Dude, yeah.
I guarantee you his pops gonna be like, oh, this ain't shit, take a fat rip and be like, oh.
And then he's gonna cough for like 40 minutes and then just sit there and just be like.
Bro, I don't see how Logan can just like, dabbing it up, baby, dabbing it up.
Well, he's used to it. Like how I'm used to flour, he's used to dabs.
I fucking die. I just die. I can't do dabs.
Me neither.
I can't do bombs either. I'm a pipe guy. I'm a joint and pipe guy.
Dabs ain't shit around here. Because they're probably, not, really on the good end. I know at least,
yeah, that's probably because fucking you ain't got no good-ass dabs. Yeah. Alabama dabs are probably, like, blowing crap.
Probably made in someone's oven or some shit.
Look at us talking shit about Alabama.
Van don't give a fuck. He wants to get the hell out of there.
Cousin fucking motherfuckers.
Or sheep fucking. Well, that's more Arkansas, but honestly, that's like a third of the South anyway. So you can like put any state there and it would work. Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi.
My coworker wants me to go to Alabama. I'm like, fuck no. I wouldn't last 2 seconds.
I mean, straight up the only place I would go in Alabama would probably be Birmingham.
Not even there. I wouldn't last 2 fucking minutes in Alabama.
In Birmingham, you'd be okay.
Just roll up with my long hair. All my Actually, no. If I was
homemade edibles, bro. Well, homemade edibles are honestly, in a lot of ways, tend to be better.
Fuck.
Not even to
It
get
all
me.
depends on who fucking makes the edibles.
True.
Because
I'm sure his edibles are pretty dope, though.
fucking Logan's
Not even to get me.
edibles,
Well, just meet me in Birmingham. Just meet me there. Meet me there, and I'll just make you a stowaway. Stuff you in a suitcase and just have you as a carry-on.
Oh god, my fucking brother used to do that when we were kids. He used to shove me in a suitcase.
Actually, that's a really bad idea because you can actually suffocate and die in that if you are in there long enough. So it's actually a bad idea. I can show you around Alabama.
My brother actually
You can show me the good spots of Alabama.
He actually got like actual locks and locked me in. And I was in there for 3.5 hours until my fucking parents came home and they're like, "Where's your little brother at?" He's like, "In the suitcase."
Bruh. I mean, like, dude, I recently saw a story about, like, it was on, like, the Public Freakout, and I saw it on DFF too, where there's, like, this psycho bitch lady who literally, like, locked her ex-boyfriend in a suitcase and just left him there all day, and he straight up, like, just died in there. Like, seriously. It's just
Damn.
like... Yeah, I mean, low-key, though, it's just like, I wouldn't fuck with, you know, being locked in a suitcase, like, actually.
He's like, "Nope, I'm good, bitches."
I take you and roommate to Fantasia and get you both woman and men, aka a happy ending. This is Harley, he's not my roommate. Roommate left, he's gonna be back tomorrow.
Oh god, no. No, Fantasia, that was a fucking...
No, not the movie.
I know what he's talking about, but no to the movie too, because that movie fucking sucked.
No, well, what were you talking about initially?
He's talking about getting us fucked up, like Fantasia, and I'm like, no, I'm
No,
good.
he's saying, like, go to, you know, a club called Fantasia.
Oh!
Oh my god.
I fucking knew.
Well, if you didn't jump to...
I hear the word Fantasia, I think about the gay, faggy-ass Disney movie.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with it?
That movie's fucking garbage.
Okay, what makes it all gay figures or whatever the fuck?
And maybe not gay, but you have to like that movie, you have to see it stoned as... I feel like that movie would be better on fucking acid or fucking, like, shrooms.
Okay.
Like an ultimate trip out, because then you're just like, whoa.
Totally noted.
Alice in Wonderland, I'd never seen it, watched it, I was highly disappointed.
Fantasia has a strip club here. Yeah.
Why am I not surprised?
But honestly, I'm not even really much into strip clubs anyway, because also Portland is literally like...
Oh, we're
full of
like
them.
strip club capital.
I mean, I think we actually are. Like, at least in America.
We almost have a strip club on every block.
Not quite, but pretty much.
I said almost. There's like, I know there's one over by my house. There's not one in this area. What is there?
Not really, no.
I don't think there's someone out on fucking...
With an underground brothel. Nice.
Damn, I'll have to think about this now. I'll have to think where all the strip clubs are. I know there's a fuck ton in downtown.
There's one right across the street from Church of Scientology.
Very fitting.
Yes, very fitting.
No. What you need to do is you need
The cops don't. The cops know about the brothel, but they don't give a fuck because they use the services too. So it's like tacit legal prostitution and shit. You know what? I mean, I'm okay with sex work and, you know, brothels anyway. So it sounds like maybe a city council can propose something
Before I
endorsed by
take
the
off.
cops.
You'll never guess who got back together. Music-wise.
Music-wise.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pantera got back together. They're
Huh.
actually on tour right now. I found out about it through Facebook. They're like, Pantera touring once again. And I'm just like, bitch! I want to see Pantera so bad. And Logan's like, Pantera's a shit band. I'm like, you watch your whore mouth. Pantera's up there.
Dude, I love how he always like if something that he doesn't like, he always has to be like, man, they fucking suck, bro. Like when you're just like, ooh, I want to see this or I want to do that, and it's like, man, that fucking sucks, bro. And it's like, dude, fuck off.
Bro, Pantera's like a really good, I don't know what he's talking about. Pantera's a solid ass band.
Pantera, Lamtera.
I will cut you.
I'm neutral. I like some of their. I mean, it's for them. It's more like, you know, I like their singles and stuff. You know, I'm not like a big fan of it, but
I'm not a big fan either. But I really, really love their fucking singles. They have some really good fucking singles.
Oh yeah, Cowboys from Hell. I mean, that's the big one everyone knows.
Dude, Cowboys from Hell's a great. And then their Walk.
Yeah, there's that one too.
Oh, what else? I'm forgetting a lot of them.
Didn't their early days they used to do like glam stuff a little bit?
I think Pantera is glam metal.
No, they did that in like the early days. They're not really glam anymore. They
not anymore, but like in their early days.
Yeah. In early days, yeah. I like song 10's from DBZ Broly movie.
Oh,
Is that from Pantera or is that just like a thing?
Alright, I gotta get the fuck out of here before I miss the bus.
Boo! How dare you? Shame on you, sir.
Huh?
Shame on you, sir.
Fuck you, I got shit I gotta do tomorrow. I have missed my bedtime.
No, you haven't. There's no such thing as bedtime.
I know there isn't, but I really don't want to get my left nut chopped off tomorrow.
That's a Pantera song. Your nuts shot? What? What are you doing that might have that happen?
I told her I would be up and ready to go by the time they pick me up tomorrow, and I wouldn't stay out super fucking late. And I told her that if I'm not awake, she can kick me in the nuts. And I really don't want to get kicked in the fucking nuts.
Well, that's on you there, unfortunately, sir.
I know.
GG. Good job. Yeah. Poor Harley.
Poor Harley doesn't even want to. Technically, I don't even want to go because I'm so.
What are you going to, not to keep it too longer, but what are you going to do?
We're going to basically go to that underground market.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I kind of want to go. Now that you kind of told me about it a little bit, I kind of want to do that too at some point. I mean, can't, but, you know.
It's like, it's cool. I'm only going because she's like, please come.
Yeah, oh
she's like, please come and be like.
Moral support.
She's like, no, she's basically, she doesn't have to hang out with her mom, her boyfriend, and her fucking brother. She's
so
like,
just kind of be a way to be like kind of an out, you know, to get away from them more.
Pretty much.
I mean, at that point, I mean, it's just like, you know, like, hey, I'm just gonna check out stuff on my own, you know, just wander off. I mean, what, she can't just do that? Well, too late now. I mean, you're already sunk cost fallacious into it, but, like, I mean, you can have one.
There's 3 here.
Yeah, I was gonna give one to Zukov and one for me, since you're taking one. Take it.
I want to see if you guilt me for putting it back. After I sniffed the fuck out of it.
Where's that little terrorist?
I have a dog named Harley. I think if you went up hit her. Aww.
How dare you?
Why?
They look I'm not gonna lie, both those motorcycles look really comfy in the shed.
Yeah, they probably are. Oh, that little dog is sleeping in there. So cute. Look at a little ball. Oh, why did you disturb that poor baby? Oh, that poor baby. Oh.
It smells really bad down here. How are you sleeping down here?
Because he's a dog. You don't give a fuck.
Stink from here back.
Oh, that poor baby. He was sleeping in the cutest little ball, and you just, like, roughed him up.
I think I broke my phone.
Uh-oh.
Even worse tonight.
What happened?
Nope, it's alright.
Okay.
Have you seen my phone screen lately?
What? Well, yeah, I was holding on to it earlier. I know. I've been dropping my phone at, like, lately too, and I'm just like, oh god.
He's mad at me now. Look at him.
I know, look at him. He's like, what the fuck?
I'm going home, bro.
My stepdad said, thinks that trans people are freaks. He also said if you dress and act like a man, you can take a man's beating. So can he, right? Well, man, dude, like...
Alright, later.
Alright, see you around, man. It's like, man, that's why, you know, it's just like, I don't necessarily take any fucking, you know, like, quarrel with, you know, trying to be civil about the, you know, fucks like that anymore. Because, like, you know, beating can come back likewise, too, because there is, you know, the whole quote of queers bash back. It's like, yeah, we've been taking bashings before, you know, in history and shit, and obviously contemporarily, but hey, that doesn't mean we can't bash back. And we do. Or face homelessness. Well, obviously, given circumstances, that's within reason. You know, like, don't obviously put yourself in harm's way and shit like that, you know what I mean? Like, you know, number one priority is stay safe, you know? I'm kind of comfortable where I'm at, to be honest. Well, yeah, which is, you know, like, means you're in a safe situation. Don't, you know, obviously that means you kind of have to be exposed to toxic bullshit, but, I mean, if anything, it kind of at least, it's actually kind of a good metric of the zeitgeist about how the right wing feels anyway. So, if anything, you let it be kind of a good metric about how, you know, right wingers, you know, feel about issues. Because he's pretty much on par with a lot of the loudest fucking minorities, you know, when it comes to the right wing right now. So. Poor dog. How fast as he gets, I don't think he would hurt me. Well, obviously, I don't think he would actually, like, you know, go beyond, you know, outside of, like, you know, I don't know, like at least not physically. Yeah, outside of, like, verbal bullshit, you know, I don't think he... Yeah, I don't know if he would necessarily go there. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those situations, you know, where I'd say expect the worst, but hope for the best. But as long as he is giving you, like, you know, some personal defense training and stuff, so obviously, you know, I don't think he's willing to hurt you, because if he's giving you tips and tricks of the trade, then, you know, he's kind of, like, if he were to try to, you know, do something to you at that point, then he knows he would be dealing with something that's a little more of a challenge, because now you know shit. You know, so it's like, yeah, I don't think he would go outright. I don't know, I guess maybe a little bit, but I don't know, I guess just that depends on if you get in a very serious argument with them about something. But either way, I mean, like, all things considered, like, he's more, you know, like kind of like a defanged, you know, like, pit bull in a way. At this point, it's just kind of all bark and no real bite. Like, I might still be able to kind of have a bite to him, but, I mean, there's no real, like, hardcore bite. So I got mad at him for yelling at me because I handed him the wrong tool, Lamau. Well, yeah, because getting yelled at over that is dumb. Like, I mean, and that is ridiculous, and, yeah. And she, you know, was right to stand up for you a little bit on that. Because, like, I mean, it's like, hey, that wasn't what I was meaning. It looks, you know, like this, you know. He just whimpered and muttered an apology, and it was hilarious. Well, yeah, because he knew he was in the wrong, because I was stupid. It's just like, there's no reason to get mad over the wrong tool. It's like, no, that's the wrong one. Hey, it looks like that, and or it looks, you know, different than this. And it's like you pick up another one, it's like, you know, and if it's the right one, it's like, yeah, that's what it looks like, you know, for future reference, that's whatever tool, and, you know, and he grabs that, and there you go, you know, just go about your biz. But no, it's like, you got the wrong fucking tool, you damn you son of a bitch. It's like, fuck you, bro. It's like, I mean, tell me what it looks like, you know, specifically and shit, you know, it's like, if I got it wrong, I mean, it ain't that big deal to just, like, teach me one thing really quick. I mean, shit. Could have used that as a way to have a teaching moment, but nah, he has to just be like, you know, it's like, come on. It's like, what the hell, bro? He definitely got, like, he seems like your stepdad definitely seems like he has, like, temperament issues. Let's have a chat with a comrade. Which comrade? Comrade Zuko? Comrade Husky? Comrade Venom? There are many around. He just has severe temper issues. Sounds like he needs to work those out. Comrade Audio. Well, hell. Relationship. Sukuf. Boo boo. What a comrade boy. I like how, like, my little chat box thing delays so badly. It bloop, bloop, you know, pops up out of nowhere. So, like, after a long while. So it didn't faze me, really. Well, I mean, sure, I mean, I probably get used to it, you know, after a certain point, but, you know, like, what, like, because I know you've been getting into cooking a little bit and stuff, and all this other shit, so kind of use that as a way to kind of start building some more confidence, you know, with your shit. I'm used to being told I'm useless. You're goddamn... Sukov, what are you doing? Jeez, Zooks. I'm just looking around to see if anything, okay. Anyway. But, like, I mean, anyway, like I was saying, it's like, you sure, I mean, like, you're sure shit ain't, like, useless, okay? I mean, it's like, that just, I'm goddamn what? Not useless. You have your uses and values and shit. Honestly, like, a lot of people do. I mean, like, honestly, it's just like, I got interrupted because of a random thing in the Zukov, like, I had to, like, be like, well, hold up, you know. Because Zukov's being a butt. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, you know, honestly, like, a lot of, you know, people's usefulness, you know, like, can, you know, sometimes doesn't, you know, necessarily get, you know, totally outright, you know, having, like, his ripe opportunity, mainly just because of given a lot of the, you know, conditions or, you know, lack of opportunity that might be in, you know, somebody's, you know, area. So, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean someone's just useless because they don't really have any opportunities or any real mean of, like, being productive in society. You know, at least in the traditional sense of, like, oh, you have to go out and get a job and pay rent and this and that, you know, all sort of shit. Because, like, people's value and people's usefulness goes beyond that, honestly. it's kind of just like an outmoded idea anyway, because at this point most people can't even fucking survive on that type of idea in the first place unless they're making a pretty decent fat salary or some shit, which is not a lot of people these days. And even then, at that point, some people, at least on the lower end of that, you know, are still kind of struggling a little bit. Maybe not as much as other people, but even then they still have like a little bit. So it's like even, you know, some people on like kind of the lower end of, you know, the middle class, you know, and shit are kind of, you know, feeling the, you know, kind of the brunt of it a little bit. Like I said, not as much as like the lower class and, you know, the broader working class in general and shit, but nonetheless, I mean, it's, you know, it's, you know, kind of gone bad, you know, to the point where even they're feeling it. It's bad I'm alright playing shit when I get my mom's pension for multiple amounts of medical conditions. No, it's not bad. Like, honestly, like, I mean, there's, like, I think having at least different, like, contingency plans and, like, you know, backup, you know, plans when it comes to, like, having, you know, opportunities and doors that you know are available, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, you know, it's just kind of one of those circumstances, you know, hey, it's like where you kind of have to, like, you know, do what you gotta do, but nonetheless, it's not a bad thing. Next plane out here after I get my affairs in orders, yeah, do it, yeah, most certainly. You know, I guess, you know, I suppose all in all, like, the best thing for you would probably just to kind of, like, lay low, you know, so to speak, until, you know, that door and that opportunity, you know, opens up. Because you know that door is there, but, and you could open it, you know, but it's kind of better to hold it out a little bit where it's less risky. So, you know, I think all in all, as long as you, I think, also take advantage of, you know, things like your stepdad teaching you about, like, self-defense and things like that, you know, and, you know, in different ways, like with cooking, yeah, I know that's one thing you'll be getting into, and other shit, you know, using these different little things to kind of help build a little bit of a confidence. And especially once you get in affairs and orders and get the fuck out of there and shit, like, I mean, that sense of, like, you know, and fucking, like, I did that, like, I mean, that's gonna be, like, a fucking ego boost, you know, honestly. I mean, it's gonna be kind of scary a little bit, you know, obviously, because, you know, I mean, it's a totally new change and shit, but nonetheless, like, you know, and it'd be you doing it, though, and it's like, boom, I fucking did that. I love cooking, I've discovered, at least with the skillet. Well, I mean, you're doing it nonetheless, and you're pushing yourself on it, you know, which, you know, in a way, it's kind of some exposure therapy to kind of help you get used to it. But once you actually start getting good at some of the dishes that you're making, you know, then you'll kind of start feeling like, oh shit, I kind of got this. And then at a certain point, you kind of get into a vibe, and then, you know, that's when you know, start kind of gaining some confidence when it comes to, like, you know, cooking and shit. Because at this point, if I'm making, like, some scrambled eggs and, like, you know, some bacon and shit or whatever the hell, like, I mean, I get in a vibe, I know what I'm doing, you know? Or, like, some fried rice with some, like, meat and some veggies and stuff, like, same thing. You know, some basic dishes and shit. You know, and, like, and honestly, like, it's to a point where I'll experiment with different food and shit. Like, I'll just kind of, like, put things together and just see what comes up with it. See if it's good. I don't really get as much in a vibe because you kind of have to be a little bit more meticulous if you're experimenting, because you kind of want to eyeball things, you know, to kind of make sure things are kind of being done right. But you don't want to really start doing that until you at least know your way around different things. Like, you know, when it comes to cooking meat and stir-frying veggies and caramelizing onions, scrambling eggs, you know, they're really simple things to do, but if you don't know how to do them, then you want to learn those things separately, you know, before you start doing that in other things. So, at least when it comes to it, just, like, especially when it comes to, like, eggs or something, like, you know, when making scrambled eggs, just, like, put 2 in a little skillet and just put on, like, medium heat with a little bit of butter on the bottom of it, you know, coating, like, the, you know, layer on the bottom and shit, and just every now and then just kind of stir it up a little bit, and it'll eventually start kind of scrambling up, and add, you know, some seasons when necessary, and most salt and pepper is all you really need, and good scrambies. Never took me to go store stoned. I bought a 15-pound bag of hash browns, all frozen together in a single block. Oh my god. Yeah, I saw you meant 15-pound. I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean 15-pound too? And I went up there and saw your comment, and damn. But hey, like, there's a way to do hash browns that, you know, at least when it comes to, like, if you buy it in those bags and shit. I mean, you have to use a lot of oil, honestly. I mean, not like a lot, like, you're not, like, deep frying it or some shit, but you want to, like, have a pretty decent amount on the bottom, because if not, it will stick to the pan. So you want to, you know, make sure you have a pretty decent amount of, like, oil, preferably something like, you know, a flavorful oil, like peanut oil or canola. Well, canola's kind of honestly a little flavorless. Not olive oil, doesn't really fit with it. Ooh, maybe even coconut oil a little bit, like, you know, different, you know, a little something that adds a little flavor to it. That kind of adds a little pop. I mean, canola and veggie oil or something like that would work okay, but, I mean, it's not as flavorful. Seta said we have to eat nothing but hash browns the day we make the bag lamau. Well, you know what? Just have hash browns and just add things to it, you know? Just add some stuff, you know, on top of those hash browns, and boom, there you go. Oh, dude, bacon sandwich with some hash browns in the middle with the bacon, with a lightly toasted garlic bread. Fuck yes. That sounds awesome right there, dude. There you go. There's something you can do with some hash browns right there. Just, you know, get a couple strips of bacon cooked up a little bit, and after that, there you go. You know, toast up, you know, some bread, put some butter on there, get a little bit of garlic seasoning sprinkled on that baby, and boom. Hash browns, you know, right there with the bacon. I mean, there's a lot of bread and carbs going into that, but you know what? Fuck it. There's bacon involved with it. There's garlic, butter, goodness. I've definitely influenced on my cannabis. When I met him, he hated anything to do with weed. Now he admits an edible or oil might help him sleep. I have a weird guarantee that he's kind of been high thinking about, like, food, you know, before going to bed a little bit. And now he kind of gets it about, like, oh, damn, there's a lot of, like, awesome food here. You know, and also that hash brown thing. I feel like that comment was, like, a little bit of his inner stoner coming out. I feel like he's going to start realizing that weed might help out with his mood a little bit, and he might slowly open up with that even. And he might be like, you know what, let me have a hit of that. Let me see what that's about. You know, like, you know, he might be a little disgruntled, be like, what the fuck is this? It's just like this. And then he'd be like, and then it's kind of be like, And then you might not, you'd be like, okay. And then he'll just kind of like, not realize it for a little bit, but then he'll be like, you know, he won't realize it, but he'll kind of have a little bit of a different mood change. CBD kind of helps him, but not much. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's mainly CBD, it's not really going to do that. But, I mean, I think in time, you know, because, like, I mean, because I have some family in Texas that have been somewhat the same way, not because of my influence, but just them naturally over time. Because when I first met them, they wanted literally nothing to do with weed at all. And, you know, obviously, and shit, because me growing up and whatever. But by the time I met them the first time, a lot of them were like, well, some of them were kind of split between, you know, I'm okay with medical cannabis and stuff like that, medical weed. And some of them were like, no, but, you know, I think we shouldn't necessarily, like, you know, be locking everybody up, you know, about it. So kind of, you know, inching towards decriminalization, you know, and stuff. And the last time I saw them, most of them, outside of, like, a handful, were pretty much like, yeah, it should be decriminalized and we should have medical weed at the very least. And are kind of, at this point, not open towards rec, but are probably a little bit maybe like more like disgruntledly like you know, about it more so than anything. It's like, well, morally and ethically you shouldn't do that, but well, yeah, it's like, I suppose the benefits of not having everyone locked up because of it is better. You know, it's like they'll probably do, you know, they'll kind of weasel themselves with it, but I'm not to expired, not smoking, I'll even a cigarette, but drink like a fish in school, lol. So that seems like a little bit of, you know, some irony. It's like, I take pride in never smoking anything, but I also drink a lot. It's like, but it's like, it's like, what would be like a good analogy for that? It's just like, it's like saying you, I don't know, like you take pride of like never eating potatoes, but you eat French fries all day or some shit, you know, like. It's like, oh, well, these are different. These are French fries. And it's like, but that comes from the potatoes. It's like, well, I've never touched those things in my life. It's like, it's French fry. Chucking 151 rum straight with no chaser. So she would have it what would be basically called neat. Or she would just have it straight. Yeah, damn. Damn. She sounded like a interesting party hound a little bit, you know, back in her day, from sounds of it. Sounds like she was quite a party goer. Which, hey, I mean, I ain't besmirching. I ain't shaming. We all have our party moments. I mean, hell, I've had mine a couple times. And I'm sure I got more coming along, too. Oh god, the aftermath of those ones will honestly be worse than the ones I've had in the past, I don't know. She ran naked through her mom's second wedding drunk on rum. Oh my god, dude. At 16, she was... What the fuck? Oh my god. No one was like... No one... I'm assuming people tried to stop her, but like... Dude, I imagine the wedding stories about that must be very interesting. It's like, so how's your wedding? Oh, you know, it was pretty good up until the point my 16-year-old, you know, daughter basically fucking started running around naked, drunk on rum. What? Yeah, that happens. Don't let me explain it. Long story. You know, it's like, man, I imagine those wedding stories are probably interesting. Grandma, her mom, never let her live that down, and she refused to talk about it for bringing it up. Wow, so she was stuck up about it? The only reason I know is because Grandma told me. So, she was also a hypocrite with that rule. It's like, I will refuse to talk about that story. But she told you. That's the weird thing about, like, moral Puritan types, like... If you are, like, in a one-on-one with them and you're talking long enough with them, they'll spill beans. They'll spill the beans. And honestly, it's because there's a lot of that, like, compassionate conservatism, like, aspect to it, where it's, like, on the surface, they're super friendly, but in a lot of ways, they kind of talk shit and gossip a lot. You know, like... behind your back, basically, and shit, to other people. So it's like, at a certain point, it'll spill the beans. No, I meant my mom refused to talk about it. Oh, well, that's understandable, honestly. She's probably heavily embarrassed. But, yeah, like... So I guess her grandma was like, okay, so she's not like a moral Puritan about it. Well, I guess your mom is a little bit, but actually she's understandable about that, because that's just honestly to her just very embarrassing. She's like, oh, don't bring that up, no, like, I mean, she's just like, oh god, I don't want that memory brought up. That momentary, like, lapse of embarrassment that I went through, like, oh yeah, let's bring that up around me, great. She can't drink because she has diabetes. Well, yeah, if anything, it's probably good that she just doesn't anymore anyway, considering, you know, her past, all in all, regardless. But, I mean, honestly, in a way, for her own health, probably getting out of Bama would just be good, because, you know, living in places like in Alabama probably legit just unironically isn't good for your health either. Mainly because there's, like, food deserts. There's not, like, you know, a variety of different foods and shit that are available outside of, like, a Walmart and a bunch of fast food and shit, basically. And maybe, like, some local things here and there. Which those are probably at least decent. And then obviously there's just, like, you know, the water. Like, I mean, it's even, you know, it's like the water, you know, that you get, like, that's available there. Is it actually, you know, good? You know, is there, like, weird pollutants or weird shit in it? Probably. You know, it's just amongst, you know, like, other things, too. So, yeah. I just imagine, you know, living in a place like in Alabama and shit, just legit unironically, it's just not good for your health because of those things. Ironically, Alabama is the #1 top MS doctor in the nation in my era. My dad had MS when he was alive. Damn. The top doctor in the nation is just around, it just happens to be in your area. What the fuck? Oh, that little ball. Don't you met the man? Good guy, funny name. Legank? Dr. Legank? That I don't think I'm pronouncing that right. I'm trying to look at that. I'm like, is that how you pronounce it? And I feel like I'm not. Or Legunk, or some... Well, here, maybe I can look up... Here, let me see. Yeah, I bet I could probably just look up top MS doctors in the nation. There's literally not a list or anything. There's just not, oh my god. There's like none. Seriously, I can't just look up like, you know, top 10 like MS doctors in the country. Like, there's just no lists like that. They're just okay. Well, fuck you, Google. I'm not trying to like find like a doctor for this like treatment. I'm just like looking for a list, like Google. Like I think you're misinterpreting what I'm trying to search here. What if I just do top 10? Maybe that'll help. Maybe. Okay, yeah, here maybe. It still thinks I'm trying to find. Oh my god. It literally still thinks I'm trying to like find an MS multiple sclerosis doctor. It's like, bruh, I'm not trying to find one. Well, I guess a specific one, but just to. Okay, well, you know, fuck you, Google. You don't know what I'm trying to find. I would wish I won. Oh no, I believe that. I agree, because I've seen, you know, some people, you know, affected by it. I know, like, I have family friends I've known in the past that, you know, have been affected by that, so, yeah. It sucks. You know, I definitely wouldn't wish that on anybody. But I hate how Google could not, like, actually properly interpret what I was trying to look for. It's like I'm trying to look for a goddamn fucking, like, you know, a list, and not, like, here's the website of, you know, like, you know, an MS doctor near you, and I'm just like, I'm not looking for that. Not near me, just in the country. Like, what the fuck? That was a 5 years ago, as long as he did before he died. Yeah, so was my Uncle Robert. I mean, he wasn't like an uncle biologically, but I mean, despite like his whole like, you know, mentality of basically being kind of like ready to go, essentially, he still kind of was a stubborn bastard, you know, when it came to, you know, eventually, you know, passing and shit. Because he was kind of like in and out of hospital and shit, and at, you know, a certain point, you know, like was in like a kind of like a rehab for, you know, like, you know, the, you know, for like elderly, and he, you know, was released from that, and then pretty much like days after that, you know, or at least like a couple days after that was essentially is when you know, he eventually couldn't, like, his body basically couldn't take it anymore, essentially. But, you know, despite being, like, because, like I said, it's like, oh, you know, I'm pretty much, like, ready to go or whatever, but it's like, you're, for someone who says that, I mean, you were kind of fighting a lot there, buddy. You were like, no, not yet, damn it. Should start using wheelchairs to go, but kept finding to walk until he died. See, that's probably what honestly, you know, quickened it for him at least. I mean, in a way, kind of. I pretty much show you anytime. Well, you shouldn't feel that way, honestly. I mean, it's just like, I mean, you're a young buck. I mean, I guess in a way, in a way I would be like, you know, like. Well, no, nah. I was thinking about him like, would I? No, not really. I mean, just because, like, I mean, I still got, like, you know, some shit I want to do. Some stuff I want to, you know, leave as, like, a little, carbon footprint marker, I guess. I don't know. Talking to Kill, Salacy's MC. Hey, what's up, Rip? On a break from work or a day off? That is the question. But yeah, like it's you want to stick around Lamau? Well, why would you want to stick around Alabama? Like you were just saying earlier, like, you know, is it bad that, you know, I'm kind of making my contingency plans, you know, and it's just like. Then, yeah, now you're just like, I know, but it's like, bro, what we were just talking about earlier, dude. It's like, yeah, there is. Like, knock it off. Knock it off, Venom. Shame, sir. If it were a day off, I'd have fat-ass ball burr. Well, I don't know if you do or not. I guess you would have made that, you know, very apparent, you know, immediately after arrival. I meant Alabama. Well, okay. Well, I didn't know if you're meaning, like, you're saying, like, you will pretty much ready to go anytime. It's like, I mean, you know, like, given the context of the conversation, I was like, you're a young buck. I mean, you still got, like, don't feel like, you know, I'm ready. I'm ready for, you know, the great beyond. It's like, no. But, okay, I see what you were meaning now. It's like, you know, you gotta elaborate with these things, sir. Come on, now. Come on, now. You know, it's it. Oh my god. Venom, I did not literally fucking say that. Good grief. Venom, you are absurd. Rip City, I literally did not say that. He's being ridiculous. Rip is just unironically doing a gaslight right there, sir. It's like, yeah, do we have disagreements about, you know, some issues when it pertains to, you know, those type of things? Like, sure, but, like, I mean, that I don't literally think a polite society is, like, an armed one. I don't outright think that. Because some people in society probably shouldn't, you know, so by that logic, that doesn't, you know, that wouldn't work. So, like, I don't believe that, so it's like... I mean, it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, Rip and I still have disagreements on the issue, but, like, I mean, I don't agree with, like, an armed... It's like, good lord. We're trying to incite conflict here, sir. I mean, we hashed that out last night. We don't need to have it, you know, go on again, you know, it's like, good lord. Every man should be entitled to a laser rifle and plasma rifles while we're at it. Don't leave those out. Option 1, Venom flees Alabama for Portland. Ignore gets him on a Craigslist couch to sleep on. That's honestly kind of the idea, because I can have my roommate being what Robert used to live in that room. Option 2, Venom flees Alabama for New Jersey or wherever the fuck Dr. B lives. That would be South Carolina or North Carolina. Dr. B renovates his walk-in closet to be a room for Venom. Or Rose, even, but I don't know, like, that'd be up to him, though. I don't want to, like, you know, just, butt him in and be like, what? I didn't agree to any of this. But, I mean, you know, like, I'm sure, you know, he'd probably be a bro, too, but that, obviously, is just, you know, given his circumstances. But, honestly, if anything, I'm sure Venom would probably prefer to be up here, though. I guess, given circumstances, it'd be safer, and it has more of what he'd want. I want to be on... Well, I mean, that wasn't what I was meaning, but yeah, there's that too, I guess, where he's also won that. It's just like, oh my god. And I love how I thought there would be at least some news on a Saturday. But of course, I should have known better. I should have known better. We can make sweet. No. Well, not this. No. Like, good lord. Why must it be so blunt? Can certain conversations be held in different manners of affairs and in other locations and everything? I'm a homeless streets to death in North Carolina. Homeless person. Well, I'm honestly wouldn't be surprised if there's probably one, you know, at some point around, you know, around here. I mean, it's been like freezing temperatures and shit. Like, I think the last night or two. I mean, it's 36 degrees right now outside, but I mean, I know last night it was like 29 degrees or some shit. Is Tooty Fruity bad like somebody gonna be I'm not even talking about it now at this point. I haven't really even been talking about it at all on the stream. Like, Venom was the one just trying to rile it up, and I'm like, we already hashed that out, and I don't even agree with that. Like, and I said, like, we had our disagreements and stuff, we still do, whatever, like, I'm not the one, you know, fucking, you know, like, no, it's like, I ain't the one trying to, like, you know, incite the conversation or whatever and all this shit. Like, this time it isn't me. This time I'm just like, whatever. I'm just sitting here. Oh, so I got eggs because they froze. Oh, well, ow. See, this is why we need housing, because, you know, that happens, and people die when they freeze to death and shit. Venom, oh my fucking... We had this conversation yesterday, Venom, like, oh my god, why do we have to have it, like, 2 nights in a row? We can have some time to let, you know, the topic breathe. Like, I mean, I'm not even gonna bring it up. No. I'm letting the topic have some time to breathe and stuff and be hashed out at another time. But, you know, whatever the fuck, you know, not now. Like, that's already been done. Yeah, so, oh my, okay, well, that's just, ignore gives me out. Shut up, Venom. I think we need to start oh my god. Okay, so, okay, Rip, know this, I ain't the one who started any of this. This time it was the chat, okay? So, if you wanna, you know, like, be facepalming or anything about this, you know, like, do that to those two. Not me. I ain't the one doing it this time. Hobo shotgun, babe. Because that's totally a great idea. Like, I mean, I get the idea, but I don't, like, that's just not a good idea. Not a lot of the homeless are, you know, unfortunately, that, you know, are out there. It's just like, no, that's just bad. It's a bad idea. In LA, and tell them they gotta, I'm not finishing that. I'm not finishing the rest of that comment. Just leave it right. Just right, yeah, right where it is. Just leave it at that. Yep. No, yep. After all, ignore. I did not say that. You gaslighting son of a bitch. Oh my god. Probably rants to falling off now at this point. It's like, nope. It's like, nope, I'm out. Too much. It's just like too much of this toxic gown culture being discussed out here in this bullshit. It's the very reason why we should literally go to every single household to take them, because it's bullshit. Oh my god. Considering he hasn't said anything, yeah, I think y'all ran him off. His new ideas could stand up to the facts and logic. Yeah, I mean, low key though. I mean, honestly don't really disagree, because I really feel like, I mean, I don't want to bring it up again. Oh my god, stop trying to egg it on. Let's let the topic breathe, and, you know, let the thoughts stupor and stir and shit. I don't fucking know. I mean, like, goddamn. A polite society is a white society. Ben Shabima. Yeah, I mean, Ben Shapiro unironically believes that, and he's a fucking little cucked out little bitch. Let's talk about homeless costs. Is one of those favorite subjects. Well, I'll tell you at least the basic, you know, broad foundations of how you can help fix it. Public housing, some fucking mental health facilities that, you know, are expanded into hospitals, into clinics and shit, on top of federal/state mental health counseling programs that are free of charge and free of point of service. And at the, you know, if the rest of, you know, our healthcare service, you know, can't, at least that. And on top of that, also having you know, mental health treatment centers that, you know, are kind of like out of, not necessarily like totally out of town, but kind of, you know, more of like kind of like, you know, on the outskirts of town type of thing, where, you know, people can kind of, you know, be in a spot where they can you know, be away from like you know, the environments that, you know, kind of been, you know, in, you know, that's kind of, you know, kept them, you know, in a lot of the stupid that they've been in, and to kind of have, you know, more stable, you know, type of living, and make sure these places have strong, you know, humane regulated forms of treatment, and that there's at least, you know, a basic standard of living when it comes to living in these places. And on top of that, you know, make sure that there's at least, you know, programs a part of that where people can, you know, work into different, you know, like educational trade skill programs and stuff to get into, you know, things like either like farming, machinery, you know, whatever the fuck. You know, and at least, you know, be able to use that as a way to kind of get into a program where they can get some housing near, you know, job that they are potentially able to get, and actually have, you know, a stable foot, and have, you know, an ability to get back on their feet. And if they're addicted, you know, to drugs, or have some, you know, mental health treatment that they need addressing, then at least have that as well to kind of help them get back on their feet, so they have more of that stable footing. If we have that type of shit, we can at least, you know, have an actual process and structure in place to, you know, get people off the streets. Oh, and also when it comes to the whole, like, shit and piss issue and all this other shit, I don't know, like, public bathrooms every other block, you know, in downtown city urban areas that anyone can use, that are cleaned at least daily, you know, so people get hired to have jobs, and they get paid to do things like that. Wow, so you also add some jobs, too, on top of it. So it's just like, you know, another thing that can help out a little bit. Should I breathe, wash your clothing? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I think, you know, some of these, like, you know, services, you know, at least when it comes to, like, you know, different, like, there should be homeless clinics, I think, where it's like a basic, you know, kind of like a day clinic type of thing, where some, you know, it has, like, the basic, you know, things that they should have, like, yeah, where to brush teeth, wash your clothes, all that shit. Like, because basically at this point, you know, homeless have to gather some change and hope there's a laundromat in their town. For us, there actually is. We do actually have a laundromat around here. And, you know, and basically go to, like, the fucking, like, find an actual, like, truck stop where they have showers, and, you know, in those places, and go to one of those. Or go to, like, the public pool, shower there, and just walk, you know, just leave or something, or some shit. Good luck with that, I guess. If we can't put them in staff and mental hospital facilities to live in, at least we need the aforementioned. Yeah. Oh, for sure. I think, you know, that needs to be a start. Well, so there's not memory about what you can provide. Well, I think there's different variables for it. I mean, a lot of it is basically just because there's this, like, you know, major capitalistic drive that, you know, in the culture of, like, oh, you know, which is also kind of a right-wing idea, and it's also kind of based on a lot of biblical idea of, like, the man provides, and, you know, the woman's kind of like a housemaker type of thing and shit. So there's at least that little bit of variable at play, and there's also, you know, which is kind of, you know, in its way, you know, in itself kind of a little misandrous in a sense, because it's basically implying that, like, the man or males basically have to do everything, essentially, which is not necessarily, especially, you know, given a lot of different elements and variables about modern society that are changing and shit, obviously isn't really true anymore. But yeah, that type of you know, culture and shit that's been a part of society still is very prevalent, and nonetheless being challenged, but still prevalent. And, you know, some of the challenges, you know, that kind of come up with that. Please don't, not all what about me. Well, I'm just going from what Venom's talking about. I haven't read all the things you've said yet. I'm just saying, I'm just going from what Venom said so far. But I know at least another variable is also, like, yeah, there's definitely, you know, a sense of, you know, like, elements of, like, you know, like, woke, scoldy, toxic, you know, pop feminism and shit, you know, that, you know, especially for a while there was, you know, a pretty prevalent thing where you had, like, you know, the Anita Sarkeesians and shit like that. And are they out there still? Yeah. I mean, there's definitely, you know, that element, you know, around still, and there's definitely, you know, that sense of kind of pop feminism, and also kind of like trad feminism a little bit as well, you know, that kind of, you know, goes, that kind of plays a role as well, because there's kind of like this trope of, like, what they kind of want in a man, basically, and, you know, and kind of, you know, have a sense of, you know, like, oh, you know, like, I have the empowerment and control, which, I mean, in a way they do, but basically use it kind of for more, you know, just, like, very superficial shit, instead of actually, you know, knowing somebody and actually getting to know a person, you know, and, you know, instead, at least, you know, when it comes to one part of it. And obviously dating apps, and yeah, Carl, I just saw that pop up, but yeah, I honestly think that's one of the, you know, bigger factors, because a lot of dating apps are, a lot of them are from companies that are pretty for profit, you know, honestly. So a lot of these dating apps are not based off of, like, hey, let's help get people kind of hooked up together. It's based off how can we maximize, you know, usership, you know, on our platform, so we can maximize money, and thus, you know, push advertisers too, kind of in between everything a little bit here and there. So, you know, and every now and then, sometimes you even get some fucking bots and shit. So sometimes when you're fucking, you know, swiping left or right, you know, and shit, sometimes it might not even be a real person. It might legit just be a bot, you know, trying to, like, do some weird ass, like, oh, you know, I need some money for this and then, you know, whatever the fuck. Because I had a friend that, you know, one of my friends is, you know, was using a dating app, and straight up, like, every other chick that he would, like, you know, hit up or whatever the fuck, or would hit him up, would be like a scam bot, basically. And it's like, Jesus, like, these apps are legit, like, riddled with them. To use it to advertise their OnlyFans. Well, I mean, you know, like, I'm sure that's, you know, part of it too, where it's like, hey, you know, I'm kind of more out there just kind of, you know, looking for flings and stuff. Here's my OnlyFans if you want to see more of my shit. You know, whatever the fuck. It's, so, I mean, it's, like, a lot of, like, dating apps now at this point, you know, are just basically more of, like, a, kind of like a capitalistic, like, you know, enterprise and shit, of, like, how can I, you know, maximize my shit at the end and whatever, you know, when it comes to especially consumer use. I mean, it's just, like, and just honestly, fundamentally, I think they, you know, just kind of in general tend to be very toxic and shit. And honestly, it's just like, I've heard more stories about people who have gotten together, have had, like, online hookups from outside of dating apps, if anything. You know, I hear more about people, like, you know, meet together about, like, oh yeah, I've hooked up with this person on, like, Instagram or some shit. You know, so it's like, if anything, staying away from dating apps is probably better. Obviously, just in general, you know, but nonetheless. I get the what about and not all to death, like, left skin subject is uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of that, you know, does, I think, tend to be because of different, you know, cultural factors that get basically taught to people over and over again as shit that get, like, passed down and all that. I mean, to change, those type of things where, women or men, whichever, but in a lot of these cases, women, where they tend to be more pickier. I mean, you kind of have to change the cultural zeitgeist a little bit about that. And also kind of, change, like the societal shift about how people kind of, view relationships and stuff like that a little bit. And I do think there is like a challenge, that's, and some challenge, going on to it. And I do know and think there are definitely some lefties out there. I know Vosh is at least one of them, that are kind of talking about this and actually, addressing it as a real issue. And, so I do think it's a good thing. And I think, there is at least something, there's at least some people out there trying to bring it up more. No one's here, that's true. Well, because a lot of that's just the physical, biological sex and shit going on there. And, when it comes to that, a lot of that, also plays a role into, the psychology, too. I mean, because it's a part of the broader human condition. Like, that's just as much the truth as much as, like, trans people exist. Like, I mean, it's not, because, like, just, because at the same time, it's just because, like, someone has biological sex, this way, doesn't mean their brain sexually, psychologically develops the same way. So it's like, it's just, like, because that's just part of the truth just as much as that is. I mean, it's just part of the broad human condition, overall. It's just that I think people, take too much, like, biological essentialism into it. Mostly from the right, but, like, a lot of it, I think people think way too, like, essentialist with it a lot. If only deconstruct gender, the women will be no pickier than men. It's frustrating. Well, I don't think that's necessarily how you do it. I mean, I'm a gender abolitionist overall. I mean, like, I think it's a social construct, and, it's like, overall, people have, broadly made it up, but whatever. Like, I mean, I don't think that's exactly how it's gonna solve that. So, it's, it'd be different things. So, because like I said, I think it would have to be, a bit of a cultural shift to it. It's like, about how people, treat those things. At least, when it comes to, how people are taught about how, with that type of shit. She probably gets food message from DMS to interrupt. Yeah. I'm sure. Probably. At the same time, maybe, probably not, but I mean, I don't know. We'll have to just, like, I guess, look at her dating apps and shit and see. But probably. I believe in action more than words anyway. Yeah. I mean, in a way, that's why, like, I think broadly, I think, one major issue, and I think this just kind of goes through a lot of other issues too, but at least for this context, like, I think a part of it is just, like, kind of a lack of actual, like, face-to-face, interaction and, like, connection in that way. Because a lot of the start of that interaction tends to be superficial, or, like, in an online sense. Which that doesn't necessarily mean it's always superficial, so to speak. Obviously, like, over time you can know, a person, obviously, if you two at least, Carl Venom, if you two. So it's just like, that doesn't always mean that, obviously. Here's, I guess, my little hashtag and all moment. But, with that, it's just like, at least specifically in context of dating apps, it's like it's a very superficial thing. Like I said, like, a lot of it's a very kind of hyper-consumerist type of, element that plays a very strong role of how the algorithms and how those dating apps are set up. So, it plays a role of how people set their shit up, because, it's like that same type of thing is being, specifically designed in that way. And it's an exploitative thing, not just necessarily for the men in that case, but even for the women too, in a way, because it's because it's not like a genuine sense of, like, actual, connection. I mean, it's not bad to, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, obviously, to have a fling and hook up and shit, whatever, but the way that, like, these apps are designed are not, necessarily just about that, obviously, because, like has been mentioned, it's like a lot of these apps are basically just some of these people, like, advertising their OnlyFans, basically, and shit, which is kind of what I mean. Like, some people are using it for advertisement, in a sense, which is very, like, for profitable, like, type of capitalist gain. And honestly, maybe in some ways, those chicks are just legit trying to use that as a way to get, some extra income. I mean, probably legit is. But at the same time, it's just like, it's kind of a part of the broader issue, because, I mean, that's also the other thing, about it. Like, a lot of women are using these apps and OnlyFans and shit as a way to try to have a side income, which is a part of that exploitative fact that their regular job is not giving them enough fucking money. I mean, like, how many times have, like, nurses or doctors and teachers have been, like, outed, because someone found their OnlyFans, because that's how they're trying to make, a little extra side money. So, there's, a lot of it's just because of, like, the zeitgeist, and a lot of it just, I think, plays the role of how our system and the power wheel is. Because it's not in favor of any of us. I mean, if anything, it wants to keep us disenfranchised of all these different things, with dating, relationships, with, other broader issues like organizing when it comes to the labor aspect or otherwise, all this type of shit. It's... it all kind of, plays a role when it comes to these things, and it's like, you can't necessarily just rule out one thing or the other just because, there might be some, like, uncomfortable truths about it or something. Which, luckily, I think there, like I said, are some lefties out there, at least a little bit more out there, than in the past, like, like Vosh, at least. I think Xanderhall's another one that talks about it as well. That, actually, kind of go more seriously about these issues and have talked in depth about these things. Oh, I wish there was more, but nonetheless, there are, it's being more brought up and these type of things are being challenged. So, it's being mutual, there needs to be mutual sexual attraction, mutual, because a lot of girls, I guess, half track 2 usually doesn't work. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, there needs to at least be, like, some mutual attraction, like, to, on both ends. Because if not, then, especially when it comes to long-term potential relationships, they're not going to work. They're not going to last. I mean, in a way, some people, can kind of overlook stuff like that. Like, I can a little bit, for some people, if I genuinely, like, do like them and shit. But that's because there's still a mutual sexual attraction despite that, So, I mean, nonetheless, I mean, it's like, you have to, I feel like there at least has to at least be a little bit. And I feel, and like I said, it's not a bad thing, to, have a fling or have a one-night stand or a couple-night stand or have a friends and benefits, obviously. But at the very least, even with that, I'd want to hang out a little bit, and shit. Kind of get connected, kind of like, have the bread buttered up a little bit, you know what I'm saying? How to remain dating a girl for literally years. She was never willing to intimately touch him, not even once on his birthday, because she was just wanted his money, wasn't attracted to him. See, yeah, that's just a toxic relationship. And, I mean, she sounded like she was a gold digger, if anything. But yeah, that obviously is not a good relationship, and if anything, that's a toxic one. It's like, yeah, that's, like, I mean, that's not, a good power dynamic or a mutual, relationship, if it went either way. Because at that point, the person, who's doing that type of shit is basically, just being a gold digger at that point. Which, it's not like those relationships don't work, but if they do, guess how it usually works out. It's usually like old rich fucks and some like young hot model shit, it's like that don't usually, like, when they work out, it's not usually like, the average Joe working class folks that it works out with. I mean, maybe it does out there, but I would think those are exemptions to rules, I'd fucking as long as they consent and don't have AIDS or HIV. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, as long as they don't have, like, STDs and are clean, and as long as I have at least, you know, some connection where it's like I kind of vibe with you and I kind of click with you and shit, then sure, yeah. You know, because like I said, you know, like even I, you know, have my one-night stands and shit like that, because I think it's fine. You know, but, you know, like I said, when it comes to the overall topic, I think a lot of it's just, you know, a lot of different things about, you know, the cultural zeitgeist, you know, that, you know, does play a role with these type of things. And honestly, it's just like, I mean, and also like the whole, like, you know, attractive scale thing, I mean, that's just kind of like another thing with it. I mean, there's no real, like, scale, like, full-on real true scale metric and shit, because, like, I mean, like, to one person who they're unattracted to, there's gonna be somebody else that is attracted to somebody and shit. Just because, like, one person finds somebody ugly doesn't mean that, you know, someone else finds them, you know, sexy as fuck or cute and cuddly or some shit. I mean, it's just like, it's just basically like the whole, you know, like, beauty side of beholder thing. But, I mean, like I said, there's like a culture zeitgeist that gets kind of ingrained out to people and shit, you know, over time and stuff. And, you know, and that gets passed down. And a lot of it just kind of gets wedged into this type of stuff. Certain things generally considered more attractive, allow you to stop being a weasel. I'm not being a weasel. Because, I mean, that's just the objective truth. Because if not, then how come there are, like, some ugly, fat-ass motherfuckers and shit that have, you know, some pretty attractive people and shit that, you know, are in relationships with them. And married, even. Same thing with vice versa and shit. Like, you know, some, like, you know, woman who might be really unattractive, but he got, like, a pretty attractive dude. I mean, it's like, I know you live in the South, you've been all over there and shit. I know you've been in Walmart. It's like, if that's the case, then, like, those relationships will just never exist. So, that's just not true. I mean, another part of it is, like, the whole, like, feeder fetish thing, too. Like, there's really, like, you know, a whole kink about it, basically, for some people with it. Like, that's how attractive some people are to it, where they have it, like, as a straight-up fetish for it. Like, you know, like, even straight-up, like, chubby chasers and shit. That's, like, another, you know, thing about it. Which I kind of tend to be. What about not all? Well, yeah, because maybe sometimes it's, like, the case where it's just like, yeah, there is other aspects and other things, because, yeah, there are plenty of other people that have totally different perspectives about these things, because it's broadly a subjective thing. A lot of it's, you know, culturally taught that, like, oh, this is what is objectively attractive, but this is what objectively attractive. Well, that's not true. It's like, I mean, fundamentally, everyone has a different idea about what beauty is. Point generally, point exceptions to rule doesn't make sense. But it's not a general rule, though. I mean, and I'm not pointing exceptions to rules either. These are all just general rules about the different things. Because it's, you know, fundamentally more broadly a subjective thing. That doesn't mean there's, like, a cultural, like, influence on this. Because I was just talking about that. I like fat girls saying like me. See? Yeah, and I've generally have had more intimate relationships with, you know, more overweight chicks who definitely in a lot of people's eyes would be fat and ugly, but to me are attractive. Consider more attracted by the opposite sex. Yeah, and I'm not inherently disagreeing with that. But that also, you know, is develops due to psychological like environment, you know, when it comes to different things like culture and in the environment that you're raised in, and you know, and to the people who you're surrounded by too when you develop and grow up, and that varies for a lot of people. And sometimes, you know, especially how you grow up, you are like kind of grown up to be raised that, oh, this is how it should be. And even though it really isn't, but that's how a lot of people are. And for a lot of people, you know, they're raised like, oh, this is like a very attractive thing and shit. So I'm trying to say, well, I mean, that's what I think we were just talking past over each other. Because, I mean, that's what I was saying. I think we were just saying it in different ways and shit. I just had, like, different verbiage about it. Or maybe I just wasn't explaining it correctly, but then again, I'm stoned, okay, so... I think I might have just been saying the same shit, but just, like, kind of talking past it over each other a little bit, but whatever. Like I said, I'm stoned, so whatever. I mean, it's no harm, no foul. I'm not, like, butthurt or upset at you or whatever, or anything, or mad or anything, or some shit. I mean, don't think I'm, like, offended or nothing. I mean, honestly, I'm, like, kind of too stoned to get, like, seriously, like... butthurt or upset about shit like this. You know, I mean, because, again, it's just like a, you know, it's conversation. I mean, you know, it's whatever. I mean, I guess not like whatever, because obviously it's a serious topic, but, you know, nonetheless, I mean, it's like one that it's not gonna, like, someone fracture friendships over, be like, nah, I'm now upset. How dare you? How dare you, like, talk past me and I talk past over you? Preferred time, as soon as shame, I tend to prefer women with an hourglass figure. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily know about, like, throughout humanity. Because, I mean, I've seen a lot of, like, old-ass Renaissance and, like, medieval, old-ass, like, you know, depictions of, like, people and shit, right? Like, you know, in the art of women being kind of thick. Maybe not, like, full-on, like, outright, like, you know, like, overweight necessarily, but, like... not hourglass either, so, I mean, I don't know about, like, throughout history, but, like, I mean, because there definitely was at least, you know, a pretty decent point of time of history where, you know, like, women in, you know, in humanity, at least in a lot of Western, weren't like that. Except like this. Well, that's what I'm saying, that I mean, maybe not outright throughout. Greatest degrees of fatness. Okay. Well, I guess when I think of hourglass, I'm literally thinking of, like, the 1950s, like, you know, whatever shit, but, I mean, I get what you mean now. I mean, so, yeah, alright, I get what you mean. So, yeah, now that was elaborate a little bit, but okay, so, I mean, but, alright, yeah. But, I mean, with that, though, you know, obviously comes with, you know, like, the wider hips and shit, you know, bigger, I mean, because a lot of that, especially biologically, pertains to, like, oh, you know, this... will help raise children better. Big breast means more fruitful, more milk, more fruitful, a lot of, you know, nutrients and shit all up in there, you know, obviously wider hips, big ass heads, probably good, because if not, they'd probably die, you know, so, yeah, obviously there's a lot of, you know, these minute, you know, evolutionary, like, adaptations that slowly happen, you know, genetically that, yeah. That's my point. Well, yeah. Well, obviously that happens. I mean, you know, like, I mean, at this point, you know, at least when it comes to, like, that factor, I don't know how much, like, I mean, it still obviously plays a role, but at this point, it's just kind of more, kind of like a variety batch at this point, because of, we don't have, like, the same, you know, innate, you know, like, instinctual needs, you know, for, like, survival when it comes to a lot of this type of stuff as much anymore. So, nonetheless, that's why, you know, the whole cultural part of it still plays a role with it, though. Like, survival instinct and primal, like, you know, we need to, like, survive and huddle together and band together as a, you know, tribe and shit like that, you know, those variables aren't there in the environment, but, you know, like, nonetheless. Still environmental impacts. Just different impacts. No girl who could pay a 3-way less film, so it's not a crime, it's a business transaction. Bruh. Why? I mean, like, honestly, we don't even need to be paid for that, okay? I think I saw Rip, like, pop in here earlier with something. Did he? Oh, yeah, he did. What the fuck wall is this? A Walmart parade? Alright, well, I want to say this. I support sex workers. I do, too. I'm just saying I do it for free. I don't give a fuck. My local Walmart, the employees had to dress up in costumes for a parade around the store. I heard so many of them say they hate it and were so embarrassed. I was embarrassed for them. Oh my god. Oh my, dude, I'm having secondhand embarrassment now. Oh my god, look at them. Dude, they look sad. Dude, you can see that, like, dude, that snowman right there literally has their head down. Like, they are embarrassed as fuck, bro. Oh my. Dude, that has to be like a form of torture. That has to actually be like a form of torture. The shit's cruel and dehumanizing. Yeah, see, that's why. I can't understand how America allows police to be abused so much. People are treated like disposable and worthless. No wonder people resort to crime. And resort to yeah. See? When it's like, hey, you're supposed to be the moneymaker, and then companies treat you like that. It's like, oh, yeah, I can see why people feel like, you know, they get desperate and get into the positions that they are in, you know, like, kind of seeing it. God, that's why I will never fucking work at a Walmart, by the way. Well, there's many reasons, but that's just another one to add to the pile. To the burn pile. Dude, not even our company would do shit like that. They just say, hey, if you want, you can wear, like, you know, Christmas hats and sweaters if you want. Which, actually, I do have a Karl Marx sweater that I want to get out of retirement. I still have time, at least, but I keep forgetting to do it. And it wasn't bad. You've told me some, I mean, sarcasm. Okay, dude, I was about to be like, bro, bullshit. I was about to, like, kind of low-key be like, alright, asshole, you're getting torn a new asshole there. We're gonna have another asshole right here. It's like, alright, asshole teared. Not a big one, but it would have been like, you know, a little one. Do a little surgery and get like, you know, why not work at a McDonald's, Walmart, dollar store, gas station? Well, honestly, like, I wouldn't mind, like, well, it's a good thing you didn't say gas station when Harley was here earlier, because he would have been like, oh, I actually like working there, which actually does, and also my roommate does. And frankly, it's kind of chill as fuck. Like, both of them don't really have to do that much. So, and honestly, like, at least at my store, like, if it's actually a legit slow day, like, I've seen, there's a couple, at least I know a couple coworkers at my workplace overall that play music and play instruments and shit. And one of them works at a gas station. Sometimes he'll bring his guitar out and just jam when it's, like, slow as fuck. It kind of makes me want to go over there a little bit. Like, it honestly legit makes me kind of want to, like, go work at the, you know, our gas station at least. Because then I could bring my guitar. Play labor tunes and music. Want to work at a canvas store or a gun store? Well, well, the thing is, at least in Oregon, if you're gonna work at a gun store, you can't do anything. So, no weed. You wouldn't be able to have any of that because they do drug tests, and they are random. So, you better. If you want to work that, you gotta, you know, sacrifice some stuff. At a cannabis store, not as much. So, yeah, just saying. I just saying. I used to work at a gun repair shop. See, that would be pretty cool. I still think the rule applies, though, because you are working with firearms and shit. But that would still be pretty fucking cool, though. It'd be really cool to work at a gunsmith, like, factory or some shit, honestly. I've seen, like, videos of, like, you know, some, like, you know, of, like, some of those, you know, like, some factory stuff of, like, people working on them and shit. It's actually kind of cool. I mean, it'd be up my alley. I mean, I like tinkering with guns anyway, so, you know. I'll just go to, like, Century Arms up in Vermont and be like, I'd like to apply for a job here, so I could just start making Vishkas. I'll make sure it gets a good quality stamp of approval, okay? You know, I'll make sure those Vishkas are done proper. Just like mine. I'm actually pretty happy with it. Well, fuck you, r/AK-47, you fucking puritanical shits. Oh, Vitch just sucks. Citrium sucks. It's like, hey, I love mine, so fuck you. It works just fine, bitch. Literally, the only issues have been with the Max because they're brand new. So it's just like, I mean, whoop-de-doo. You know, it's just like, that ain't the big deal. Just once they get worn in, it won't be an issue anymore. So it's just about, you know, going out to, you know, the range again soon, which I plan on doing that. I actually found out a couple coworkers are planning on doing that, so I might just tag along with them. If it's the day I'm working, I'm just gonna call in. Just be like, I'm kind of sick. I got the black powder disease. Anyway, yeah. I'd like to thank you for your joke. You have to go old Alabama Slammer blow. Oh god, you know, that just sounds like... That just doesn't sound like your traditional blowjob. That just sounds like, I mean... I don't even know, dude. Like, I mean, a mouthful of, like, whipped cream or something, and then you're like... Or something like that. I don't know. Like, it's just, like, that's how you do it. It's just like... Like, you just, like, you get it in there, but you're like... That's how you do it. That, like... That's the old Alabama Slammer. Well, it's not really a slammer, though. It's more of like a... I don't know. I don't know what you would call that, actually. The slammer, I'm assuming, is just like your head button... Yeah, the groin area, basically, is what I'm assuming. Just like... Gong, gong, gong. We need to have, like, some heavy metal for that, actually. Just like... Just so you can have a rhythm. Slam the jail door on someone's erected. Ah! Well, fuck, bro. You could have told me something totally different and just kept me innocent from that information. Lamb of God. I wish I could play some Lamb of God right now, actually. I have to kind of keep it somewhat obscure. Boo. Now, speaking of, you know, heavy though, we have this, which is a little obscure. It's low. I learned from my buddy who did Hard Time Alabama Prison System. From experience, from second hand, ideally, actually. Ow. Ugh. Brutal. It's probably rough. I guarantee you they probably have some prisons over there in Alabama that are pretty much still unironic slave plantations that predominantly have a black demographic in the prisoner population. Because Alabama, because, you know, that, yeah, because Alabama. Just listen to From Mars to Cyrus album by Goria. Or Sirius. Nice. I haven't listened to Goria in a long minute, actually. There's actually been a couple of bands I haven't listened to in a fat minute. I'm getting back into one of the bands I haven't listened to, the Fat Man Cataclysm. Which I kind of played a little bit here and there. I try not to skirt the line too much. He did meth and how to roll with the so you oh man, dude, I hate how like prison systems are just like that. Aaron Brotherhood, sure real. Do I know they are? I mean, honestly, like, I mean, they exist outside of prisons and shit. Because a lot of them tend to be also Proud Boys and, you know, fucking neo-Nazis and shit that also kind of, you know, prop around, flex their shit. Yeah, when it comes to a lot of stuff that they do right now. So it's like, yeah, nah, they're even out on streets too. So, whoa. Gotta love how those fucking degenerate fucks, you know, exist and, you know, wander around. Generally, hashtag not all. Well, yeah, obviously not all, but I think that's just predominantly just depending on what prison you're in. I'm sure around here, not so much. Well, I'm obviously doing the all thing, but like, yeah, but in the South, oh, yeah, very likely. I mean, shit, even around up here, I'm sure it happens. He only hung around for them to, for protection and drugs. For a German, my brand faked to being Italian in prison to join a gang because the Mexican kicked him out or some shit. I mean, if I had to be in prison for whatever reason, you know, for, like, I mean, honestly, I would just probably be, like, you know, just be the guy that just, like, stays in, like, the library and just read books or some shit. Just try to, like, you know, be, like, that guy, just kind of, like, you know, just try not to talk to anybody, you know, so I, you know, kind of avoid being, you know, like, in a situation where, like, I have to be a part of that fucking, like, gang life shit. Unless I know there's, like, outright fucking neo-Nazis that are, like, in the same prison, and it's like, okay, who are the guys who are absolutely, like, vitriolically against them? So at least, you know, can be, like, around them. Men and women should be in the same, that's, I don't know about men and women being in the same, like, cell blocks, like, in, like, same cells and shit. I mean, like, in the same prisons, sure, yeah, but, like, in the, like, same cell block, I mean, it's, no, increased prison rate, yeah, I mean, there's, like, there's a lot of institutional, like, sexual rape and shit. I mean, it already happens in, you know, prisons now between, like, men and shit. Young guys were like, well, I figured you were at least a little bit. I mean, I do kind of agree that, you know, like, having, you know, like, you know, kind of prisons be at least a little bit more, like, I guess, unisex, so to speak, is okay, but just, like, you know, yeah, have them at least, you know, still separated to an extent, but have, yeah, like, I have a commons area where, you know, people can kind of mingle and hang out and shit. I mean, honestly, if our system was far more, like, rehabilitative in nature, honestly, there probably wouldn't be as many issues with these things. If they're, you know, because if prisoners are actually treated like fucking human beings or something, you know, that crazy idea, then, you know, a lot of, you know, these things like sexual harassment and rape and shit in prisons, you know, probably wouldn't really happen as much. I'm not saying it wouldn't never, but it probably wouldn't happen as much, at least. And obviously the goal for that type of stuff, you know, when it happens inside the system like that, should be trying to minimize it just as much as outside of it, right? So, I feel like that's at least, you know, a good start. Yeah, at the very least, I think. Happen along when they put trans women in men's prisons, so integrating prisons would be bad. Yeah. That's why, I mean, even if they are, like, unisex prisons, there should be still separation, at least. Like I said, like, have maybe, like, a, one big commons area, that's, like, the only area where both, can intermingle around with. But that's it, a commons area. Like, I mean, like, you're not really going to be able to get away with a lot of shit. Outside, I guess, your typical, like, maybe fucking cafeteria prison fight or some shit. Which, I don't know how often that shit happens. I'm sure that just kind of depends on what prison it is. Because, a lot of them are, specifically meant for more violent type of people. And some of them aren't as much. Where there's not as many, like, violent type of guys in there. I mean, they still do probably some legit, maybe some heinous shit, maybe not. But, I mean, like, all in all, there's not, like, as, much, like, actual, like, violence, especially, like, within those prisons, too. Just... Probably just varies. My buddy made toilet wine a few times, got drunk, got fuck off to stuff. Ugh. Dude, that just sounds so fucking gross. Like, called me thinking I was his wife on a cell phone he was supposed to have. It was funny as fuck. Oh my god. It's like, hey baby, how's it going, girl? And it's like, this is your buddy, bro. What? Wait, who the fuck are you? You with my wife, bitch? It's like, no, you just called me by accident. Like, what's... dude, oh my god, I'm just... Dude, just imagine being like, hey, girl, I miss you, man. Probably talking, a little sexual as fuck, and you're just like, oh, god damn it. You called the wrong number? What, are you fucking around my... It's like, no, you fucking, like, called me instead, you drunk bastard. How did you even get this phone? What do you even... What? Oh my god, dude, I love it. He was like, hey, girl, I've been thinking... Oh, yeah, I knew it. See, I knew it. I knew it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Call that shit. The twist is that was his wife's phone. Somehow got his wife's phone, snuck into the prison. Oh my god, I love it. Casual visits. Like visits for friends and family. Yeah. Yeah. Like visiting friends and family and shit. Sure. And also, I think, as well, on top of it, that if, those said friends and family want to, at least, maybe give them a gift, like a cake, or, maybe like some, comic book, or, or maybe like a little, like, Nintendo Switch to have some games, to play with, or something like that. Some shit like that, I think that should honestly be acceptable. Acceptable. I mean, obviously, they should probably be inspected so they're not, like, giving them, like, a shiv or something like that, or whatever the fuck, But, I mean, if it's, like, a little game console or something like that, or, some comic books or something, I mean, or just something, like, kind of, make their, cell less lame and boring, basically. To at least, just have some entertainment or something. I mean, let them have it. Some books or some shit. Stuff, just... I mean, not like, like, within reason, is what I'm saying, basically. Like, don't have, like, obviously make sure, like, the gifts that they might be bringing, it's not going to be potentially harmful to themselves or to other inmates or officers, or, shit like that. There's a procedure with these things, of course. What's supposed to be fun. I want prison to be real rehabilitative. I don't want it to be, like, fun. I just want it to be, like, like, rehabilitative and, prisoners to still be treated like fucking human beings. so, like, I mean, that's all. You know, so if they get, like, a nice little gift basket, you know, with, like, you know, some stuff that, you know, like some treats, you know, maybe, like, you know, some snacks, you know, and stuff, or some shit like that. I mean, you know, yeah, let them have some shit like that. I mean, you know, it's like, because seriously, what's the big deal? Like, I mean, you know, it's like, oh, they might have some contraband, like, they might, you know, they can't have these specific things. It's like, fuck off. How long, how long should you go to prison if you shoot a man in Reno just to watch him die? Johnny Cash. I mean, I guess the whole 25 to life works. Thoughts on healthy at any size activists? I mean, like, I don't really, like, I mean, I kind of get why they're, you know, advocates of that, but it's, I mean, that's not, like, entirely true. I mean, when it comes to, like, you know, people that might be overweight and stuff like that, I know there are, you know, obviously there are genetic factors as to why that happens, you know, and there's, you know, some pre-existing conditions as to why, you know, people can be that way. And, you know, I guess to a certain extent, yeah, there are people that do so, you know, maybe not necessarily by choice, but because of, you know, accessibility to food, you know, that's kind of all they get, so that kind of ends up being as a consequence, and some people do it by choice. But, I mean, like, that's not really, you know, what should be, like, or at least in my mind, the advocacy. It should be more of, like, you know, trying to have, like, a, you know, a healthy mindset, you know, in a sense of, like, knowing what, you know, your body and what it needs, especially when it comes to being healthy and shit. And when it comes to, like, you know, weight loss and shit, I mean, obviously, like I said, sometimes there are genetic factors, or it does make it, you know, legitimately pretty fucking hard for some people to do so. And, you know, with that, you know, it's just like, you know, just, you know, maximize and, you know, just, you know, treat yourself, you know, healthily, and, you know, just try to be healthy, you know, despite, you know, whatever factors. And, you know, with that, you know, you'll still at least, you know, generally be a healthy person despite, you know, some of these other factors. I mean, it's like, because, like I said, I kind of get what they're trying to say, but it's like, you know, I mean, you know, it's like kind of like a hit and a miss a little bit in my mind. Like, they're, you know, not advocating, you know, like the right thing when it comes to the whole, like, you know, healthy part of things. Because obviously, yeah, obesity generally is, yes, not healthy, yeah. And, you know, like, even with genetical factors, I mean, you know, that still, you know, plays a role, but that's why, at least, you know, even with that in mind, you know, like, having, you know, the access and different things, you know, and the options and all that available, you know, to help, you know, like, you know, have, you know, these people be able to lose some of that weight, or at least what they can. And also, I mean, you know, just being kind of like in a way, you know, supportive in that, you know, type of metric. Because obviously, you know, people who are overweight, they know, you know, it's not like they just don't know and are just like totally aware. It's like, oh, really, I'm big and fat, I never knew. It's like, yeah, of course they do, you know. It's like, you know, obviously they don't need, like, everyone, you know, being like, hey, you know, you're so fat, you know, you need to lose weight. It's like, I mean, yeah, they know. So it's just like, that's why at least advocating about, like, hey, you know, learning about your body, learning what, you know, like, you know, like your genetics are, you know, it's just like learning about yourself. You know, I think that's kind of a part of, you know, a general good, healthy, you know, way of, you know, trying to treat your body is to know it, you know. So I think it's just about, like, knowing, you know, your health, knowing what, like, you know, your, you know, like, what kind of general diet could best suit you, and just trying to, you know, be healthy within the means that you got, and just trying to, you know, do that as what you can. And just, you know, obviously, you know, being supportive of that. Which I think, you know, that advocacy of health, you know, when it comes to someone that might be overweight or not, or whatever the fuck, I mean, I think that's a more better thing. Because obviously, there are a lot of things about, even, like being underweight or overweight that are not healthy necessarily. Even with these other factors. Does that mean that, should be like kind of like, belittling, condescending, because of that, towards people like that? Nah, no, I mean, obviously not, because, again, they know. Is Venom a queen? Yes. Am I queer? I don't think I'm queer. Well, you're bisexual, so yes. I mean, queer is just kind of another way of saying, the LGBT, Q plus community and shit. It's just kind of like a broader, shorter way of saying it. Because the LGBT community basically took back the word queer, because that used to be a derogatory, and now it pretty much isn't. Well, some people on the right still kind of use it. It's like, oh, you weirdo queeros and whatever the fuck. Yes, but it's like we kind of don't care at this point. We've taken the word now, bitch. Fuck you. It's ours now. It's ours now. Generally, it's a situation where obesity is healthy. Well, I mean, like earlier we were kind of mentioning when it comes to like genetical factors that could play a role, but I mean that is just kind of like one variable as to why some of that stuff happens. Like another thing that comes to it is also like food deserts and shit, not having a variety of choices of food, especially when it comes to various healthier items like fresh goods and produce and shit. And a lot of those type of things. So it's just like, a lot of those type of things definitely, play a role and shit. It's making an understatement. I said obesity was unhealthy. Not all of me. I did not all you. Oh my lord. I said, yeah, obesity, yes, is. And honestly, like, obesity is different than just being overweight, too. Like overweight is, or like obesity is basically being, severely overweight. And overweight is just like basically being like husky, chunky, a little fat or whatever. What about fast food deserts? Because that's an objective fact about how I can't, oh my god. Man, you always do this whole, like, you always, like, go about the whole what about thing. And honestly, that's becoming, like, in its own what about. It's like, well, what about your what about, bro? It's like, oh my. Started to become like a little, it's starting to like, circle around a little bit at this point. Because I was just about to be like, oh my lord. Because, I mean, that does legit play a factor, though. I mean, because if there was more, in, like, better, system and logistics, and especially, like, less, like, for-profit means of, like, how we, get food out to people, especially when it comes to our agricultural industry and shit, then, there would be more access to, better quality food, and healthier food for people. And that, will help play a role at limiting and reducing, that type of shit. If you have, you boost my philosophy. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I mean, where it gets fat phobic is where you basically are being, like, demeaning and kind of condescending and being like, oh, fat people are gross and this and that, blah, 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 blah. It's like, and they're disgusting, and I wish I didn't, it's like, I think that's where I think it gets kind of merited a little bit, but if it's just like, just stating, like, hey, being, like, like, clinically obese or, like, and, like, severely overweight, yeah, that's not a healthy thing. That doesn't necessarily mean it's their fault, but, that does mean that, like, it's still a problem. And the reasons as to why that is an issue still need to be addressed. And, and, like, when it comes to people that are, I mean, at least, just being encouraging and, especially if, like, different alternatives of, like, at least healthier alternatives that can be, given. Because honestly, at this point, I mean, you can order food online and have it shipped to you, when it comes to, like, getting different produce or different food. You know, so it's not like the end-all be-all if you live in an area that has a food desert, but I mean, it's just about, like, encouraging and pushing, you know, a lot of, you know, these different healthier alternatives and actually getting that out there and, you know, actually having things in place where that can be built up in these areas. And also, you know, definitely, you know, like, kind of, you know, helping treating, you know, a lot of the genetical factors and genetical, you know, plays that, you know, that come into a role on top of that as well. Because, I mean, that is a thing, too. Like, 5 to 10 pounds are acceptable, I guess. Oh my god, Venom. Jeez, like, okay, well, that's just a very blunt way of describing it, but, like, goddamn. My personal expense off, I've seen hot, slightly overweight strippers. Shenanigans status isn't hot to me at all, though. Yeah. Which, that's obviously, you know, different taste. Though Shenanigans status, you know, that's up my alley for me, honestly. So I'm okay with that. But it should be ashamed. Damn, Colby. Damn, bro. Giving him the heat. I mean, that's, like, way too much for me, even. Like, I'm a little bit of a chubby chaser myself, but goddamn, even that's, like, a little too much for me personally. Like, I will admit. But, I mean, even I wouldn't go that hard about him. My dad referred to the girl I left in the driveway as a big foot. Oh, my God. Oh, man. Bruh. That story, you're bringing it up again. Oh, that's the... Oh, yeah, okay, that's the same chick. Left her naked. Wow. Just wow. So hot, thick girl in my floor apartment. I have Jewish, half Hispanic. Not fat, but thick. Thick in the right places. Let me show you, I don't want more than 10 pounds overweight. Damn. Well, someone's Mr. Picky over here. Yeah, I'm just kidding. You're fine. See? Everyone's got their preferences on shit. If you like Stenevada and... Well, there you go. That is... You know what? And that you have earned. Go forth with your standard. And claim your prize. The raccoon has very fitting for the stream, lol. Dude, like, the other night, there was, like, when I came home and just before I started streaming, there's, like, a little raccoon over here just chilling. When I came out to see if I could find the raccoon, when I just started to stream, you know, to go look around and peruse, it was already gone. I was like, oh. Because I want to show you guys, because it was a cute little chungus. This girl the other day was basically saying she wants man's in shape. That's BS. I mean, honestly, it's like, you know, you get what you want to give, in my opinion. I mean, honestly, like, in shape can mean, you know, obviously, like, you know, kind of like an athletic fit, but it can also mean just like, you know, someone that at least is, like, somewhat toned and shit. Like, kind of like me, maybe, a little bit. I'm not, like, outright in total in shape. But, you know, everyone's style is serious, but people find it hypocritical. You don't choose, so it turns you on. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, yeah, I mean, it's, everyone's, I mean, not necessarily tile standards, because people just, you know, they got their standards and shit. Yeah. I'm not very athletic, but I'm in shape. Yeah, see, you know, like, you know, I'm kind of at least, you know, I mean, I'm not, like, totally in shape. Like, my cardio could definitely be better. But, you know, I'm at least, you know, for the most part, in shape. Got the arm strength. Fucking be on my legs all day. Got, like, fucking thick-ass legs and shit. So, yeah, like, you know, definitely in shape. But cardio is the only thing that, you know, would be my, you know, downside at this point. And maybe a little bit more upper arm strength and shit. But beyond that, you know, I'm, like, 75-80% in shape, like, approximate about, basically, I'd say. You know, thinks I'm built like a bear. I mean, kind of are. Here goes our bodybuilders are and shit are gross to me too. See, I kind of like well, maybe not like full on bodybuilder status, but like I like athletic chicks. I like chicks that have like some, you know, a little bit of muscles and some toneness to them. Not like full on bodybuilder status and shit, but like, you know, I don't know, like, I mean, a little bit of that going on, and like, I don't know, I mean, that's something a little bit, I must say. I mean, I don't know, I mean, not, like I said, not like full on, like, I'm going to be lifting 50 pounds, I will be the strongest babushka and I'll make her proud. It's, you know, it's like, oh god, it's like, okay, maybe not that, but, you know, I like a nice toned, like, athletic chick that, you know, like, goes on hikes, rides bike a lot, shit, you know, does, like, some exercises at home and shit every now and then, like, you know, I'm down with that. In fact, that would probably just help encourage me to do that more. So, you know, Schwarzenegger was the last bodybuilder there's ever been that actually looked fine to be not and not gross looking. Yeah, and he also smoked weed before his workout sessions and shit. And afterwards, too. And also did some steroids. But he at least still legit, like, yeah, looked good. If you want to see him totally naked, just watch him in the first Terminator, uncensored. Because you can kind of see his dick kind of dangling in the wind in the beginning of the movie. When he's, like, naked meeting those bikers. I'm not kidding. Early, full head of hair. Works out for me, lol. Yeah, I guess it works out for him. Like the Lysander girl transferred to my school senior. Really quiet mouse type, but she's bodybuild, and damn son, she is hot. Dude, I know what you mean though. Cause I was like, being out in Iceland and shit, bruh. Dude, chicks out there, oh. A lot of them tend to be like, either like, you know, they're quiet mouse types a lot, for sure. But, oh. It's like, damn son. There's something about like, you know, like a cutesy quiet mouse type of girl and shit. And there was so many of them in Iceland. It's like, oh, what the fuck? Hashtag not all. Oh my god. If you always put that there. I mean, at the same time, like, while that does, you can still rock it. Or it could be Tim Pool and wear a beanie. I want TJ to rip that fucker's beanie off his head. That guy needs that beanie ripped right off his damn head. I want to see what's underneath that head. I want to see if it's like a glass dome and we got like some cybernetic brain going on there. I want to see if it's just straight up like... I want to see what's going on in there. I want to see. I wish to know. Should we have grow a beard to get jacked? But what if you can't grow a beard? I mean, I guess you could get jacked and just go chins, you know, just have like chiseled chin status and shit. So, well, I probably want, I mean, I guess that would depend on like how your face looks, I guess, a little bit. I mean, if I somehow got jacked, dude, like, my chin and shit, my jawline would straight up, like, get way more pronounced, I know that much. Because it already is kind of, like, I mean, it already kind of has, like, a little bit of line right here. See? Boop, boop. I mean, it's just kind of a soft line because, you know, I'm not, like, jacked, obviously. I can grow a beard. Yeah, you can grow a beard. My shit takes a lot of time, and then this side grows longer than this side, and it's more thicker over here than this side, and it's very annoying. I don't like it at all. TJ go there, rip his beanie off, and get Tim to start some shit with him, and TJ knocks his bitch ass across the fucking room. Dude, oh my god, that'd be the best. Dude, man, when TJ eventually finally gets on Tim Pool's show, that would be probably the, I guess outside of the time Vosh was on there, but like the only time, like the second to only time that I will watch a Timcast live stream. Just so I can just watch the inevitable build up. And TJ should just like butter him up for like the first like 30 minutes to like 40 minutes. I think they're like 2-hour long shows when he does them. So like just let it be like about, you know, 40-ish minutes to an hour of just buttering up a little bit, and then that last hour, that's where the beanie, you know, just like, that's when he starts pestering him a little bit, starts getting him frustrated, and eventually, you know, at some point rips his beanie off, and that starts some shit, fucking gets, you know, knocks him, just like, he doesn't even knock him out, he just like, oh, like just some like big beast, just, ugh. And then he just like gets knocked across over his table, dude. Oh my god. Oh, dude, please, TJ. Oh, man. I will actually, like, you know, worship him and, like, be like, you know what? You're a king. You are now going to be the king that you are wanting to be. Because he's doing this whole, like, I'm going to be king of Earth. And, you know, I'll be like, you know what? All right. You know what? I join you in that escapade. You know what? You have earned it to me. You have earned that right for me now. You have earned the loyalty. He has to do it, though. That beanie needs to come off, and, I mean, if the extra shit, you know, happens, then it's just like, you know what, then it's a slam dunk solid. It'd be heavy consideration if just the beanie comes off, and if nothing really happens, it's like, oh, you know, this is a little disappointing. But, because now we just built it up a little bit. But you know Tim's gonna say some shit, though, because he took the beanie off. Because you know Tim's gonna be like, hey, what the fuck, you know, and then TJ's gonna grab the beanie, and then... Yeah, dude, so you know something's gonna happen from it when he tries to do it. So, something's gonna happen. Ignore United Mankind under monarchy. Hypothetical. Hypothetical. Yeah. Alright, when Tim says, we're live, TJ stands up, rips his hat off, picks him up, WWE. Oh yeah, I don't think it would go right off the bat. TJ won't do it. Yeah, I don't know if he'll go that far off the bat, but he's talked very intensely about taking that beanie off, though. He wants to know. So I hold him to that word. I'm just saying I know some shit would start, you know, so I'm just wanting to... In Roblox. He's kind of a reverse Oracle, so we kind of need him. A necessary evil. I mean, in a way, because he's a reverse Oracle and literally talks about Civil War all the time, maybe having him around is actually a good thing. Silver lining right there. He talks about it all the time that it's going to happen at any time, but because he's literally never right on anything, he's the reverse Oracle. So when he predicts things, they are never correct whatsoever at any point in time. So it's just like, yeah, I mean... You know, so anything that he says, just like opposite day, just think of the exact opposite, and it's the truth. So if he's saying, oh, it's imminent, then it's just like, well, you know, it's probably a good idea to keep him around. For Paul to go on there, because he would be more aggressive. Oh, yeah, he would. The Paul will never do it, though. Paul's not really like a debate bro like that, though. You know how I'm ugly? Venom doesn't praises my appearance. You're a sweet boy, sir. And Venom, shame on you. Shame on you, sir. For he is not. I mean, for fuck's sake, good lord, you're definitely not. Oh my god, okay? Like, Carl, I've told you before you're adorable. Well, there you go. See? Boom. I've been a long time fan ball TJ. I've been watching him since 2006 when I was 9 years old. Well, damn, son. Paul destroyed Andy Worski. Oh, dude, I was there for that live stream. I remember watching that on the Kumite because TJ, or not TJ, like Paul was like on an ideology, just kind of cruising around. And I think he tuned, you know, was like, hey, what's just going on the show? And fucking, I watched that live, dude. Oh, dude, that was fucking amazing. I love that shit. Dude, that was awesome. That was back in the Tinderbox days, I think. DFF was brand new back then. I'm definitely the ugly one. Venom, no you're not. You're an adorable bear. You're not ugly. You fucking bastard. You bloody bastard, you. How dare you? Born 2001, I feel old. You fucking feel old? Goes from himself in traffic to avoid talking to me. Oh my god, sir. I'm gonna use that as a gavel. You watch yourself, sir. Zukov. Colby's younger than my bro, Lamau. I mean, honestly, all things considered, I actually did thought you were a little older. Like, you're straight fuck. Man, now I feel fucking old, man. I'm 25. Jesus. Colby's younger than me. I thought you were, like, more closer to my, like, peer group age. Like, 25, 26 or something. Like, 24, around there, honestly. That's what I thought. Because of all the, you know, different things you've talked about and shit, I honestly assumed you're a little older. Late 20s or 30s. I didn't think early 30s. I just kind of thought, like, more, like, mid-20s. Maybe a little older, but, like, more like mid-20s. I kind of thought, like, our age about. Like a late 90s kid type of thing. Like, born in the late 90s and shit. I'm 29. Yeah, so you're kind of like mid-90s kid. You're kind of like, you know, what, 95? Right? I think. Right? I think. If I'm gonna party for his 30th. Well, he just recently had your birthday, didn't you? We'll find out next year. That'd make my day if a chick told me I look like a track dude. Well, hey. I mean, I'm not chick, but I mean, I think at least you are. So, like, you know, fuck them chicks. If anything, that just shows that they ain't worth your time. Fuck yeah, but that's not till next November. Yeah, he hasn't thought that far ahead about it yet. Damn, you guys thought I was almost 30, lol. Well, I didn't think you were, like, almost 30, but, you know, like, around my time frame about getting there and shit. Carl's totes fuckable. I mean, yeah, I agree. So, it's just like, yeah. She said she wanted to have a celibate relationship. Hey, that was me. No. No, hey. What? What? Oh, there's no chair for him to sit in. Damn it. What? Hey, what? What the fuck? Hey. What? What? Come here. Come here. You know what? Hold on. Where's this giggle ball? Oh, there it is. Dude, I've actually been wanting to buy one of these things because I remember Paul, like, on one of his streams having this for his dog Dinor. Then my roommate's mom actually gave him one of these. So now it has this silly ass little thing. They're actually more harder than I thought. It's actually like a, you know, I thought it was like kind of more of like a rubber thing, but no, it's not. This thing's ridiculous. I'm just gonna stand there like a goof. Come here. Oh my god, you goofball. Whenever I go up here, people yell Thor at me. If I shave, people call me Eddie Vedder. Zukov. Zukov, come here, boy. Bye-bye. Bobo. Oh my god. Here. Will this get his attention? Maybe. Come here. Come on. Give him a little treat if he actually does come here. Come on. Come here. I have 2 things for you. Come here. Oh my god. This dog is playing hard to get. Come here. Come here. Oh, that bag makes you come here. Go get it. Oh my god, this goofball. I have to like entice him more. Jesus. Come on. Seriously? Are you just being a lazy boy? Well, you did just wake up. And start barking at me like a goof. You're a sweet little goofball. What a goof. There's super thick. It makes it hard to shave. If I only shave up, I'm about to get later. So let the forest reclaim the lands. Let the forest reclaim the lands. Hey, what are you doing? Yeah, I got an treat for you. Get electric shave, I think. Yeah, I got electric icer myself. And they definitely kind of work like a charm. Ball. Good boy. Good boy. Hold on, Papa. Hey. Lay it. You goof. Hey. You papas. Yes. There you go. I'll be able to ruin a racer in 3 to 4 shades. The pubs. I'm just pronouncing it that way. I know what you meant. But the pubs. I don't have the money. Well, maybe that should be gifted or something. I don't know. Something like that. Here, let's see. Like $15. Yeah, this is pretty basic ones that are actually kind of cheap and shit, so, I mean, you could probably find one out there, but, you know, either way. I don't have $15 somehow. That's what I mean, yeah, maybe one could be gifted. Here, I'm seeing it. Is there like just nothing about on two? Boo. Most money goes to bills and food these days. I know the feeling on that one. Explains a lot. Damn. I love it. I'm saving that. Meme has been saved. Saving that meme. Selling that. Saving that meme. Why are you yelling? Because we can! I don't know. Just because. I guess that's why. Yeah, some people are just out there just trying to yell when they see people. Loud noises. Loud noises! Death metal screeches. Oh. Okay. Okay, I didn't mean to get that loud, but damn. Though I can't do that. You can sell drugs and not use them. True. That is indeed very true. I mean, they always say, don't get high off your own supply. No, you can't. Well, don't get high off your own supply then, you goof. I can't, but some people can. Wow, everyone's just like, yeah, just get high on my own supply, I don't give a fuck. I grow them in plastic tubes, so plastic tubs. Well, if I want to just have them for myself, maybe I want to do that. Actually, what soil would be the best to make them not taste so bad? Just curious. For research purposes, obviously. I got a paper due tomorrow. Venom can be the best drug dealer in the world. You just have to believe in yourself. We believe in Venom, right, guys? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, Whoa, boo-boo. Besides distribution charge, which is worse than possession charge. Follow your dreams, sir. Follow thy dreams, good sir. Back when I was on age, I buy from a guy like Venom. He's a shit out of him. Well. Damn. Or you could just steal a eraser from Walgreens or CVS. I guess that's a possibility of things that you can do. Have the gamble. Never shot up. Never put one. Yeah, I wouldn't do that either, and I definitely, yeah. No. Nope. Because I'm not an idiot. Well, that's true. Because you see someone else got a drug. And because when you see some homeless guy with a drug adult grin on his face, we can take pride knowing that we made his life a little less shitty. Yep. Just a little less shitty right there, I tell you what. He's stealing somewhere. The by the way, it's being sarcastic. The key is stealing somewhere. The employees that won't care, so pretty much anywhere. And I can attest that most of us really don't give that much fuck. There might be like a couple people at a store that might do, like, cause I know a few, coworkers that are kind of hawks about shit like that a little bit. So I mean, all in all, like, I'd say just like, if like the employees, there definitely don't give a fuck, then, go for it. But if not, then, you know, just don't. Because depending on who, like, works in my store, like, if people are, like, taking, like, a couple of, like, things, like, you know, some, you know, like, some stuff from the, like, our, like, island cases, you know, for, like, some food that you can, like, reheat or some shit, like, some bread, and, like, a 6-pack of beer, and then fucking, like, you know, and all this sort of shit, then it's, like, you know, it's, like, a lot of us don't really give that much of a fuck. Like, hell, like, if customers are like, hey, this is supposed to be off this much, and we're, you know, and my total is supposed to be this, and, you know, I've calculated, blah, blah, blah. Like, some of us, you know, be like, you know what, I'm not even gonna argue about it, whatever, I'm dropping it down, we don't care. You know, because it's like, we're not getting paid enough to deal with your bullshit, you know what I mean? Oh my god, there's just so many chats that happen. What, do I even dare scroll back up? Do I dare? This is the face of the revolution. This is the face of revolution. Oh. True. I am no one. I have no desire to be anyone. I'm simply trying to destroy capitalism. True. I love this. And this is so cute. Look at this little possum. It's adorable. See, possums are adorable. It's a cute little thing. Possums are so cute. I used to have a friend that worked at CVS, and when she was the only one working at the store, she used to cut all the security cameras so I was coming. Oh, damn. Why do you want me to leave Alabama so badly? So you're not in such a fucking shithole, goddamn worthless fucking state, and at least in a state that, you know, pertains more to, like, who you are as a fucking person, I guess, because the culture is different and better than fucking Alabamian bumblefuck, like, sheep fucking ancestral nonsensical cuz of fucking honky-tonk fucking white central. I mean, like, it's like, do we need any other, like, you know, other reasons for that? You just pay for groceries because you can just fill the car and run out. You can't do anything other than eyeball you to death. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're kind of taught, you know, to do that too, basically, because realistically, we can't really do anything unless you're actually in our store, like, inside it. Some of us don't give a fuck, though. Depending on, you know, some people do get, you know, the hawk, you know, level, though, because they're legit, like, you know, piece of shit that come in trying to grab, like, a bunch of shit from, like, you know, the, you know, over-the-counter, you know, drug aisle and shit. Like, you know, people doing that type of stuff and not barely grabbing any food. Maybe, like, one thing. You know, and it's just like, no. You know, it's like, some people, you know, we will try to actually kind of stop a bit. But, you know, it's a little more 50-50. It's kind of like, I mean, vibe check, basically. It's like, if it's just like, you know, a couple things, someone's just kind of like, you know, whatever, walking out or whatever, and you can kind of tell they just want some food and they just can't pay for it. It's like, you know, whatever, I'm not going to give a fuck. Oops. DFF New Year's Eve episode is going to be miserable. I'll probably only catch the first hour or two of it, though. Oh god, dude, that fucking episode is gonna be miserable. The plebs get lucky unless they're patrons and decide to watch it. Here, Bam, don't steal because cashier might have a gun, and I know for a little gas station in my town, shotgun in a register. Well, that's definitely more than enough of a reason to not do that. Because there you go, another reason. If you need shit, you're probably not gonna get shot if you run out the door, you know? So, there's also that. Or about New Year's. It's New Year's Eve, but it's gonna kind of roll into New Year's. I'm gonna steal from your grocery. You don't need to do that, I'll just hook you up. Just grab some stuff, come over to my area, and I'll just hook you the fuck up. You wouldn't even be paying, like, full price for... Just come over to my section, I'll just hook you up, okay? Don't worry about it. I don't give a fuck. They don't pay me enough to give a fuck. If it's paying me like $30-something an hour, maybe I might give a fuck, but yeah. 6 hours, Jordan Peterson. Finally doing the gauntlet, dude. That Jordan Peterson gauntlet. Lord have fucking mercy on all our souls. At least to those that watch it. If I ever come to Portland, I'm gonna hit that bong real hard. Damn right you are. You're gonna hit that fucking bong real good. I'll get a nice and clean, perfected for you. Oh, damn. I have to go to work every day. I don't. Fair enough. But you also don't have any money. Neither do you. Sad but true. About you know what? I don't give enough of, like I said, I don't get paid enough to give a fuck. So you know what? Like I said, I would hook you up, but you know what? If you end up doing that, I don't care, bro. I don't. Let's, like I said, we don't get paid enough to give a fuck. All right. Like it's just. It's like, meh. We need to get a fine bottle of alcohol shared if I escape Bama. Oh, yeah. Let me know what broader type, and I'll straight up buy bougie top shelf shit. I don't give a fuck. I prefer to, like, you know, maybe not have all of it, but I guarantee we're gonna have all of it. I'll keep the bottle, though. Maybe I'll just let you have it. I already have, like, a shelf that's full bottles. Here's this little... Oh, he's over there. I can like hear this little, like his little slurping, and I know he was around, and he was over there. That little fucking weird-ass little bastard, dude, I swear to God. See someone selling it. Hey, boss, can I get raised? No. Well, might as well see how this plays out. Yeah, pretty much. Vodka, bruh, or moonshine. I mean, it's not like literal, like, moonshine, but I mean, I can get moonshine at the liquor store. And, I've gotten fucked up on moonshine. Like, honestly, the time I've had moonshine, I was literally, like, emotionally a roller coaster. Like, I'm not even kidding. It was like one of the times where alcohol straight literally made me go, like, white bitch emotional roller coaster mode with it. Having a vibe. Sometimes I'm like, woo, then I'm like, oh man, god damn it, and then I'm like, woo, yeah, I'm literally going through like every emotion. Moonshine, I don't know, that's like pretty much the only liquor and the only alcohol that basically is like straight out done that. Others, like, most of it usually just makes me kind of goofy, happy-go-lucky, drunk as shit, but like, some of them, every now and then, kind of get me in the mood, you know? It's like, I know, like, Wild Turkey whiskey and shit, like, at least I think the Fireball version of it gets me in, like, a little bit more of a temperamental attitude. Like, fucking, moonshine, like I said, roller coaster sass and shit. Vodka, mostly, like, kind of a goofy, silly drunk. I mean, honestly, most whiskeys in general, kind of the same way. I mean, honestly, that's usually just kind of mostly me, kind of just like a goofy drunk and shit. Honestly, whiskey kind of makes me more of like a flamboyant, like, a little bit, like, you know, and shit. Like, if anything, so, like, vodka doesn't, but, so I guess a little mixture. I heard a little bump. Better just been the wind, because if not, I ain't liking that bump. And she'll probably like you. Then you bring it up, because then I'll ask what happened, and then she'll be like, no! But then you could tell me anyway, then I could just kind of be like, damn, naked running incident. Oh yeah, Rose, you weren't in here for that. Dude, Venom should be the one to retell it. Never seen more of a help me face. What's going on here? Oh my god, what's going on here? Oh my god. What is she doing? She's using her hamster to wipe off the tear. Why is she crying for one? Why is she using a hamster? Like, oh my god. Oh my god. What is going on? What the fuck, bro? Why is there so... Oh my god, there's... I can't... Like... They're saying... Like, damn. But, bruh. Why? Why, though? Why? Why? That poor hamster. The next hog. Well, also your stepdad's like a neo-Confederate, and I mean, but honestly, it goes further than that. That guy's basically a fucking neo-Nazi at this point, yeah. So, considering a lot of things he's mentioned about what he's said and talked about and all this other shit, so yeah. Ex-hog. Cop. Former cop. He's one of the old retired hogs that kind of hangs out in the back with the rest of the boys. Yeah, I've been around for time. Those boomer hogs. Not those, you know, fresh boars. Not those fresh ones. I assume the X was standing for the N-word. I was imagining... I'm pretty sure this is probably a... Honestly, I actually know what his stepdad looks like. In a weird way, there's some similarities. I've never heard the phrase, well, me neither. Oh my god, me neither. God damn, yeah, me neither, dude. That's Samurai Jack, by the way. Oh, I knew that artwork looked familiar. Dude, I've always loved Samurai Jack. Dude, dude, that artist who does that shit, you know, was always really fucking awesome. I've always loved that shit. He also did Primal, too, and I've seen a little bit of that. I still need to watch, like, that show in its entirety. He's a cowboy wannabe. Yeah, you fucking home, I tell you what. We're gonna get ourselves a neo-Confederate posse together. We're gonna be doing some real good stuff. Tell you what, yay! It's like, goddamn, these fucking wannabe little bastards. For saying yeehaw too much. Oh, of course! How do you get in trouble for saying yeehaw, brother? You know, like, too fucking... Oh my god. Even for Alabama standards, that's saying something. Real cowboys would eat people like him and shit him out. Of course they would. Because back in the day in the Wild West and shit, like, actual cowboys and, like, vaqueros and shit like that, like, a lot of them, you know, were legitimately kind of, like... You know, some of them, I mean, the whole term of, like, cowpoke and shit like that, and kind of, like, you know, being out, like, camping and shit when you have, like, you know, your buddy and your partner, essentially. A lot of that meant more than just your friend, a little bit. Not obviously not always, but in a lot of cases that also kind of meant, you know, some extra beneficial factors that kind of came along with it too. And pomade was the thing, so you know there's ways to get it done. You know, give him shit because he's male homophobic. Oh, but he's okay with two women making out and rubbing titties together and all that shit. Dude, I love that fucking hypocrisy, dude. And at the same time, they fucking hate lesbians and wouldn't want them to exist either, but are okay with, you know, women doing that anyway. It's just like, it's like, you know, so that's always something for me. I guess I'll do more good ones. Sometimes some hash and cocaine tincture. Probably. I mean, it was the Wild West. I mean, a lot of it was lawless and shit. I mean, both Red Dead Redemptions had, like, side missions and little Easter eggs that kind of implied that was around. Which, yeah, sure it was. Those country white people, after all. Well, not just... I mean, not all you, I guess, but obviously it wasn't just, like, white people, but there's, like, Hispanics, Latinos, indigenous folks, too, like Native Americans and shit. I mean, there's honestly, like, you know, people of all, like, you know, backgrounds, frankly, but yeah, a lot of white people. Generally, I guess. And, of course, white people shit be doing, you know, be happening. A lot of it's fake. Yeah, that's why if I were to get, you know, cocaine, I'd either want to be, like, somewhere in, like, actually, like, in, like, you know, Colombia or something, or be friends with a rich guy. Because I had an opportunity to probably try some coke, but honestly, like, I was like, nah, I'm good. And, you know, seeing them after they did it for, like, the next, like, 20-something minutes, it's like, it really didn't look like they were affected that much. One of them was actually after, just like, hope we didn't make you uncomfortable enough. And I was like, oh, dude, it's like, I'm fine. It's like, it's just personally not my thing, you know, but whatever, I don't give a fuck. It's like, oh, okay, just want to make sure. It kind of looked like you were a little standoffish for a sec. I was like, oh, nah, not really. I mean, maybe a little bit, but not totally. It's nothing personal or nothing. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Whoops. Don't want you dropping, bastard. Like stressed Confederate general parade around on his horse. Oh my fucking god. I mean, there's one thing about, like, you know, horseback riding and get around on your horse and, you know, getting some sun, being in the outdoors and stuff like that. But then there's, like, let me dress up as a Confederate general and stuff, I tell you what, brother. Then there's that. Did Fart Narco guy ever show back in chat? No, he unfortunately didn't, but I wouldn't mind if he came back, because that guy was, like, that guy was great. First time I saw a tool was to impress a girl. Oh, because I'm sure that worked out pretty well. Well, actually, it probably did. I still haven't recovered from last time he was here. Dude, me neither. Dude, my ego's always been, like, forever crushed. I'm just, like, here because I truly haven't realized I died yet, you know what I mean? It's one of those things. It's like, damn, he doesn't even know he's dead yet. He's just like, you know, whatever. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty much at that phase right now, you know? It's like, fucking just, one of those things you just can't recover from, man, you know? Worked perfectly, got hell late that night. Like I said, I, you know, it's like, oh, I'm sure it worked very well. And I'm like, you know what? No, yeah, it did. What am I talking about? Of course it did. You're goddamn right it did. What is an alternate for Little Husky? Nah. It didn't have that, like, husky, alternate ego husky charm yet. I mean, I don't know, you know, there's always a possibility he might just be lurking and waiting for his time to strike back, you know, and come back and be like, boop! You know, just pop out of nowhere, you know, I don't know. I noticed there was a little bump to viewership, so maybe he's in here now. Maybe he's, you know, one of the people just watching. Just tuning in, just lurking, you know. You never know. That girl turned my last real girlfriend last 2 years. Well, flourished into something, then it didn't. No, you've told me about different exes, so I kind of forget which one that was. Calls me butthead. I don't know how I'll be able to live with myself. I know, dude. Just won't be able to live with myself. Who? I'm assuming like the alternate ego husky. Like, there's a dude who literally is also named Ignar Husky that used to be in here that would pretty much be like a right-wing equivalent of me. Like, straight up. He went as far as to make an alternate, like, Twitter account under, like, straight up my name and shit, and just, like, somehow get some people to try to pop in here and shit. Which only happened, like, maybe once or twice, actually. And there were, like, a couple people like, yo, what the hell, what's with your takes? I'm like, huh? And I was, like, straight confused. There's at least, like, 1 or 2 times that happened, and it's, like, on Twitter, you know, it's, like, aren't you, like, the, you know, dude is trolling that and this and that? I'm like, and then I connect the dots to be like, oh, genius troll. And, no, for real, he was. Like, I mean, because at that point, it was, you know, like, I mean, because, you know, there would be people in here thinking I'm doing these weird right-wing takes, you know, and come in here and be like, what the fuck, bro? And then I'll be like, bro, look around, like, what are you talking about? You know, and then it's just, it was just like some weird shit. It's like, what the fuck? But it is some genius trolling. I will give him that. I actually, like, it came to a point where I actually kind of liked him. I didn't do the Twitter account, but I was a Little Husky. No, like, dude, Little Husky was, like, an actual dude. Like, you fucked around a little bit and did kind of do a little fucking tongue twisting, Jesus Christ. But, like, I know you did at one point kind of troll around a little bit like that to kind of be like, and kind of fuck with me. But no, you know, Little Husky, he was indeed a real, no, I know. Because or else that Twitter account wouldn't have been a thing. Because if it, like, because, and who did that at that point, right? I mean, it was the alter ego Ignar Husky that was around. I mean, he was around during, like, the Twitter times and shit. Which, I mean, oh my god. Like, those, like, I mean, it was definitely a fun little era, but, man, I don't know if I'd definitely go back to that necessarily. Just because, I mean, honestly, it's like even a little bit more draconian, so it's like, ugh. Nah, I think I'm good with that. I have a Gate-off Shitler account. I do kind of have like a alt account on YouTube, but I haven't used it since like 2017. I think it, hold on, I could probably see what it is. What was it called? Oh my god. It was back in the day when it was like the, like when the MLG memes were a thing on YouTube. So it's literally XXX_Kyle with a 3 for the E, underscore Kolinsky. Each I is a 1, so it's Koli with the I, and then Insky with the I, underscore XXX. It's just like, oh my fucking god. And then there's like some MLG profile picture of Kyle Kolinsky and shit, and it's like, oh my god. And I know oh man, well, okay, well, I might go back to this just so I could change it up and not make it like that and just kind of use it as a fun little troll account maybe here and there. But, oh my god, that, wow. I actually think I lost the password to Little Husky, that's why he went away. that still doesn't explain the Twitter account and shit, though. And honestly, like, that Twitter account was also very recently made around the same time I came back on YouTube and shit, while that little husky was around. So there was a legit, like, I mean, I know, like I said, I know you were, you know, trolling around with it a little bit, but there was an actual, like, alter ego husky. I mean, because he was kind of a part of the trolls, you know, that came from Twitch and shit. He was just kind of like one of the ones that stuck around a little longer than most. And then at one point, you started to kind of fuck around with it and kind of added to the fray. There's, I think, at one point where there was straight, like, 2 of them at once. So, where you were messing around with it, and he was in there and shit. There was, like, that little intermittent period, I think, at one point. Like, I might be stoned, but I remember this shit, bruh. I remember my own little arc with this. Because I hold him dear in my heart. So it's like, come on. It can't be like this much of a fucking mass gaslight campaign. But one of the little huskies was me, is all I'm saying. So one of the little huskies. See? I know one of them was you. Like, I'm aware of that part, for sure. But, like, you know, there was at least, you know, there's 2. The one that you had, and then there's the other one that, you know, and I know you were also kind of playing around to, you know, with the trolling and shit, too. But, honestly, like, yours is a little noticeable. Just a little, but, you know, you've grown up around, you know, right-wing ideology, exposed to it all the time, you know, and, you know, I am too a little bit, so it's kind of hard to, you know, like, kind of, like, dictate and pick and choose of, like, you know, like, is this real or is it a troll and shit, but, I was able to kind of snuff it a little bit. But once there was, like, straight up multiple little huskies in there, essentially, I was just like, alright, nah. I know one of them's at least straight up a troll, and that's one of my own. Oh, man, I mean, you've gotten good with it, though. So I discovered my real dad like Mike Tokoby. I mean, are you surprised? I mean, it's like, are you, though? I mean, because, I mean, I wouldn't really be surprised, like, whatsoever, honestly, with that. If I found out information knowing him, I'd just be like, well, that's, just lame. That sucks. But, well, not surprised either. Thought a man who smoked as much weed as him would like Bernie. Oh, your real dad. Why did I think your stepdad? What the fuck? Okay, like, so your real dad. Okay, that is actually a little sad. Dude, I'm a little stoned, okay? So, my bad. Jesus Christ. I've been toking up, like, all night, okay? Fucking worked, like, 6 days straight this week. I mean, cut me slack. Been working so hard that my brain's becoming mush, man. This is going on, okay? Just work with me, alright? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, just don't understand what you say anymore, man. But yeah, I figured like a dude like him probably would have liked Bernie. So it's like, how in the fuck did he end up liking Mike Huckabee, actually? Now I'm wondering that. Like, what the fuck? It's kind of a little... It's kind of some stuff has like a, you know, a little poserish. Sounds like some poser shit there to say so myself. Boo. You know, speaking of some trolls and shit, oh my god, here's one. Not racial, like, That doesn't even make sense. Like, no, that me. Oh, that. Oh, that's your. Okay. Claiming you thought Mike had sound economics while Bernie said nice things are not achievements, so we can make her some nonsense like that. Oh my god, wow. Some weird centrist shit. Lame. Cringe. Gross. Boo. Honestly, that, like, comment, like, yes, Chambers not racial, so that kind of threw me for a loop, because, like, so no slurs, but gas chambers all the way. It's like, huh? It's like a woke bigot? A bigoted woke? Like, huh? It's like, okay, that just, like, it froze me for the loop. What's done over there, boo-boo? Why is it people would say this is the greatest country as such defeatist mentality? Greatest country! Free healthcare. We can't do that. It's not possible. I mean, yeah. Honestly, it's... I don't know. I think it's just because, oh, well, the status quo of what our country is now is great and the greatest thing ever, and we don't need to improve it. I think it's just more or less of that, but it's just like... that go against the idea of, like, being innovators and, you know, going, you know, like kind of pushing the paradigm, you know, a little bit, and all such. It kind of goes against that whole idea a little bit, you would think. Boo-boo. Oh, boo-boo. Also, boo-boo. Come here. Come here. Oh, yeah, he's coming right over here. He's like, oh, I heard that. Come here. You actually have to come up here, though. Come here. Come here. That's not coming here. Get back here. Turn around. Yeah, come here. You want this or not? You have to come here. And you gotta be on my lap. There you go. There, now you can have this thing. I'm gonna get... Oh, hold on. Yeah. I'm gonna hold on to it for you. There you go. Vor dog. We're gonna develop social technologies, so we never got the option to do healthcare. Speaking of Victoria 3 times. Well, damn dog. You just like slammed that down on yourself. Like, what the hell? Well, now you're just dropping shit. Now you're just dropping this everywhere. Now you're just spilling a treat. You messy little pooch. Actually, this brush is over here. I have an opportunity to brush him. Time for a blush. Yeah. Here, have that. Yeah. You sweet boy. You sweet boy. Yes, you wheeze. America rushed down a military tree early. Lol. Or Lamau. Lol. I mean, yeah, we kind of do that, you know, still, honestly, at this point. Oh, you see, boy. Yes, look at you. Yeah. You best keep your fucking foot up. It's adorable. Eh. Eh. goof. Little goober. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna brush your head too. Yeah. Man, you got like random leaves and like your little fluff of neck mane right here, bro. Your little baby mane had like some leaves in it. What the hell? Well, you were hanging out outside all day, so I guess that is fair enough. You were hanging out outside with my friend. Finally, while he was working out with all of his stuff, doing with all of his shit. You goof. I can't tell if he's trying to kick or if he's... Yeah, he's actually trying to kick when I do that. If I do this. Let's go back and forth like I'm scratching scratchy. You goof. Man, it looks so silky soft now. So shiny now. Look at you. Look. Look. He loves that. He's like, oh. Oh, this little goofy boy. Just so sweet. Try to get a little over here too. Eh. Eh. Screech, 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 screech. He's like, what are you doing? Oh. There we go. Alright. I at least brush like one half of you sufficiently. I can't really get to the other half of you. I'm not really in the mood to try to do like a little flip situation here. That'd be kind of a little redundant, wouldn't it? But you're so soft now. Oh my goodness, you're so soft. You're so soft because you're all nice and brushed. Oh my goodness. You're just a sweet little chungus. That's the worst. Whoop. This little goofball.
Nah. Nah.
You little goof. Look at you. You big old chunk. You big old chunk. Look at you. Look at you, little chunk. You're just a goofball. You're just a little goofball. I'm just like relaxed here now, or are you just kind of chilling? He's just kind of chilling out. Why do you not care about the things that I do to you? Like, any dog would be like, this is uncomfortable, fuck off, but you're literally having your eyes closed just like in bliss. It's like, oh. What's up with this little mutt? Dude, this dog is so weird and quirky. Like, this is apparently comfortable to him. Who's just a good boy? Who's just a good baby? See what I mean? Look at this little dork. Look at you, you're such a goof. You're just such a goof. You're just a goof. What, ah. What are you doing for little feet? Jeez, what was going on there? You're really knocking shit down over here. Nice shirt. So that. Oh wait, hold on. I thought that was just simply just nice shirt. Wait, hold on. I kind of missed some of this. Hold up. When are you gonna get facades me? That's something that's kind of like something that I've been getting in the works about, figuring that shit out. But anyway, hold on. So tonight, or I guess last night now, went on a 3-hour walk, like below 40 at that point. So I mean, I best I do a full project, but also people see my shirt, think nice shirt. I mean, for real though, because you know. I mean, it's kind of how I feel, but, you know, I don't have a hoodie that zips up. It's just a hoodie, so it's like, damn. What if I want to, like, you know, let people see the shirt? Because there's, like, you know, some sort of, like, you know, random thing on there I want people to see. Like, maybe I want a statement being said, you know, for people to see. Look at a statement with my shirt. That's right. Gonna be one of those guys. I mean, I kind of am. I have, like, very pro-union, like, shirts. I have at least, like, 2 or 3 of those. So, I mean, I kind of do, honestly. But, I mean, I think it's at least a meritable, you know, statement, though. A good one, at least, I want to say. You'd set up a lad. That won't be needed. I mean, it's like, right now it's like kind of spotty because it's basically on the whim of like my mobile Wi-Fi hotspot, which literally is just 5 gigs. So, totally gonna work. My roommate does. That's on virtue of him being here. So, there needs to at least be a little bit more of a, like, cemented thing, which... You know, I've been, like I said, when I actually get fucking time for it, you know, I'll be able to actually fucking, look into that a little bit. Because I know there's possibilities. I think, actually, my, phone service provider might have an option for that, I think. I don't remember correctly. Vaping's for pussies. Well, I like to see him vape a fat fucking cloud. I've tried. Cough like a bitch when you do. Fighting inflammation, making circulation better. Well, that's why I like living out here. I don't like the cold if I'm just like, you know, sitting here necessarily, but if I'm like kind of out and about, walking around and shit, then yeah, I like it. It's not that bad. Unless it's very windy. Because then that wind chill comes into play, and it's like, ugh. Like, my ideal, like, winter thing would be, like, if there's some snow, some nice fresh powder snow, and no wind, just, like, maybe the occasional, like, you know, occasional, like, a little, like, brisk, you know, occasional, you know, like, here and there a little bit, and then, you know, like, maybe, like, some partial clouds, you know, every now and then might, you know, get slightly overcast with some heavier clouds that brings on a little bit more extra fresh snow and shit, but, you know, basically like that. And, you know, just, like, between, like, 29 to, like, you know, 38 and shit. Because snow can kind of stay on, you know, 38. It's going to melt a little bit, but, you know, as long as there's, like, kind of fresh snow that kind of stays up, like, the ground itself and everything will still, you know, still pretty cool and shit. So, I mean, it'll still take a while for it to melt unless it, like, really bumped up there and shit. Like, in the 40s and shit, and then rainfall started going down. Use patch tobacco in his mouth to get his nicotine fix. Yeah, then he's gonna probably get, like, you know, mouth cancer or tongue cancer or some shit, and then literally get, like, you know, a surgery to where half his jaw's fucking missing. I'm not kidding. Like, I mean, it's good, like, not exactly good. It's kind of the reason why my friend vapes. Because, you know, it's a better way to get his fix. So, yeah. Kind of a moron. Oh, but I don't want to be a pussy, though. It's like, well, maybe because you are a pussy. And you don't want to just embrace your pussiness there, bitch. It's like, wah. Embrace your inner pussy. you get the... I can tell this bowl's starting to get nice and used because some of the edges are getting nice and caked from use over time. Get a little scrapage going so I can get it back and nice and deep. Nice little deep hole where I can stuff it in. Get a little stuff in there. It's nice and deep this time. Sure, vaping will lead to cancer in our generation in 2030. Well, I mean, we'll eventually see studies for it, I'm sure. I mean, I will say that I'm sure it's healthier in circumstances into, like, smoking straight tobacco or chewing it. Like, I will say that much, but... yeah, there's definitely gonna, you know, with studies, you know, and there already are some out there, and honestly, a lot of it's used to try to, like, you know, fearmonger about, like, flavored vapes and all this shit. No, they're gonna cancel. Actually, you know, the thing about it, this actually just happened in Malone County for, like, Portland, basically, where they banned flavored vapes for being, like, you know, sold. I guess that doesn't necessarily mean consumption, so people will just go outside of Portland and just buy flavored vapes to come back. But it's like, and I read some of the article, and some of it was like, you know, we need to protect the LGBT, the marginalized people of color, and, you know, especially our kids. And it's like, man, fuck this pandering garbage bullshit. It's like, fuck you. It's like, oh, you know, let me just virtue, you know, to, like, every little group I could think of under the sun. It's like, fuck off. It's like half of those, like, LGBT, POC, and minorities, or whatever the fuck, you know, are vapors and shit. And if the kids are doing that, that's the onus on the parents at that point, not the... oh my god. I hate it. It's so ridiculous. But nonetheless, I mean, you know, it's like, a lot of that's because, I mean, it's like, oh, the health ramifications, and oh, thinking of children because they think it's going to be cool and hip and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. And look, here's a study we found, and all this other shit. It's like, I mean, it's already kind of, like, happening already at this point. I mean, it's been happening for a little bit now, honestly. We need to get rid of these vapors. Okay, give them edibles. Yeah, for real. I mean, it's just like... I really hate the whole, like, we need to protect children, so we need to, like, legislate against adults. It's like... fucking, like, you know, maybe encourage, like, you know, more responsibility from goddamn parents and being a little, like, having a little bit more ownership about, like, you know, maybe what their kids are getting into and shit. Like, that doesn't mean outright be, like, authoritarian watchdogs on them and shit, but at least, like, actually, you know, be aware of what they do, though. I mean, yeah, because there's definitely stuff you want to kind of watch out for, yeah. Like, I mean, there's stuff that I, as an adult, would enjoy that I would, if I had a kid who's, like, 15 or something, that, yeah, I would look out for to make sure that they're not, like, getting into it. And if they are, at least know about it, make sure they're at least properly knowledgeable and educated about that. You know, so they actually know what it is. Instead of this weird fearmonger bullshit. Because at that point, it'd be, you know, the onus on the parents. At that point. You know, actually properly being like, hey, you know... like, here's what it is, like, here's what it does. There's some studies that say it's probably not good for you, but, you know, when it comes to smoke cigarettes and this and that, it helps, you know, get people off of it. You know, it's a better alternative in comparison to that. So if you were to vape, I'd definitely rather you do that instead of smoke a cigarette. So if I ever catch you with a cigarette, then you know, it's not going to be good for you. So if you are going to do that, I'd rather you vape. Like, I mean, but don't... you know, but, you know, just know what it is, but you don't need to be getting into it. I mean, it's not, you know, like, a big deal, you know, like, if you're not, you know, a part of that little group because you're not, you know, vaping like your buddies are or some shit. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, they think it's all cool and all that shit because it's kind of seen as a taboo. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it really ain't that big of a deal. I mean, if anything, that'll just kind of make them think, like, oh, well, okay, whatever, you know, for the most part. I thought you were talking about weed. Well, I mean, I have the same conversation with them, too, about weed just as much as vaping. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess, you know, you can, you know, like, take vaping and put weed in there, and I'd say the same thing. Because instead of smoking cigarettes or some other shit or whatever the fuck else, I'd rather, you know, if I had a kid, rather than smoke weed at 15 than a cigarette or meth or anything else, you know. That's straight up. You know, it's like if they did, I'd rather them at least do it at home or somewhere where I can at least, make sure that they're being safe and shit. Or at least at their friend's house and shit. It's like, hey, if you're gonna do that, then either do it at my place or at your friend's house. Don't do it outside in public and shit where you can get in trouble. I don't want you, getting fucked over for something stupid like that. I'd be responsible about it as a parent. I'd be like, I don't really want you doing that at your age right now, but if you're going to, at least do it at home or, like at your friend's house or some shit. Don't do it out in public where you could get caught, because, like, again, that's probably skirting the line of responsibility, I suppose, but, still. I mean, like, back in, like, the 70s shit, I remember, like, Paul Zigo would talk about every now and then how, like, his parents would be like, while he was a teenager, being like, if you're gonna have beers with your friends, while you're, like, junior, senior high school, in context, while you're, like, having beers with your friends and shit, just, like, do it here at home. So, it's like, we can watch over you and we make sure that you're being safe with it. So you're not driving around and shit like that either. And you're all spending the night type of thing. And I would honestly be kind of the same way. It's like, and you're not having anything else besides, like, these little, like, not the Mike Harder, but, like, literally, like, Mike Hard lemonade thing, I have, like, one of those. Something light. Where's that? There. It's like, there you go. You get this tiny little thing. Have fun. I actually know, I think in some states it's technically legal for someone, like, at least between, like, 18 to 21, if they're on their own property, from my understanding, you could technically. It's just that you can't be out in public or in bars or anything like that and shit, or purchasing it, which is kind of weird. It's like, so if they're at their property at home, they can have it, but if they're, like, basically literally anywhere else, that's a no-no. It's like, couldn't they just have a homie hook them up and they just go back to the house, to the pad, you know what I mean? This is like, it's kind of funny, how some places have, weird little loopholes like that. Which I think there's a reason for it, because I think it's because of that. It's like, yeah, we know kids kind of get into this, so, we'll give them a little leeway, but, it's like, we'll make sure that they at least aren't too bad about it. Should I chuck a ball for my kid, teach them about limits? I would not do that. I would teach them about limits by, like, showing them, like, drunk driving compilation videos. Show them that. Don't, like, do it yourself. Oh, my God. Of course, leave it to Venom to be like, here, let me lead by example. Glug, glug, glug. It's like, I would be like, here, let's watch a bunch of drunk drivers being dumb fucks, and this is why you probably shouldn't, irresponsibly be, drinking and stuff. Because, this can be a potential result if you have a friend who's, being this drunk, or yourself being that drunk. Like, just show them shit like that. You don't have to leave. Oh my God, of course Venom would do that, though. Really depends on the gender of my child. I mean, does it, though? Like, I mean, it's still your kids. You still educate them and teach them about that. I mean, not by leading by example, though. You don't do that. It's like, here's why meth is bad. Just like, let me just smoke that right up. It's like, yeah, that's a smart idea, great idea, like, It's like, let me extend this lead by example idea that you have, established, you know what I mean? Overprotective as fuck. I mean, like, you still, like, okay, well, you still gotta, like, educate, your child about that, though, in the hypothetical scenario, and I think any parent should. It's like, this is why I think, there should at least be, like, some sort of, like, encouraged idea about what, should be a part about being a parent, and a part of it's actually, like, looking up, like, when it comes to, like, kid being like, hey, like, what's you know, what's a beer or whatever the fuck, you know, just for this context, for context sake, you know, it's just like, just, you know, just be, it really just fundamentally, it's like being honest and just like actually being, you know, straight with the facts about what it does and shit. It's like, yeah, it's, you know, an alcoholic beverage, and they're probably gonna ask what's alcohol, and it's like, it's something that's, you know, kind of a, you know, that's something that kind of gets people a little doozy and can kind of get people silly. And it's something that kind of, you know, can, you know, sometimes let people's emotions out from time to time and stuff. But, you know, and just like, you know, and something that a lot of adults like, you know, and, you know, sometimes people can get very excessive of these type of things, and it ends up not being very good for them. Because it's technically a poison, and in very moderate amounts is no problem, but in excessive amounts can actually be very harmful. You know, that's at least like a basic start into a conversation that is responsible, honest, and like communicating with your child about what a beer is, what alcohol is, and stuff. You know, like, you know, because they're going to be curious, and you'd rather be honest with them about what it is, and let them know it's an adult thing, and, you know, be like, this is something that adults enjoy, and, you know, children can't have it because it would be, you know, like, even a beer itself can potentially be excessive because you're a child. You know, you're way smaller than an adult. You know, once you become more older, you know, it becomes, you know, like it's, you know, it becomes a little bit more acceptable, you know, for you to drink that. And there's an age, you know, when a society says, and on the law it says that this is, you know, the time where you can do that. And that varies from place to place, you know, and here it's whatever it is. It's 21, 18, whatever the fuck, you know. I know in the U.S., like, it varies from, like, 18 to 20 and 21, depending on the state. I don't know if there's anywhere that has it lower than that. I would not be surprised, but I don't know if there is or not. Actually, now I think about it, I think there is. God. I mean, you know, it's like, it's not really that terrible. I mean, in Europe, they're like fucking, it's just like teenagers that are like, oh yeah, let's go to the bar after school, eh? You know, whatever the fuck. I don't know why I went Canadian with like some Dutch kid or something. I mean, but like, yeah, like in, you know, like in the Netherlands and shit, like, you know, drinking age is basically like 15 or 16 or something. So it's like teenagers after school in high school could basically go grab, you know, beer with their, you know, with their friends, you know, at the pub and shit. Or, you know, like, have a beer while they do homework. I've done that in college, though. That's actually, in a way, I feel like I've actually been a little more productive doing that. It'd be fun dad, but not a bad father as well. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, like, it just kind of depends. I mean, obviously, if it's like your first child, it's just gonna, I mean, no one's gonna know how they're gonna, you know, be as, you know, a parent and shit, but, you know, you just, at the end of the day, you just kind of have to go with what you think is right, I guess. But at the same time, just also be honest and, you know, like, actually properly, you know, educate your kid when they ask a question or want to know about something. And if you don't know it, just be like, hey, you know, honestly, I don't know, you know, but hey, you know, let's go look that up together. You know, if anything, let that even be a learning opportunity. Be like, hey, let's actually find this out together, you know, let's go, you know, like, since I don't know much about it, and you are asking about it, let's go see. You know, let's go see what it is, and go on a computer, look up on your phone or something, you know, shit like that, you know, it's just like tiny little things, you know. It's like, there honestly needs to be, like, classes, you know, like, for, like, married couples or something, especially, be like, hey, since y'all get married, here, you got, like, a 3-month course on, like, here's how to be a parent. Like, because, I mean, Jesus Christ, I really think it probably might be needed. Because there's a lot of, like, well, honestly, that only kind of covers the surface, but, like, I mean, there's a lot of parents out there that really just shouldn't be. I mean, they probably could be if they were just, like, you know, educated on how to be a responsible parent and shit, but, like, we just don't really do that. We just kind of throw people to the wolves, like, yeah, figure it out. You're on your own, kind of. Oh, you have the WIC thing. Yeah, you got that for, you know, some welfare stuff. Have fun with that. It's like, thanks. Great. Awesome. Gonna end generational trauma by not having kids, probably. I mean, yeah, I'm not in, you know, any interest in having kids myself either. I mean, I'm not necessarily, like, anti-natalist about it, but, I mean, I really kind of, like, definitely discourage, you know, from people from kind of reproducing, I guess, but, I mean, if people are, I encourage them to actually, you know, be responsible parents, like what we're talking about. You know, so, I mean, that's why I'm not really anti-natalist about it. It's like, I'd rather people don't produce little curtain climbers and booger eaters, but, you know, if people are, you know, are going to have kids, I'd rather them be responsible and, you know, and be knowledgeable and actually educate themselves as much as, you know, their kids as they're growing up. You know, so, I mean, it's a little bit of both, basically. I mean, and I mean, I'm doing that, you know, partially at least, you know, includes, you know, basically not, you know, like, having, say, like, calls parents of, like, think of the children, you know, all this other shit. Because I want humanity to keep going, but others would agree. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm, like, a full-on natalist either. I'm basically, I guess I'm a centrist on the issue. Like, you know, I'm a little bit of both. Like, you know, I understand and I frankly kind of agree with both ends of things, you know, to different degrees. But especially when it comes to, like, a lot of the current issues, you know, not just here in this country, but I think globally too. You know, it's just something that, at least when it comes to reproduction, I would more generally discourage. But, I mean, that doesn't mean I'm like, no, we need to absolutely stop this, and how dare we? You know, it's like, how dare we reproduce and add people to suffer? It's just like, I mean, I'm not that far with it. I mean, because, you know, because that's just, I don't know, that's just kind of a little, you know, for me, at least, you know, just a little too radical about it. I mean, because honestly, like, it's just, I mean, it's like, it's one of those things where I get it, but they're just kind of being a little too reactionary about it, or like a little too, you know, standoffish, I guess. I can't enjoy these tweets. Well, I don't have a Twitter anymore. I'm banned off of Twitter, and I still am able to enjoy them. You can't enjoy these twits. Pharma company holiday party features insulin fountain. Oh my god, I love you, Onion. God bless the Onion. Elon Musk Kaizen Dark Twitter office as landlord bangs on door demanding rent. As a landlord bangs on his office door demanding rent. Oh my god, I love it. Dude, the Onion better be careful, dude. Dude, Elon Musk might unironically fucking, like, ban the Onion if they keep doing this. Oh my god. Dude, the Onion might... Dude, the Onion's liable now, dude. The Onion's at risk. We need to protect the Onion. We need to protect the Onion at all costs. Oh my god, look at him out in there. Look at his little ass hiding in there. Oh my god. I love it. I just imagine it. Just like, Mr. Musk, where is the rent? We've been asking for 6 months now. Oh my god, I love it. Insulin fountain. Yes, an insulin fountain. Here's that one. Stukov! Hey! 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 Mer! Shut up! Hey! Bitch! What the hell? Don't be... Yeah, that shut you up. Oh, there's this insulin fountain. Oh, look at that insulin. Yeah. Look at all that insulin, I tell you what. There's another saying something like Elon used a memory wiper to change the boost he receives into cheers. I think he's like on a critical status of just like utter like ego break, and he's just like I was actually like I was watching a little Vosh clip a little bit on my break, and straight up this dude was on like a Twitter space call or whatever the fuck, and he basically went like, and like all the different journalists in there is like, hey, you know, so is like, you know, doing a news article about this, like, you know, the equivalent of band evasion. He's like, this is equivalent of band evasion and doxing, you know, like, yeah. And it's like, well, didn't you like used to criticize other people for doing similar stuff? And he's like, yeah, I should, you know, anyway, and then he just left. And then he came back, you know, for a second. It was like, yeah, so, you know, it's just like, you know, doing any form of, like, you know, reaction or, you know, retweeting or anything like this, responding, you know, to this in any way on Twitter, you know, when it comes to, like, doxing and this and that is band evasion, no offense, but it just, like, left. And I'm just like, wow. What an insecure little pussy bitch. Because he is, like, an insecure little bitch. Like, he really is. Like, he's, like, a little jelly boy, dude. Like an insecure, like, little lollipop guild jelly boy. Who just happens to be really fucking bougie-ass rich. My god, that's the worst type of lollipop guild fucking jello boy, dude. Oh, man, that's the worst one. Ugh. When they're all preppy, yuppie, and rich as fuck. Ugh. Gross. You'll never be the bee. The Babylon Bee. Oh my god, dude. What a... Wow. Dude, the Onion's been around way longer than the Babylon Bee. And also, like, they will never be the Bee anyway because they actually are funny in comparison to Babylon Bee. My god, what the, just wow. And just funny in general. Yeah. Like, they actually have legit, like, creative, like, artists. Like, master artisans that are at work over there. And they've always have been. You know what, honestly, like, maybe the world isn't totally, like, you know, an Onion article in the writing after all quite yet. Because the Onion out there, yeah, those are some bangers. Those two right there that we just saw, those were some bangers a little bit. Like, so it shows that the Onion can outdo reality still. So, not all hope is lost, I think. That's actually a little bit of hope, I think, right there. Because for a while, I honestly was like, man, is, like, the world becoming just an Onion article? Just in the writing, like, just, like, a constant Onion article. But, that got my hope up. Some hope was gained right there. Because those are some straight fucking bangers. I'm pretty sure the Onion has like an app or something. I should just download the app and just, you know, have some constant access, you know, to some Onion articles. You goofy little ball. He's literally just sleeping right in the middle of the laundry room over there. Like, right in the middle of it. Oh, he probably wants his chair, but it's all closed up. I mean, he needs a new chair, honestly. This chair is, like, fucking broken beyond repair. I'm surprised it's still holding up. Like, honestly, I'm really surprised that fucking chair is still holding up. But then you gotta get me for Christmas. Man, I can barely get something from my own mom for Christmas right now, dude. Like, honestly. I mean, literally a lot of it is just because I just don't fucking have, like, the time to, like, you know, sit down and be like, alright, let's deal with this shit, you know, let's get, you know, the Christmas shit all set up, because it's, like, basically got, literally, like, just like, oh, hey, you know, like, this shit happened, oh, this person, like, well, oh, you know, this coworker's in the hospital because he's, you know, like, won the Roblox himself. It's like, oh, great, it's like, oh, yay, this is fucking, yeah, you peachy king, great shit. Surely nothing is gonna be all dumped on my lap whatsoever. No, not at all. Oh, wait, it is. Fuck me, god damn it. Just before holiday season, too. Nice. Good shit. Good stuff. Well, actually, it is right now, but, you know, either way, good stuff. By good stuff, I mean it's fucking horrible. A little boob. I would cause multiple other Roblox things. Yeah, don't let's not add the Roblox effects. Yeah, let's not. So that's around for them. You fucking better, you son of a bitch. That was half serious and half like embellishment. Because sometimes, you know, just a little bit of time is all that's needed. I mean, we were kind of talking a little bit about that earlier anyway, so remember that shit from the beginning stream. Total side. But who wants some Kool-Aid? I do. Is it fruit punch? I like fruit punch. Or is it tea? Like a proper man. Why did we get so dark so quick? Why? Why did it get... Why? Why are we doing this? But, I mean, honestly, I mean, it's just like... I don't know, like... I will say, though, at least for a little bit of optimism, at least, like... The whole idea, at least, you know, of, like, gift exchange isn't, like, the end-all, be-all when it comes to, you know, the overall holidays season and shit. There's other stuff, you know, that goes into it. Besides, not everyone's always about the gift giving and shit. Or the gift, you know, receiving, either. Some people actually... There have been some people I met them like, no, you don't need to get me anything. I'm just like, okay. Right, an outcast, an outlier, an exemption, and a not all rule person over here. It's like, alright. Go dark or weird sexual stuff, because you can have either one or both, but never neither. I mean, fair enough. And, I honestly would rather it be dark instead of weird sexual stuff, because honestly, when we go weird sexual stuff, it gets fucking weird so goddamn quick that and I'm a weird bastard, and it sometimes it even gets way too weird for me, okay? Like, I'm a furry, you know, like, I like my kinks and stuff like that, you know, I like all that stuff as much as the next guy when it comes to shit like that, but... Like, even for me, sometimes this chat gets, like, fucking raunchy, and it's like, god damn, alright, like, it's like, I want to, like, wash it with soap. It's like, y'all need a scrub bath every now and then, it's like, Jesus. You want to get me a gift? I don't know, pizza would be nice. That actually would be kind of nice. We're in on chat. Well, you know, honestly, half the time, I just kind of embrace it, because, I mean, it's like, because, you know, there's a part of me, it's just like, what's the point in fighting it, you know? I mean, there's trying to at least kind of harangue it in, you know? Get the border collies out, you know, all the sheep are going crazy, and just like, get them all connected, get them all herded together, you know, but, like, you know, beyond that, you just kind of have to just let it happen, just let it be embraced. F for buffering. Uh-oh. There's an uh-oh. F. Oh no, I don't like that. Why would there be an F? There shouldn't be no Fs. Uh-oh. Hold up. Yeah, let me do this real quick. There shouldn't be no Fs. Uh-oh. Hold up. Yeah, let me do this real quick. Hey, it's still going good. We should be okay. Double check. Refresh. It's still going good. We should be okay. I'm good. Type it in there. There you go. Refresh. So I'm just hearing myself going off in the background now. Go. Refresh. So I'm just hearing myself going off in the background now. Back. No, like, I honestly went, as soon as y'all said F, I went to my stream and I was still going. And F again, never mind. What? Hold on. Like, I honestly went, as soon as y'all said F, I went to my stream and I was still going. And F again, never mind. What? Hold on. Like, I honestly... Am I getting gaslit? And back, and F again. So this sounds like this is either a YouTube thing, or this might be a local, you know, service thing. Alabama's internet's sucking. Alabama's pooping out. The internet's going dark. Alabama's going Bravo 6, going dark on us. Unfortunately, I don't know about it everywhere else, but I mean, honestly, it looks like everything's all good though on my end. You know, my stream seems like it's going fine. My internet and all that's good. I mean, I haven't had like a weird buffer or nothing myself, at least. But yeah, I think that might be a local thing, maybe like some local service shit or something. But I don't fucking know. And back. Watch it be like another F again. But only for you. Because, yeah, at least all in all, seems like things are, you know, rolling fine, though. How weird do we get? I mean, weird enough to where, like, I want to scrub you all with soap sometimes. Like, seriously, how weird am I? You're at least on the same level of weirdness, maybe for different reasons, but on the same level of weirdness as I am. But I think you fluctuate a little bit. I can't really pinpoint directly where specifically, but you're at least on my level, but fluctuate. So I don't know, take that for what you will, I guess. I guess a little more, because, I mean, you're more blatant and willing to go full on and not give a fuck while I'm sitting here like, oh god, I need to scrub my chat with soap. Yeah, so I guess there is that. I mean, so much so that I guess, like, YouTube is like, alright, we're gonna specifically target these people and just, like, knock them out. Because those are being brought up. So it's just like, you know, even YouTube's like, we're not making it weird tonight. It is Sunday, so it is the Holy Sabbath. We're not making it weird. We're not allowed to on the Lord's holy day. Yeah, weird enough. You need to say some shit that makes Ignore lose many nights of sleep over his life choices. Okay, that would definitely be like, you're a weird fuck if you do that to me. Rosie, you haven't maybe done that entirely. You maybe, like, really, like, go to sleep and be like, man, some of the stuff that we're looking at on stream, like, there has been nights where, you know, some of the stuff that we've seen, like, that Rap City shit. I went to bed the first night discovering that one, like, oh my god, I can't believe that exists out there, dude. Like, what the like, sitting there just, like, kind of pondering that. Like, so every now and then, I mean, I won't say that means you're kind of a weird motherfucker, but, I mean, it's a little weird that you just, like, have discovered these things. Because I've never known that has ever existed until you've told me about that. So, it's, like... So, I mean, it's a little bit. I mean, you're not on my level, because, I mean, like I said, I'm a furry. I'm into, like, you know, BDSM kink shit and stuff, and all that, you know, fun stuff, and all that good shit. You know, and also, you know, and everything else in between. You know, it's just like, so, I mean, you know, there's definitely, like, you know, you're kind of like, you know, boop. Yeah, you kind of float up there. You're kind of floating around, you know, above where I'm at. I'm just like, oh, there he is, floating up there, dropping some things occasionally for me to check out, being like, what the fuck? like 19 times more shy in person. Really shy person, I'm really online about my alter ego names. I mean, I kind of tend to be the same way too, a little bit. Like, I'm still, like, you know, me, basically, but I'm a lot more, I guess, like, blunt and, you know, like, a lot more open about being, like, adamant about what I believe in shit, in comparison to, you know, like, a one-on-one interaction, and, like, at the bar or something like that. But a lot of that's because it's, like, different, you know, different environments, basically. At least for me. You know, there's kind of a sense about being a social chameleon that actually is kind of a good thing. Because, like, obviously, if I'm going, like, out... You reserved as fuck on stream? Yeah. I know. No, I know. I mean, I'm just saying I'm a little bit more blunt and adamant and passionate about my ideas here and stuff. And even then, I'm reserved with a lot of my ideas, too, even at that. But, you know... You're much more willing to let things fly? Yeah, because it's a lot more of a private thing. It's a different environment, like I said. There's a little, you know, like I said, there's kind of a little bit of a benefit being a social chameleon, because all in all, you can say the same ideas, but in far different ways that, you know, can pertain to, you know, the social environment, basically. Like here, you know, I, you know, will let a lot of my broad ideas fly, but some of my more, like, personal ideas and stuff, like, I keep more reserved. You know, so, yeah, I mean, at least when it comes to, like, you know, adjacent with my ideas and shit. You know, like, for example, like, with far-right Nazi extremists and shit as of lately, like, I got, you know, a lot of stuff that I do talk about them, you know, very openly on stream and shit, but there's a lot of different personal ideas I, frankly, got when it comes to, you know, in my own private time, in my own head. And yeah, like, when it comes to a one-on-one private conversation with somebody, you know, and willing to trust them at least, yeah, I'm gonna be a lot more fucking open about it. I've told you a bit about those. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like, there's kind of a sense about being, you know, a social chameleon that I think is definitely merited. I mean, you know, it's like, so, like, you know, because I will talk about the same ideas that I have here on streams, you know, with other people, you know, before and shit. And, you know, and, like, you know, but I'm not, like, you know, being, like, this hardcore, like, radical militant labor dude, you know, like, you know, when it comes to that type of shit in front of people. Like, if anything, I'm, you know, just, you know, being more of, like, the, you know, reserved, just, you know, having a casual back and forth, and just kind of, you know, telling them, you know, like, a story about the strike that happened back in the day, and, you know, like, Balboa Mountain's always one I love to talk about. I usually bring that up. And just these different things, you know, that, you know, kind of help codify a lot of these different things, you know, that we have today and shit. Like, you know, when it comes to a lot of my labor talks I have here, right? You know, same shit, just different environment, so I'm a little bit different about how I go about it. If you had a Death Note, would I use it? Honestly, probably, yeah. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know 100% about the Death Note. I kind of have an idea about what it is. Like, but what is it, like, you know, specifically? I just kind of want to make sure I know 100% what it is. Because I've heard about it, and I kind of know, I think I know what it is, but I just kind of want to make sure. Because that's why I say kind of probably, yeah, because I don't know 100% if, you know, I'm thinking what it is actually right. It's basically like you have, like, a direct ability to roadblock someone, right? Like, that's essentially is what it is. Like, the notes that you can use to whack someone. Is that kind of essentially is what it is? Like, am I thinking about that right? I'm just, like I said, I just kind of want to confirm my head and make sure I'm right. Definitely lets you write down how... Oh. Well... Yeah. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Now you mentioned that, now that I know 100%, at least in that broad assessment, yeah. I could think of, you know, some different, you know, individuals, at least. And, also, like, you know, just, you know, like, if you don't get specific, they die of a heart attack. I think for some people I probably wouldn't necessarily be specific. I'd just be like, it's, you know, who cares? Just. But there are definitely some very specific individuals that I can think of that I'd be like, here, let me write like a nice little fan fiction. Check out this thick Christmas meat. Oh, damn, look at that nice thick meat. Oh, this might be TOS that's so thick. Oh, yeah, look at that meat. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, goddamn. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, god. Okay, alright. I'm already getting hungry, and you're making me really fucking hungry, dude. Oh, my god. Damn, that looks fucking fantastic. There are a lot more rolls than this. The human... Alright, so, okay, here we go. Death note, how to use it. The human whose name is written on this note. Should I? The note will not take effect unless the writer has the person's face on their mind when writing his or her name. Therefore, people sharing the same name will not be affected. The cause of this written within 40 seconds of writing a person's name, it will happen after writing the cause of death. Details of the death should be written in the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds. So there's some major specific caveats to this. So basically, I would essentially, like, have to sit there and think about, like, if I had, you know, different death notes, and I would just sit there with each one, just, like, actually legit, like, really ponder it for a minute, so then I could write it down in 40 seconds, and then, you know, the details and everything else, you know, go from there. Because I'll think about it for a little bit. I guess I couldn't write, like, a little fanfic novel. Damn. Unless I did it in 6 minutes. This is an eye cleanser. I'd be fucked. I can't spell for shit. Well, it doesn't say anything about spelling. So I think you'd be okay. As long as it gets a general idea. What's going on here? What the fuck is going on there? Okay, just random statue shit. That was supposed to be an eye cleanser because I feel like that's just like a lot of religiousness and angels everywhere, just like, oh. Actually, if you misspell someone's name 3 times, you die. Well, hey, you know, oh goddamn, that dude, that means that I don't know how to spell Libs of TikTok's name. I just call her Chayak fucking cunt bitch or whatever the fuck. So I mean, it's like, god damn it, dude, she would be the one I'd have a real hard time with. Oh fuck, dude, I'd have to like really, just like really ponder it, just like, and just have like her name like right there, just like etched in on the wall, just like staring at it, like, and memorizing it, like writing it on separate pieces of paper just to make sure I get it right. Like, dude, I would like really like, yeah, Haberman down first. Honestly, like, just have regular pieces of paper and just like practice. There you go. Boom. So then you can kind of time it out, and then once you got it down, then you go in and actually go on to Death Note. There you go. Boom. So then you don't fuck up. Flawless. There's a loophole to it. Just get regular pieces of paper, then just do it that way. Then you really are thinking about it. So then that person's face is definitely in your mind. So once you got to memorize the shit after all that time, by the time you start that shit, dude, you have that shit done in like fucking like 4 minutes or some shit, dude. Dude, done in... You'd be able to have like detail, you know, the concept, all that shit like done in like 10 seconds, and then everything else done in like 4. You'd be able to cut that shit down in like, you know, twice the time. Unless you got like a really lengthy one. But if you do like, you know, practice up and like, you know, get some like the, you know, I don't know, like 20 pieces of paper, and, you know, just kind of practice a little bit. You know, maybe take a break. You don't want your arm getting all sore and shit. You know, like, you know, so maybe do like 10, wait a little bit, and then, you know, come back, you know, once your arm's kind of refreshed a little bit, do another 10, once, you know, or do like at least like another 8, and be like, alright, kind of got it good, you know, I think. And then do like 2 more practice ones, and then do it, you know, just to make sure you got it down, you know, like, that's the way to do it. That's the trick, right there, boom. Lose half your exchange, wait, hold on, what about Demon Eyes? Sees to Death Note, one of the guys with the note just deleted people left, right, and center. Yes, oh, did the Demon Eyes deal to see how long people left to live? The Shinigami Eyes? You lose half your life, though, in exchange for demon eyes. Yeah, fuck that. I mean, demon eyes would be cool, but that's why you got, like, those contact things and shit. And eventually, with, like, transhumanism, you could probably, like, do some other crazy shit with it. Honestly, I'm sure there's, like, you know, like, experimental shit that people do with, like, body mods and stuff when it comes to that shit, anyway. People, like, tattoo their goddamn eyes. So, I mean, you know, people could kind of do that now a little bit. I guess maybe not technically permanently unless they're tattooing their eyes. Oh my god, the idea of that just... Oh god, that really actually hurts my eyes. There's like some no-no squares I would never tattoo. It's the eyes, the junk, and... yeah, that's pretty much about it, really. Like, those are like the main no-no squares. Is the last Link Zukov on Christmas? Felix Naughty Dog. Aww, that dog is a good boy. And luckily Zukov is not like this. Because we don't actually really have, like, mini lights like that. We do have those, but... the guys give you power to see true names and how long they have to live. Well, what's the point of that? Oh, you see their true names and how long they live, and those are your demon eyes? That's kind of lame. Or is there more rules to this, and, you know, there's some other shit to this? Because if that's it, then, yeah, and you get half your life, basically, taken away for those demon eyes, then fuck that. That's lame. The Shimigami eyes sound a little lame. Sounds bitch-made. Sounds like a bitch-made demon. Why can't it be, like, cold demon? Like, you know, it gives me, like, fire eyes and fucking, like, you know... Once you see the name, you have to write down a death note to kill him. Well... why not just... well, you know, nah. That's still not necessary, because... if you really, you know, like, want someone, like, fuck you or whatever... you know, it's just like, what's your full name? You know, whatever, and just like... if it's like, you know, like James McManson or some whatever fucking name or some shit, then it's just like, then, you know, I don't know, you can at least kind of go from there. Like, even a tiny bit of Death Note paper can kill. Well, how would you be able to write on such a tiny level? So, Demon Reaper originally owned Notebook will bound you. Now, I could be wrong, but if they save you after you're supposed to die, you get their life. That's the years they had. Oh, so it extends your life. You can stuff a tiny bit of pocket and use it away from the notebook. I just have like a nice, like, highly security based, like, little, like, book bag that's like a lock on it or some shit. I just get one of those, just have it in there. Or is it one of those, like, thick ass books or some shit where it just has, like, endless paper? Because if it's like a nice little thin one, then I can definitely put it in there. There's a Death Note one shot I've done Trump. They have one of Trump. Oh my god. See, this is why Death Note, you know, I wish it was a thing. Okay, maybe I probably should have gone with me that far. Yeah, it's endless paper, but it's still thin somehow. Okay, so it's a thin book. Okay, so that makes it easy to transport, so that's good. So yeah, you know, have a little bookcase, you know, that's, like, nice and secured, locked up and shit. Only I have the key. Hell yeah, there you go, boom. Transport ain't an issue. Lightweight, there you go. Just put a couple other books in there to kind of hide it and mask it in there. So when you open it up and you're, like, picking up some other random book to read, I mean, no one's gonna really notice. I think that's how Messiah's Reaper died. This is a show, right? Because, I mean, I kind of want to watch the show now. I'm assuming it's an anime. That's what I'm assuming. Yep, it looks like it is indeed an anime. And a manga. Oh boy. You know what? Let me hear the anime opening. Okay, yep, it's a very stereotypical anime opening song. I knew it. That's all I needed to know. I just wanted to know if it's your stereotypical, like, anime opening song, and yeah, it is. Japanese rock. I actually like the genre, though. I actually kind of, yeah, so I don't mind it, but it's just like, I knew it. Season 2 anime opening cerebral. Okay, alright, I need to find that. Alright, I need to find that. I think that was the first season. Ironically. I mean, I like it unironically, actually. I'll give you a reason why, but hold on. Let's hear this. Dude, this is better. I love this. Fuck yeah. Okay, I see why you think it's terrible, but whatever. Fuck you. Alright, I like that. Alright, I love that. That's a total... I did not expect that. I thought it was gonna be like some totally different. It's too screamy. Well, alright, well here, let me actually show you why I actually like, you know, Japanese rock or like Japanese metal and stuff, unironically. Here. And this is not screamy. Here, which song? Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's bump this up. Here, this is what they're called. Ningen Isu. Dude, these dudes are legit fucking dope. It's a longer song. It kind of progresses a little bit. I'm just gonna kind of let it play a little bit, just because it's actually pretty fucking epic. Dum 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 dum. Dude, it's so fun. I love it. I mean, you can't tell me this fucking is a good song. You like Sat Over the World? Oh, whatever. Dude, I like both of them, but I like that other one better. See, it's not screamy. It's just regular singing. But it's also in Japanese, too. Someone say screaming from the same band. I'll play it after the song. I'm grooving to it now. Because it's kind of like Japanese prog metal, basically. So that's like Japanese Metallica. They sound more like Japanese Black Sabbath, honestly. They even have the same kind of progression, almost. In similar tones, a little bit. Hold on, I mean, look at these dudes. I love these guys, they're great. Ooh. I think they're... Oh, there ain't no captions, damn. Look at the drummer, dude. He looks like Elvis almost. It's pretty awesome. I love their aesthetics that they got going on. I like niche emo-ish Japanese rock. I like. Well, this is definitely niche, and honestly, it's definitely kind of like emo-ish and gothic, at least in in the like lyrics and stuff. I don't know why this one doesn't have the captions on, but a lot of the songs that they have on YouTube do have captions on it. And a lot of it's kind of like some existential themes and, you know, like kind of darker themes and stuff like that. Actually, I should show another song of theirs that should have the captions on, so, you know, you can kind of see the lyrics of it too. Dog looks like a little corpse over there, just all sprawled out. Oh God. What a goofball. I love how just guitars just fucking just like goes in shred mode. It's like, nah, this is my time to shred. I'm just gonna go shred mode. It's like an old dude too. And from what I understand, this band's been around for a while. They have albums that go back at least, I think, to the 90s at least. I think it might be a little older than that. Actually, you know what, here, let me look it up just to double check. Because they've actually have been around in like the Japanese metal scene for some time. Here, let me say here. Yeah, the band. Looks like their first album might have been from 1990. Yeah, let me double check. Just making sure. Where's the wiki? Where's the wiki page? I'll show it. Yeah, here it is. Come here. Yeah, here we go. Cool. Oh, you even have influences here. Ningen Isu is strongly influenced by Black Sabbath, told you. Other influences include UFO, Led Zeppelin, Kiss, Boogie, King Crimson, and other artists. The playstyle of Wajima's guitar is influenced by guitarists such as Robert Fripp, Tony Iommi, Jimmy Page, Alice Fairley, Michael Schechner, and also the sound of Sugaro Jameson. Suzuki loves Kiss and paints his face white and moves like Gene Simmons. And Suzuki's their bassist. Alright, let's see where their first album was. Discography. 1989, so very late 80s. So yeah, during the 90s is when they kind of first started, but their first album was in 89. So yeah, they've been around for a minute. Yeah, their first album was self-titled, and the second one is Ningen Shikaku. And then Sakura no Mori no Makai no Shida, which means in the forest under cherries in full blossom. What a poetic album name, honestly. Oh shit, that album has some pretty cool names for the songs. There's the first songs, I'm just gonna say the translated parts. I'm not even gonna try to do the English variations of these. But his first song is Bomb March, Testament Broadcasting, Fires of the Heart. Those sound like some, oh, there's a song called Tokyo Bondage, Thief Hymn. Dude, that album sounds kind of awesome. Sounds like some very rebellious themes in those songs. Oh, here, but... And let's... Here, I probably won't play all this, though. Wait, what is this? DBZ movie 2015 Resurrection F? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? I don't like it. I think it's meant to be a meme. I don't think it's meant to be serious. I feel like this is like more of a satirical song. It like literally the lyrics are just it's flaw. It's flaw, it's flaw, flaw, it's flaw, it's flaw, flaw. You need to show the video else it won't make sense. It won't? Or I don't even think with the video that I'm looking at is making sense. It means it's power. Oh. Okay. So wait, so what is this? Explain this, Rose. You're the one who sent this. Am I being brainwashed? Wait. I guess there's other stuff that's going on. What? So it's a song by Frieza. And also various different, like, subtle political things going on as well. Make sure my video is standard music video without any weirdness like this. Comparing him to various dictators. So Frieza is being compared to different dictators. Okay, so I think I get it now. So now that at least that was okay, I get it now at least. So yeah, I feel like it is kind of more of like, you know, a song that was kind of meant as like a one-off, as like a meme song for the video, I think. The reason is because it's actually based on Japanese loan sharks who bought houses and drastically mark up prices to make them unaffordable. Ah. So there is kind of a little bit of an analogy, basically, I guess. Sorry, land sharks. Land sharks, loan sharks. I mean, you know, a little two peas in the same pod. Kind of. But I kind of see it now, though. I'm surprised it's still kind of a little bit on YouTube. Glenn loved that. I know he did. I don't know. Well, sometimes, you know, honestly, there has been things where I've been, I don't know. I'm not too sure if I am into that or I'm, like, about that. But, you know, I've warmed up to over time. But, you know, I'm confused. This song. I mean... Well, he's saying he's confused, and I too am still a little confused. I will admit. I'm just trying to see if I can, like, figure out anything else with it here, I guess. I mean, honestly, like, the song, like, the lyrics there are, like, you know, tied to the, like, images. I mean, okay. The way choice, honestly. Well, there are many things that exist out there that we don't all enjoy. Oh, wait, hold on. I know there's actually another thing. Sometimes we're neutral with, sometimes don't enjoy, and there you go. It'll make perfect sense. Oh, I'm sorry, that definitely has not seen the Dragon Ball Z anime. Well, I've seen bits and pieces of it. Oh, it's just soundtrack. Well, I know the Terminator soundtrack. I mean, it's fucking epic. This isn't really, this is not cyberpunk. This is not cyberpunk, dude. This is kind of like funk rock. I love 80s music. I mean, it's good. I'm not besmirching the music. It is awesome. But that's kind of like more funk rock. Not like cyberpunky music. I mean, it is also, It's like definitely quintessential 80s music right there. But I wouldn't call that outright a total, you know, like cyberpunky thing at all. I mean, it could fit in the cyberpunk world. Oh my god, I've been streaming for over 5 hours. Jesus Christ! I just looked how long I've been streaming for. No wonder I'm so dang hungry. It's been a while since I last ate. Wouldn't be surprised to walk into a cyberpunk bar to hear that song. Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't be surprised either, but it's not like, I mean, in the genre of, like, cyberpunk, like, synth and stuff, I mean, it isn't exactly the same type of thing. Basically, his music was post-punk, new wave, and underground metal. I agree with that. I like that. Because that right there is some good shit. That's what I heard the Diarrhea song. If you didn't enjoy what you heard earlier and stuff, and you're gonna bring that up, which I don't even know what it is, but you're gonna bring that up, like, I mean, bruh. You got some alternate priorities here. Some flawed priorities there, son. Tell you what. I hear it in my bowels every morning. Yes, same here. Sometimes it sucks. Sometimes it's all weird and jank and all, like, out of whack sometimes, and it's like, damn, what the fuck? Venom, I will slowly but surely get you into, like, oh, never mind, he has an F moment. Which I feel like that's more on him. On his end. Have you guys heard the Bruno Mars Korn duet? Oh, yeah, you know, it's been a long time, but I think I have heard it. Because I have listened to some Bruno Mars stuff, and I have listened to some Korn stuff in the past. I think YouTube recommended me once. Because honestly, that's how I find, you know, some, you know, music these days, occasionally and shit. Is, you know, honestly, every now and then, YouTube algorithm will actually, you know, do a blessed thing and actually, you know, show some shit. Actually, that's how I found that Japanese metal band earlier, or the Japanese rock band, Ninganisu. YouTube straight recommended me, you know, their one of their music videos. I was like, oh, what's this band? Let me check it out. I was like, oh my god, this is fucking epic. That was like my immediate first impression. I was like, this is fucking awesome. Heart breaks a little when I hear your name. It all just sounds like. Yep. Here, hold on, let me put it back up here. Hold on, let me get this screen back up. Heart breaks a little when I hear your name. It just sounds like. They just pulled the bridge vocals from Freak on a Leash. I know, it's just awesome, I love it. Yeah, I know the song Freak on a Leash, I recognize where it came from. Because, you know, like I said, I've heard some Korn before and some Bruno Mars stuff. I haven't heard that Bruno Mars song, though. The Bruno Mars song don't sound familiar, but I love how it's pretty much both in time. Boo, shoddy Alabama internet. Yeah, yeah, Alabama internet kind of is poo-pooey. Whoever made that clip is a genius. Yep, in fact, that deserves a like. I don't even know why I didn't like that the first time. Like, what the hell? Ha! Dude, the first thing that comes up as a, you know, here's the next video. It is Freak on a Leash. Wow. I love it. Awesome. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god. Stupid screens being weird. I like Korn's first album and a few obscure Bruno Mars songs. Yeah, I like the first album and then like a couple of their songs kind of in between after that, you know, pretty good. And Bruno Mars, Yeah. He's kind of like a guy that I like singles of. I'm not a big fan of ballads that much, so those, you know, until they collabed with Skrillex, or whatever that screaming dude's name was. I don't think Skrillex... He does dubstep and shit. He doesn't really do, like, screaming... Dude, there's... You know, there is a difference between, like... Oh... Which is growling shit. Oh... You know, like that type of stuff. Oh... And then there's screaming, which is like... Ah! There's some differences. Oh, I forgot I hate dubstep. I mean, for me, some of it's okay. I, for the most part, don't like it either. But some of it kind of blends in a little bit with some, like, heavy, you know, like, upbeat, like, heavy synthwave and dark synth songs that tend to be kind of upbeat. It kind of bleeds a little bit, you know, so, I mean, I don't mind some of it. Like, some of it can be okay. But that's the thing, it's like some of it. It's like, I mean, it's pretty much like maybe obscure artists and maybe the occasional song here and there that might be like, alright, this is kind of a banger, but for the most part, it's like, eh. I've thought about dubstep years too. Me neither, dude. Honestly, I've only thought about it recently, like in the past couple weeks, because one of my coworkers is like, yo, have you ever like dubstep? I'm like, I pretty much gave him the same answer. I'm like, I'm not a big fan of it, but there's like some songs and, you know, some, you know, niche stuff and dubstep I can enjoy and shit, because I like, you know, synth and dark synth and shit. And he's like, okay, here, check this out. And he just showed me like this whole album, and it's like, yeah, you should check this out, and you know, and all that. And I was just like, alright. And I actually did kind of like it, you know, it wasn't that bad. It was kind of like some of that heavy, like, you know, synth EDM, like dubstep stuff, where it's like, you know, it's like some really kind of heavy shit where you can kind of actually kind of bang your head a little too. So I was like, alright, I kind of vibe to it. I mean, so it's kind of like my thing. Like, if it's, that's a, it kind of needs to be like heavy a little bit, where it's kind of like, alright, you know, there's like some heavy beats and some like, you know, thick bass and shit like that. If it's all like that more uppity, like kind of poppy stuff, I'm like, don't like it. You know what? The album with Freak on Unleashed is actually pretty bad for the most part. There's a song that's a wrap up between Fred Durst and Jonathan Davis where they just call each other faggots the whole time. Oh my god, of course. I'm not surprised at all. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's, you know, occasional, like, singles, you know, by Korn, like Freak on Unleashed, you know, where mostly the albums are pretty shit. Like Cell Dweller and Blue Stall, which I've shown you. Yeah. I saw a short of someone talking about a show I haven't thought about in years. Have you ever heard of a show called Jimmy's Head? The plot was a kid gets in an accident and he gets brain transplant from famous animator. Yeah, okay, I know. Let's just go along for that. Yeah. Okay. And it somehow allows him to see cartoon characters he drew in real life. Oh, and his sister's an alien. Early 2000 network. Cartoon Network was a weird time. Early 2000s, dude, I was watching shit in the early 2000s on Cartoon Network, and I don't even remember fucking anything like that. At all. I go to shows sometimes where DJs do that heavy wub music, electronic music. I'm in great pain, please help. What the fuck, man? No, you're not. You're having nothing but pure love and dopamine here. Bundles of reason, sunshine. Honestly, if I get this up here longer, there's about to be some real fucking sunshine popping up in fucking east side of the horizon on my side of things. You know, honestly, I kind of have a craving for some fucking stuffing. Ignore failed my Rick and Morty fan test. I'm Pickle Rick, bitch. Show me what you've got. Show me your wubba lubba dub dub, bitch. You want to challenge me on my Rick and Morty fanness? Wow. Shame on you, sir. Shame on you, sir. Yeah, I knew there was a reason this show never held my interest. I think there's probably a reason why it barely existed in the first place. Let's jog my fair warning. Lower the volume a bit. Well, my volume should probably be lowered. Oh. Just in case.
My thoughts on Cartoon Network live action shows. One of the shows I did enjoy back in the day.
Oh, God. What is that?
Live action shows. One of the shows I did enjoy back in the day was Level Up. It was a TV show about these teens that actually played this video game, and the video game became real, including their weapons and the monsters that was in the game. Or it's...
Ah! Oops, god damn it. Okay, here we go.
And the video game became real, including their weapons and the monsters that was in the game. For its time, I can definitely say that this was one of the better live-action shows because it was trying to do something different. I can definitely appreciate it for what it was. I can confidently say that Out of Jimmy's Head was absolutely trash. Now, if you don't know, this show is about a 13-year-old kid who gets hit by a train at an amusement park. Only way to save this kid's life is to replace his whole brain with a cartoon animator's brain. That suddenly caused him to see all the cartoon characters that this guy used to draw. Like, this kid's whole brain got replaced, and yet he still kept all his memories and his personality, but yet somehow could see these characters. And his sister was an alien. This shit is trash. See, I'm not gonna lie, I liked Hole in the Wall. It just came on too much. Brain Rush was a mistake. You're not about to tell me you can think clearly and answer questions.
Oh, dude, Brain Rush. I know this one. Dude, I love this show, bro, because I would fucking ace this shit, bro. I would be a winner on every level, bro.
Too much going on. Well,
too much going on? That's the point. That's literally the point. That's why it's called Brain Rush. That's the point of the show. Oh my god. Whoever made that show was on all the drugs. Yeah, dude. A brain transplant, acid, drugs, mushrooms, more drugs, just questionable drugs, alien drugs, space weed, more acid, and another brain transplant for good measure. Don't worry, kids, these cartoons. Yeah, that... I don't even know, dude. That, I don't even remember that one. But Brainwash, dude, I remember that shit, bro. Dude, that, you saw me light right the fuck up when that happened. I don't remember any of those other shows, but as soon as that fucking, like, Brainwash popped up, I was like, oh, I know that one. I loved watching that show. Like, that was actually, like, I kind of liked that one. I was like, alright. I think I was like a preteen. It was like, you know, I think that it was around when I was like 9, 10, 11 or some shit. Cartoon Network executives pitching the show. That sounds terrible. Let's fucking do it right now. Let's do it right fucking now. Sounds great. Okay, more acid.
Hey, cool thing, man.
Anyway, you were saying? I'm seeing a lot of fucking stars right now, but anyway, yeah, it sounds great. Awesome. Do it. Let's fucking, yeah, right now. Give him $5 million right now. Start the show. Get the pile going. You look like a pink elephant. That's probably how it happened. It's like cocaine and acid mixed together, dude. That's probably honestly how it happened. That meeting is like... That's probably actually how... Dude, when the pitch was going on for the show... If that wasn't happening, I actually would be shocked. If the people who were actually pitching the show were like on some acid and cocaine and were just like straight up just like blitzed out of their mind while talking about the show premise. Initially, it was probably going to be about some alien. I guarantee you the whole show was initially supposed to be about like an alien, you know, the sister and shit, but then they totally switched it around because of their acid, cocaine-induced trip. You know, decided to make it about the kid who sees these cartoon characters. Like, they were initially probably about, like, the... headphones died, I guess I'm out. Alright, my man. You have a good one, my dude. But, at least when it comes to, like, I'm probably gonna wrap it up soon anyway, too. But, when it comes to it, like... And they probably initially were like, alright, you know, we're gonna fucking you know, have this kid, you know, go for an accident. Maybe this alien, you know, is gonna probably, you know, help with the transfer and stuff. They probably initially thought that, but like, nah, let's just have it be like some artist, and they see like, you know, all the different cartoons that, you know, I'm seeing, man. You see these different cartoons like this old gator and this, you know, penguin dude, and then it's like, oh yeah, bro, I'm seeing it now, man, you know, and then boom, and it's like, hey, you know what? Hold on. Wow, dude, it's so vivid. I really do see what you mean. You know, it's like, dude, that's exactly. If it doesn't happen like in any other way of how that show started, I would genuinely be shocked. A cocaine acid induced stupor, dude. Oh my, dude, I don't even want to know what that mental state looks like. I've been on acid and smoked some weed doing that. That's fine, but oh my god, cocaine. Oh my god, that just sounds horrible. That just sounds fucking horrible. No, thank you. Went for a weird transition where the shows became less cartoony and ended up being more story-based. Yeah, they kind of did. Or like, you know, reality TV based, like with Brain Rush. But Brain Rush was like, it's still in that transitional phase, you know, where at least with that show, it was still good. I liked that show, honestly. I thought it was basically just a trivia show, but you're on a roller coaster instead, you know, while answering the trivia. And the guy is basically, you know, on the mic telling you, and you know, like, hey, you know, what's it, you know, I think he's actually next to you. I actually think he's literally right next to you, you know, like, you know, like, telling it, like, you know, and shit, while he's, like, holding on to the paper or whatever. Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide. I remember that show. Did I ever watch it? I don't think I watched it in its entirety or anything, but I do remember watching some of those episodes. That show's alright. I was more into Drake and Josh. I think I was kind of the same way. I think I was more into Drake and Josh at the time, so I remember that show and I would watch it when it's on, but I used to ship the main characters. Well, I guess you could probably thank Dan Schneider for that, but don't thank him because he's a fucking creep. It's more into Zach and Cody. Oh god, wow, we are fucking old. My god, dude. I can't believe I'm saying that for shows that I grew up with at 25. Jesus Christ. Man, because now I'm looking at all the kids and the zoomies, and it's like, man, you're growing up shit. I don't even know what the fuck is going on anymore. It's like, I don't even know what's happening with the shows they got anymore. Like, I don't even want to know, honestly. We had the good shit. We had the good stuff growing up. Like, I get the newspaper. Wait, what do you say? Oh, god, I see it. I don't need to get a newspaper. I'll just get a brush. I'll just hit him with this stuff. I'll just hit him with this. That's for you, Venom. Pretty sure they got together at the end, and whatever her name was. I remember there was a plot about Ned kind of flirting with a chick and shit, and I think that, yeah, okay, so I guess that's how it ended. Alright. See, I never watched a full show, so, you know, like, I remember it. I do remember watching it, but, like, I never really remember it that deeply. Because it wasn't one of the main shows I was watching at the time. What'd I do? Twincest is Wincest. That comment, like, you know, the one that I whacked you with a brush with. Don't make me go babushka status on you and, like, start, like, you know, grabbing, like, a pot or something. I don't know what a babushka would grab to be like, you do so much shit, you know, I don't know what a babushka would be grabbing in that scenario. I'm assuming a pot. I don't know. Like, I'm assuming, like, some pot, you know, like, some, like, cooking utensil. Which that would hurt. Especially coming from babushka. Like, don't, like, underestimate their strength. That's the Ravens in their show I watched. I watched that show a few times, and honestly, I thought it sucked. I was like, this sucks. back to fucking, like, something else. Like, I probably literally went on, like, the Science Channel or the History Channel, because if I was watching, or at least attempting to watch that, it's because Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon didn't have anything else on. So I tried the Disney Channel sometimes. And honestly, so I would be like, History Channel didn't watch dogfights or something. Which now I can just watch on YouTube, which I kind of like. That's kind of fucking awesome. I watched shows intended for kids I thought did things way better than shows for adults. Yeah. At least like the early seasons of SpongeBob were kind of like that. Got like a nose hair that's tickling me here. Boo. I'm ashamed I watched George Lopez and Lamount hard. I mean, I kind of did too. I watched George Lopez and kind of giggled and laughed to it too a little bit. I probably wouldn't now. But, oh my god, this nose hair is annoying me. Can I, like, get it, please? Please? You're, like, actually annoying. Ah! I need, like, something. Ah! As long as you didn't do that for friends, you can live. Yeah. Is America's Mexican? Honestly, there's kind of like different people that hold that title. Like, Gabriel Iglesias is one of those people. Fluffy. I mean, everyone loves Fluffy. I hate Friends. Good. You're a part of the... You've just gained some respect points. You know what's fucked up? My store, at least during the summertime at least, you know, the music and shit they play in the background? The Friends theme song would be playing in the background. Every time I hear that, and when I hear that on the intercom, I would immediately see the Friends theme, like, intro, and I'd just be like, alright, you know, let me look at my clock on my phone today. Is this the day that I'm about to go fucking postal? No. Find your inner self. Just get one earbud in the ear. Listen to TJ on stream. Listen to Onion Nuggets. Listen to some music. Listen to Demon. Listen to anything else. You know, tune it out. But then in the background, I'll be like, this way. But it's like, I still hear it. No, now it's in my head. No, fuck. Oh, fuck that. Fuck all of you right now. We got it like in my head now. Oh my god, it's actually in my head. It's a brainworm, dude. I'm about to go nuts. See? All right, yeah. Let's look at the time. I'm having my moment. All right, let's see. 3:39 a.m. It is December 18th. Is this the day that? Yeah. Nah, it's not. No, like I was mentioning earlier. No, not worth it. It's in the middle of the night. Who am I gonna go postal to? Like my phone? Like, oh yeah, let me just do that and regret it immediately and get pissed. Yeah, great idea. But yeah, so yeah. I mean, guess I'm just gonna. Yeah, that's just brainworm now. I've never heard that song before. Okay, you are enlightened. Don't ever listen to it. Do not listen to that song. No, have I ever seen Friends? I mean, I will admit I've seen it before, but it fucking sucks. Like, I mean, late night tuning things out as a kid because I didn't know better growing up, you know, I would watch it every now and then, but I never laughed at it. I never did. I don't remember ever laughing at it, and I don't remember ever really, like, enjoying it. It was just something that I just kind of was there. I had to kind of tune out to and just be like, alright, it's at least something. Usually I just have usually even as a kid, I'd be doing something else, like playing with my Legos or something. So it'd literally be just background noise at that point. Like, that's the only time I've ever used it, basically, you know, from my recollection, is essentially as background noise, but usually I had other shit that I would, you know, have as background noise that'd be better. That'd basically be if I was just too lazy to change the channel. Because I didn't want to, like, try to browse to find something that I was at least semi, like, alright, whatever, you know, with. So, you know, I was like, you know, during that, like, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 period, I didn't know better yet. But it was just kind of background noise, or at least it was, like, quote, tolerable. But it was, you know, basically just as, you know, that was about as far as it went. I was not an enlightened child then. If anyone says, hey, let's do this random drug cartel, go for it. But if they say, hey, let's watch Friends, you politely tell them to fuck off and leave. Yep, true. George Lopez is actually really right-wing. Thanos sucks. Yeah, he is. You never knew that? Well, I mean, never meet your heroes, I guess. Well, yeah, I mean, he is kind of a right-winger. Ryan Reynolds Earl is a food show. You know what? I kind of liked My Name is Earl. I remember watching that a little bit every now and then, and I kind of legit laughed at that show every now and then. It's a good show. Oh, yeah. LOL. One of the Trump NFT trading cards. My God, look at this. Dude, wait, where's his legs? Hold on. He does have legs. He's just like a duster that just has like this, just like, you know, below it. He's a floating entity in this. He's a literal floating entity. Or he's on stilts. Wow. And then there's these. Hey, those are like some fine looking dusters though, so don't besmirch those dusters. Those are fine looking hats and dusters. Stole that from an Amazon image. Oh. Let me see here. Well, not the hat, but the coat. I mean, maybe not these. He stole most of his images. Well, I mean, of course he did. Honestly, I'm kind of thinking that he probably did an AI-generated thing. He just had, like, very specific, you know, assets used when it came to generating them, so they would come out specifically, you know, the way he wanted them, at least. It's not like Dolly shit, you know, but, like, you know, probably more sophisticated, where it's like, here, I want to make sure these assets and these files, you know, and these things that I've stolen, you know, are in here to make sure that it's a good, like, the background image. I mean, now that you put it that way, the background image is probably, like, you know, like Wyoming painting with horses, you know, or something like that. And they're taken directly from those images and photoshopped. Wait, so these are... Wait, so straight direct... Dude, that's why it... Is that why they look so fucking... Is this why it looks so fucking weird? Okay, you know what? I see the buttons there with those. Oh my God, they used the color on... They used the color for this on this coat. They used the color of this one on that coat. That's what happened. Oh, I see. Oh my God. I see what you mean. See, that's why it's either photoshopped or, like, the assets of an AI randomized different shit to create that image. Like, it has to be one or the other. Like, cause wow. Honestly, I was thinking, like, my initial thought was, like, Trump went and his team was like, Ben Garrison, we want to commission the greatest and most tremendous art that you have ever made for us. We want you and your art team to get together and make the most tremendous art that you have ever made, and you'll get a cut. Which he's not getting a cut. But, you know, Santos barely know how to run a computer. Turn on a computer. Well, they evidently do, because they apparently know how to just work enough of a Photoshop, but not well enough to hide the fact they Photoshopped. So, I mean, you know, fair enough. Touche. God damn it. I don't know, but they could just look up, like, an AI program online that, you know, and, like, that's more sophisticated or some shit, or, like, you know, have one of the more sophisticated team members, you know, call someone else or a buddy or something. I don't fucking know. I mean, like, there's got to at least be one person that at least has a few neurons in their head. I mean, not enough to regret their life decisions, but, you know, at least enough to at least have something going on, you know? At least something. Oh, he's just a cute little ball. Tiniest little ball. Oh, his little ear perked up. Oh. Tiny little ball with a little ear perked up. So cute. They should have used a crayon AI tool. It would have looked awesome. Yeah. It would have probably looked a lot better, yeah. And at least it would have been, like, original, I guess. Oh my god, there's more? I didn't even realize there was more of it. Holy shit. Hold up. I didn't even know. I didn't even go down further. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Wow. Oh my fucking god. They did make him swole with that. In comparison to the original, oh my god, dude. Bro. This is stream for 5 more hours. I have to work tomorrow, dude. There ain't no way hell. Oh my god, dude. He just, oh man, that looks so uncanny valley. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking god. It's because it's literally just a display stand. They barely did anything with. You know what? Oh, is there a shutter? Oh, they did a really good job hiding that, did they? Well, I guess it somewhat. This. Let me see. Wait, what up? You know what? I didn't even notice that the first time I saw it. He is wearing a white bow tie. Oh my god, dude. Oh shit, hold up. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. This is great. Oh, this is awesome. Wait, what's going on here? Oh wait, art news. Oh, I thought it was another picture. But because he has way more of these. There's more of them. The next one will be Trump shirtless with abs drawn on Sharpie. These motherfuckers are weird. Differences, no matter how much someone loves Brainstorms, he'll put out this shit. They'll be like, sorry, I have to pass, fam. Tactifool. Yeah, yeah. See, there's tactical, and then there's being tactifool. And this is a tactifool. You know what? We need to reappropriate as leftist tactical. We need to bring tactical back. We need to make it actually cool. Because that ain't, you know, that's some tactifool shit right there. Can't be a tactifool. Gotta be tactical. See, I like that. We need to reappropriate tactical and just call, like, all these weird, like, fucking right-wing chuckle fucks tactifools. Because, like, like the whole, like, veterans, for queer people, or what, I forgot what the exact name of the organization is called. I don't think that's what it's exactly called, but, yeah, premise applied. But, like, they're basically, a bunch of dudes that obviously are all, well, tacticaled out, but they're actually being tactical. They're not being tactifools. I'm on board with that. Yeah, see what I mean? Yeah. Like, because Mike Figueredo made a video recently and was, like, kind of talking about, some of this whole, like, anti-LGBT shit. And it was like, some things that, can be done to kind of help, be a part of, like, queer spaces and stuff and protecting them and shit is, some examples right here, and showed, like, a veteran, all tacked out, and all that. And so I was just like, and it actually threw me for a loop. I was like, Mike Figueredo, the Humanist Report. Ooh, change of pace, have we? And I was just like, all right. So honestly, like, the whole, like, you know, safe and responsible, like, you know, culture around that type of stuff, and actually kind of, like, reappropriating a little bit, I think that would be, you know, a little better. Including, you know, reappropriating tactical. I don't know if Rip City will be on board with that, though, but, I don't know, maybe he will. Well, I don't know, he'll probably, you know, still think both. He's like, why not both? It's like, because that's not the point. The point is to reappropriate it. Before we go, new Dune game trailer. Oh, another Dune game? Dune Awakening? Okay, you know what? Alright, you know what? Alright, you've hooked me. Alright, you got me. No! Wait, wait, what the hell? It's fucking Deep Fat Fried! What the fuck? That's the next thing.
It starts in the desert. You cling to life. You find others. Friends. You wander the dry, dirty streets of civilization. In the ancient halls of the testing stations.
Is it an open world or RTS? Looks open world.
You seek the secrets of the ever-shifting sands.
That's those little mice.
Spice.
Dude, fuck yeah, dude. Dude, now we're seeing some, like, lore expansion and shit a little bit with, like, some other stuff, you know, seeing different designs and shit.
Dream, sleeper. I am terrified of what happens when you awaken.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, it is open world. It's a survive. Oh, shit. It's an MMO, though. See, I'm a little bit reserved of that specific thing. But I will still give it a like. And I will still be open, you know, to checking that out and trying it out. Look at these and make Trump Cowboy NFTs. Oh my god. If you just Photoshop this one a little bit, like replace that with Trump's actual face, dude, unironically, I bet Trump fans would think it's a real Trump picture. I'm not even kidding. Same thing with this one. Oh my god. Dude, oh my god. Dude, what the fuck is that? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, bro. What's even going on here? Dude, it's amputated Trump. It's like Trump if he had an accident. This looks like a weird, deformed, like, Huey Long more than a Trump. And what in the fuck is going on here? Like, some of these are a little weird, but... Well, all of them are, but I mean, I gotta save this actually. Like, this is just too good. Dude, this one right here is just fucking disturbing, man. Huey Long. I mean, he kind of does a little bit. I mean, don't he? He actually does. Like Huey Long with like a big ass cap of like a big ass feather in the back. Like Huey Long if he had like an accident, like his nose got fucked up and he got eyes like all destroyed or something. I don't know. Huey Long in a fire accident, you know, when his car crashed or something. I don't know. I don't even know if he was in a car accident or not, but still. I do declare, sir. This one is like weirdly, like kind of like suave almost. He's got like this. It almost kind of paints him in a weirdly like this is like the only one that at least kind of has him looking somewhat okay looking. I mean, this one probably is the second best because this one's just funny. This one just looks hilarious. But this one I do kind of like. What? You know, honestly, what's going on there? What is that? Is there? There's literally a chip on his shoulder. See, like this one actually, like I feel like you know I can you know, like interpret some things with. It's like the blue tie, you know, with a little bit of red. Like, he used to, you know, kind of play around being, like, you know, part of the Democratic Party until he decided to flip around with the little garnish of the red in his most recent years. He's got a little chip on his shoulder for some reason, because he's just a billionaire piece of shit, but yet, it's a fine piece of art. See, that one, I like, honestly, you know, like, I kind of like that center one. Oh my god, it did right next to it. It's that again. You're right. I mean, dude, I love these, dude. I love the fact that, like, this whole, like, dolly thing exists, dude. I still have it saved on my, you know, on my, tabs on my Chrome, on my phone, just because every now and then I like to play around with it occasionally. Just kind of see what results show up. You know why they called him Mr. Long? Because his real name was Huey Long Dong. Huey Ding Dong Long. Huey Long Ding Dong. Huey Long Dig a Long Ding Dong. Walla Walla Bing Bong. Oh, we're almost at the 6-hour mark on the dots. Ooh. You know, honestly, that's actually pretty good time to. I said, why'd you tell the green? Oh, dude, yeah, please don't do that ever again. Frankly, like, I haven't played around with that dolly thing yet in a while. You know, it's been a minute, but honestly, now that I've been kind of thinking about it, I might kind of mess around with that tonight. And save some of the more sinister, weird, disturbing concoctions that have been created. Ding-a-ding-dang, my ding-a-long-ling-lang-long, or something like that. I feel like I just kind of flubba-lub that one up. Or ring-a-ding-ding. The whole game was rigged for the start. Boom, boom. Yeah, just insert a Fallout theme here. Do a Ben Shapiro one for me. Maybe I will. I did make that up. It's from Jesus Built My Hot Rod by Ministry. Ding-a-ling dang, my ding-a-long dong. Hold on. Okay, let me try it again. Ding-a-ding-dang, my ding-a-long-ling-long. Wow, that really took a lot of effort for me to do. I'm sitting here just like, it took me a lot of effort for me to do that. Way too much effort, but yet, nonetheless. Because I'm sure it's more like, ding-a-ling-dang, my ding-a-long-ling-long, or something like that, where it's like fast to show. Okay, I got it again there too. Alright, so I nailed it. Alright, I kind of got it down a little bit. Alright, there we go. Boom. Only took one time to get it. I don't know why I went like, because that's not his voice, but whatever. Anyway. Honestly, I still want some stuffing. I'm still craving some stuffing, so. Yeah, I know Zukov, he's still sprawled out like a corpse, and now he's twitching because he's in his sleep, so now he's kind of like twitching a little bit in his dreams. So now, he really looks like a corpse. And his butt is showing. It's just like he's got this like booty, you know, right in my face. And of course the plums are right there. For the world to see. It's like he couldn't flip around so I could see his like cute little face instead. Too late to sleep now. That's where coffee comes in handy. It's not too late to sleep for me. I could just whip up some stuffing that literally takes like 5 minutes. I'll be awake as long as possible now. At least try to sleep a little bit. Little dream twitches. I know. It's so cute. 6 a.m. here. Yeah, I mean, you know, like, don't worry about missing the stream tomorrow. I know if you're not here, it's like you're passed out because you had an all-nighter. Don't worry. You know, I would understand. Don't feel like you're obligated to continue to be when I'm at 10. Who knows? Like, I mean, I might still be like, alright, it's like 1 o'clock, I don't have to go to work quite yet. Yeah, let's do a stream. You know? Who knows? You might see me again later. I like how the actual, like, chat is so fucking delayed, but when it actually pops up, it just, like, spams all at once. I love that. You do that sometimes, quick pre-work stream. Yeah. I usually just keep it to about an hour. I try to, like, if I go less than an hour, then I'm like, I won't do it. But if it's like, you know, like I said, about like an hour's worth of time before I have to get up there, then it's like, alright, I'll kill some time real quick. It just kind of depends on when I wake up and all that type of shit. Well, speaking of waking up, I'm seeing someone's head like rising up from this little body of fluff and booty. Hi, buddy. You're looking like a little sleepy boy. Aw, yeah, look at you. You're so cute. Adorable little fluff ball. But anyway, I can just bowl out a little bit and make myself some stuffing, because that sounds pretty good. Venom, wow, what a bow to wrap this up with. I want to clap them ignorance cheeks. Oof. That was actually a little bit of a harsh one. Damn. Even my lungs and my throat being like, we're making this harsh. Lock it up. Stop it. You're done. Cutting you off. But anyway. Go to bed. Don't tell me what to do, Mom. Anyway, I'll call it good, so peace out. And I'll see you all in that next one.